Shadowcry, Stormborn Saga Book 9, written by J.T. Williams, copyright 2019. Part 1, Requiem's Awakening. It was not the cold stench of the crypts of Aieclo. It was not the gloomy statues of Vanku that guarded the doorway they passed through. It was a coldness within him, a distinct dread Valrin felt as he looked at Eliue, Evern, and Bry. The doorway into the Dwemer crypts of Aieclo was as easy to open as a cloth over a void in a hallway. It was like this place, built by the Clockmaster as a prison for those he wished to keep in isolation forever, wished for them to be here, desired for the company of the living. They looked ahead down the wide halls with purple fire glowing in several torch basins at random along their path. It was like this place was not within an island that was erupting above them. Valrin shivered at the cold, and cold air normally did not bother him. Why is there wind here? He looked to the others, not sure if they noticed it. Bry was passively watching the ceiling above them, and Evern scanned either sides of the hallway. Eliue caught him looking back and smirked before something caused her to jump and look behind them. He kept his hand on the hilt of his Dwemer blade. There was a harmonious ring to this place, a feeling on the edge of his skin, like they had entered another realm, and at this point in their journey, nothing of that nature would surprise him. Coming to the end of the path and a single gateway of twisted black metal, Valrin placed his hand on one of the two handles before them. As he did, the entire door glowed with white light. Runes appeared above the doorway, and he swore he heard a laugh, distant and deep. "Am I the only one who heard that?" Valrin asked them. Evern stared at him. Places of death can drive one mad if one is sensitive to the energies of departed souls. "Are we sure they are all departed?" Bry asked. "Eliue mentioned sealing those within here. He never claimed them dead. He simply said they were in a crypt." Valrin's grip tightened on his sword, and he pulled open the door. As they stepped through and into a chamber with a narrow walkway, they emerged into a new area. This chamber was expansive, reaching many times taller than the hallway before, with massive columns that extended high above them and low, down into the depths of darkness where it looked like one could drop a torch and never see it go out. A series of ramps twisted around hanging torch basins with the same purple fire as was in the room before. Beneath them, palely lit in the twisting fogs rushing from somewhere else in the caverns in which they found themselves, there were more structures and a central circular temple with white stone that came to a point and a large crystal spinning slowly at its top. As they began downward, Valrin swore he spotted something moving, but after blinking a few times, he saw nothing. Evern ignited his staff, moving beside Valrin. "You did not imagine that. I saw your delay. Something is within the fog." There was a cackle, several of them. Then came a squeal and the sound of rapid tapping on the stone. They were nearly down to the area with the temple. Valrin drew his sword, and he heard Eliue do the same. Suddenly, several darts flew into them. One hit Valrin in the hand. Evern cast a ward, bringing up a shield of shimmering blue as several arrows struck, bouncing off the elf's magic. Bry and Eliue dropped to the ground. They, too, had been struck with the darts. As Valrin pulled it from his skin, Eliue took it and smelled it. "Good," she said. "Just like my own." She had already pulled several out. "They're not poisonous." Evern brought down his ward, casting fire into the fog. Bry moved to their left, advancing to a large flat stone and sending several bolts of lightning at random into the fog. Eliue and Valrin followed her. Valrin suddenly saw several small creatures moving to their left. They were ugly, imp-like. They had crooked noses and long ears, ears not too unlike Evern's, but with gray hair that twirled down and had golden adornments. The creatures did not notice they were against the rock, seemingly moving to flank Evern. Valrin lurched, stabbing into the creature's head, spilling green blood upon the ground. 3 others were with this one, and instead of immediately attacking, they screamed, throwing up their hands and scurrying away. Easily spooked away. "Imps!" Evern shouted. "More annoying than anything!" Evern pushed into the fogs, moving out of Valrin's sight. Valrin noticed several more imps now moving through the same path the others had taken. They had small, jagged spears, and he saw that this group had 2 with blowpipes. These imps wore necklaces with their darts on them and had headdresses of bone. Valrin directed them around the other side to follow Evern, when in the fogs they saw a spell of fire. A few moments later, the area around the temple was clear, and a large red fire glowed in a previously unlit torch basin. There was more of the cackling, but the only imp Valrin saw scurried into the darkness around them. "I do not know when such a vile creature infested this place, but they are not a threat in smaller numbers," Evern told them. "If only we could be so lucky to only face imps from now on." Bry had found a small altar off to the side, just under the circular columned structure they had seen from above. One does not come the way of death without cost. As Vanku has prescribed, this place remains a place of contradiction, for to have life, others have died. To have love, others have fallen to hate. For any to exist and still breathe here, they are kept alive only with their hope and love to one age leave, but those who were sealed are never to escape. Evern walked up behind her. It's written in almost every language in the living realm. "Aieclo was meant to be a place of refuge," Valrin said. "Refuge for those Eliue chose. Stormborn, looking at all we have been given, I do think that the good Eliue intended for just that, but like a sickness within him, the evil parts of his soul worked almost as hard as he did to create something of its own design. While I do not believe Eliue started out to create a weapon, I believe his logical side was convinced that the Dwemhar needed something. Taking, for example, what powered this Dwemhar structure and funneling it into a weapon worthy of bringing the greatest ally to his people's war. Much like the Akan were meant to be weapons of war, the realm ships of the Sea Peoples are something much different." "I'd still say it's a weapon," Elara said. "And the Sea Peoples of legend were real?" "They were Dwemhar who resisted ascension. I wonder if Eliue had more of an effect on them than we know. He hasn't explicitly said it." "He has not, and still what he said would not detract from the chance he worked in the shadows, inferring information to them. That, Stormborn, is not an origin I feel we may truly learn. Though some form of him assisted them in installing the crystal magic into the normal ships, seeing that a flood was to come and inundate the lands. Yet, at Rikernala, it was not until we had arrived that we fully grasped what he needed to finish his work." "Then how did he ever finish it?" Bry asked. "Knowledge is revealed as it is needed to a civilization, an awakening, as some would call it. Though, if it is true that there was something implanted in Eliue's bloodline, a darkness meant to convert his actions of good to evil, it could have been divine inspiration that propelled the Dwemhar forward, a raw push to increase their power in the living realm, but divine not of the gods of the north, but of the Itsu, perhaps, well before the Itsu fully broke from the other gods." Evorn used his staff to shine light in a focused beam toward the upper parts of the cave. There were dark structures and facades of stone that they couldn't see before. Imps scurried into more of the dark places, hiding from his magic. "We are standing within the workings that were meant to plunge our world into a greater darkness, an original working of evil. Though all races and peoples have a chance to be great, to be good beyond what the gentlest of souls gives on a daily basis, evil is intrinsic. Selfishness, greed, lust, such things are present at the primal level of the mind. Malice, on the other hand, is a construct beyond that. We shadow elves are brutal by the standards of the world, but none of us rule with malice. I do believe the Scourge Siren and Marog are a creation of great malice. Perhaps even the creator of all things, the great poet, has a darkness that has not been revealed. He paused. We waste time. Evern motioned for them to continue, heading into the structure where the imps had tried to flank them. Here there was a passage that went into the rock. As they proceeded into the darkness, the path ahead began to glow before more purple torches burst to life. Here they passed statues of many grotesque creatures, like the imps, but taller. They had long tongues and fat bodies. Demon guardians, Evern said, meant to seal this place, but such a working seems strange in a Dwemer construct. They came to the end of a hall, and a single turn to their left brought them into a grand gallery of tall silver doors. Above them, glowing in a dazzling brilliance, was a massive crystal, like a chandelier in a king's hall. A cave before this, and now we stand in a place that makes the halls of my home look like a mud structure. Your home is a mud structure, Evern said, built into the rocks above the seas. It is not that bad, Shadow Elf. I do hope Ordak minds himself. I can agree with that, Evern said. As they proceeded into the chamber, Valrin noticed that 2 of the doors were cracked open. While the floors were sheer and bare, there was an area that had strange dust spread out in a random pile. Evern pointed over to it, and Bry and Valrin investigated as he and Ilera continued through the center of the chamber. There is armor, a symbol of a sun, Valrin said, and a lake. Rusis armor, Evern said. Bry reached down, picking it up. The dust fell from the nearly perfect conditioned armor. That Rusis met an untimely fate. Perhaps a leftover from before the way was sealed, Evern stated. May as well take it, Bry. She already had enchanted gauntlets. This was chest armor. As she held it with both her hands, the gauntlets she wore began to glow slightly, as did the ancient armor. She put it over her head, and she felt much lighter. If only I'd had this before now, she exclaimed. She then knelt, grasping some of the dust. Brother or sister Rusis, I take this in your honor. May my fate be different from yours, and may the glory of our people channel through me in the darkness to come. Valrin placed his hand on her back, and she stood. I could have never guessed, she said, back when I was a crew with Captain Adanos, that I would drift so close to my own people, visit these places, and even meet other Rusis. I believed I was one of the last, and we were but a broken people never to unite again in a meaningful way. But now, thanks to you, I have seen so much beyond my own understanding. She embraced him with a kiss. Now, I truly wonder what our future holds. She gripped his hand, as he was still in a bit of a slightly dizzy daze. Ilera looked on from afar and smiled before catching up with Evern, who was nearly through to the other side of the room. Are you 3 coming? He shouted back. They each jogged to join him, and he shook his head. You'd think you younger ones would be running circles around me, but you're truly slower than an elder elf with a limp. I figured out that this room is one of the holding places of Eliue. Perhaps when the Rusis came through, it was some point before he sealed this place and they went meddling. Clearly it didn't work out for one of them. Do you think they killed whatever was here? Whatever they released? Valrin asked. Well, if they killed it, it only matters if we come upon it. Let us hope that either they did, or we never find out otherwise. They had come to the other side. Moving now into a narrower passage, they came to a large stairwell that led down into a deeper portion where the torches were no longer purple. Here, the halls and chambers they passed through were a much more cruelly lit place. The passages were red, and though Valrin could see some glowing stones, the ambience did not make sense. Evern attempted to shine his own light on the passageway, but his magic seemed to be reduced. He stopped and began sniffing the air. This place is cursed in a way I have not seen in some time. Cursed? I expect that considering where we are, Valrin said. It is more than that, Valrin. I have only seen this in another place, and that was when I was much younger. The Shadowlands once had a lake. It was an abysmal void in a time in my people's history when we did not rule ourselves. There was a deity there, or so it was believed. The deity is with whom our sacrificial ways began. In some ways, we pay homage to that time with our own practices now, but it was no god. "You think this place has one of those voids?" Bry asked. "I would wonder how, considering Aieclo is old, but not as old as the land itself. The void is an actual realm, a place set apart from other realms beyond simply being a realm. It is a place where everything and nothing exists in harmony." "That makes little sense," Eliue said. "It doesn't have to in order to be true. If the void were opened within this place, we'd have more than a necromancer to worry about. It makes me wonder if the Rusies who came this way ever reached their destination." Evorn began to walk again. "Stay close to me. Do not allow your mind to wander. If you see something, speak up, but do not attack unless we are attacked." Valrin motioned for Bry to follow Eliue and Evorn, and he took the spot in the back. As they passed into the redness in the air, he could feel an increased warmth upon his skin. His mind began to formulate that it was but the lava flows of Aieclo, and that he shouldn't worry of where they were. He pushed the thought away, trying to follow Evern's advice, but even so, it felt like there was a constant ringing in his ear now. They came to a black door and Valrin's foot kicked something. He jumped, drawing his blade. They were standing in dust of some kind. Valrin glanced around and noticed more pieces of Rusi's armor. They had happened upon more of the dead. "Grace to the departed," Bry said. "Save some for us," Eliue said, "or we're likely to join them." Proceeding forward, they came to an open-air walkway where, looking up, they noticed glowing pink crystals high above them. The air above had a deeper hue of red, like a smoke flowing overtop them. Avern hastened his pace, leading them into another passageway. Here they came to a stone door that had been broken open. "Our Rusies continued through here," Evern said. He pushed through a narrow opening, and they came upon an ascending stairwell. There were more dead Rusies here. Valrin pushed Bry along, as she had begun to slow in following Eliue. They came to another hall. This one was much longer. The walls were bare. The glowing stone from before was now replaced with streaks of red lightning crawling around random stones as if they were insects. They continued down the hallway, moving with haste, as Valrin picked up on a breeze in the air, coming from behind them and seemingly drawing them forward. Evern sensed this, halting them all as he stared at the passageway ahead. "We must keep our own pace. The energies of the void are strong within this place. They seek to draw us into the sands of that realm like quicksand. That which you feel upon your backs is not wind, but like an enslaving curse, it draws upon us. Luckily, I grabbed what will give us an advantage. Marog may have created a curse place in the model of a shadow elf temple upon that island before, but Eliue, in his time there, copied every type of potion that one would find in my homeland. It is almost as if he knew a shadow elf would be within that place," he said with a wink to Valrin. Evern took out a small vial and pulled the cork from it. "Eliue truly works to prepare our path even if he himself does not know the workings of his own actions." Evern poured a gray substance into his hand. He dabbed his fingers in it and moved it over his eyes, creating a thick covering. Valrin cringed at the sight. It looked like he had rubbed mud onto his eyes. "Here, do this. You must. It is not just wind we must fear within this place, and this will help." Eliue and Bry each took some, and Valrin reluctantly did the same. "Does it burn?" Bry asked. "Not to me," Evern said. "Quickly, you must not wait. But remember, whatever you see is already here. There is no need to panic." Valrin stared at the gray substance and looked at Bry. He rubbed it into his right eye. It was cold, burned for a moment, and then felt warm. He did his other eye and then blinked several times. The corridor was no longer red like he had seen before. He looked behind them and saw white eyes and a red beast that took up the entire hall. It looked like some form of hog, but then shifted and appeared as an even larger beast with multiple horns. From its nostrils poured smoke that flowed over them. Bry screamed, and Valrin turned to comfort her. The beast was not approaching them, but it was not this beast she saw. He looked above them, and several dark beings shifted forms, appearing as spiders and fanged creatures with multiple arms. There were snaps of blackness and swirling portals of smoke as more of them appeared. "They will attack us if we do not move. Come," he said to them. Eliue shook her arms and looked down. Valrin could tell from her head movement as she refused to look up that this place was as unsettling to her as it was to Bray. Valrin was disturbed but did not fear them. If Evern was not afraid, he did not see need to be. While before they had been moving quickly, now they were nearly running down the corridor. They came to a series of stairwells and eventually to a large chamber with a triangular brick floating in the center of the room. As they emerged, spreading out in the room, a massive silver construct dropped from the ceiling. The construct had the face of a man, but then shifted to a beast, like the one back down the corridor. It then looked at each of them, clinking across the floor with massive spider-like legs. Its face turned to that of a man, again. This was like the thing he and Bry had faced at Aieclo before, with Rungar and the other Rusies. "I am servant of Master. You come here not as the dead, but as those alive. You are like the others. They perished. I sense Dwemhar. You are not Master. Who are you?" "I am Valrin, servant of your Master. What is your purpose?" "I guard what binds. I channel energy into anchor. It is precious to me. It is my purpose." "That's it," Evern said. "That is what draws in the void energies to this realm." "What is the purpose of the anchor?" "The dead must be kept. The living must be kept. None shall enter the crypts. These are the paths of dead. I ensure they remain as such. I offer you a path to the outside." The construct motioned its legs across the floor, and a glowing orb appeared on the far right side of the room. "This passage takes you to a place above, a place decreed safe by the laws of Aieclo, the great city of Dwemhar." Valrin shook his head as Evern looked at him. Obviously, this was meant for a Dwemhar who somehow got this far, but is a pleasant way of turning us from this path. If we were anything else, or if it were just you three, I think there would be an issue. The construct retracted its legs and sat down before the anchor to the void energies. "Eliue truly used the void to seal this place further. We must shut this portal down." "Would that not release what it holds?" Bry asked. "An anchor point like this would remain beyond the destruction of the island. This is how they likely summoned every foul creature released into the seas, and may have been why the malevolent energies that Eliue separated from himself became so erratic." "You speak Master's name. None know that name. Master ensured. Crystals aligning. New placement." The construct turned, gripping the anchor and then flipping onto its own back, moving each of its legs into the anchor. The construct began to glow, energy building off the crystal on its back. "Dwemhar casting shield." A ball of energy engulfed Valrin and his companions. It solidified like a prism around them as the entire room began to glow bright white and then red. There was a flash, and the entire room shattered around them. A moment later, the prism shattered as well, falling apart like broken ice. Evern stepped out, moving his staff around with his spells ready. The red hue had fled. Where the construct had been with the anchor was gone, and in its place was a black presence in the air. "It destroyed it," Evern said. "Well, that was easier than I expected," Eliue said. The black presence spun around each of them, and then shot up through the top of the chamber itself. "And that was?" "Perhaps what summoned the void, a presence of some kind. Eliue and his manipulation of time, is likely why such a construct existed and manipulated with just the mention of Eliue's name. Would not have other Dwemhar know his name? The construct is silver. Perhaps it is newer. We fought one in the past, Valrin told Evern and Elera, but it was gold. Then one part of him opened the void to seal the ones he wished sealed beyond simply the seal we broke to come into this place, Evern said. Okay, well, none of this matters. We move forward. Aieclo is a trap of darkness beyond mere evil. We tarry again, and I feel the enemy uses our seeking of logic to understand this place against us. Come. Evern led them around the space where the anchor had been. Valrin noticed that the passage of glowing light that the construct had made still existed. Perhaps it would be their way out of this place. They came to a gateway with 2 more statues of Vanku. This one had stone effigies of bones running across the door. There was a pedestal and a crystal switch not too unlike those aboard the Ayla Sunrise. Valrin went to the switch. As he twisted the crystal, the bones sealing the door retracted and the door opened. We've reached the actual crypts, Evern said. Valrin sighed as he looked into a dark passage with literally no light ahead of them. And to think I thought where we were was the crypts. Evern lit their way, and they noticed the ground was not made of stone, but of black dirt. I sense the dead, necromancy, he said. This will not be so simple. Part 2. Citadel of Fire and Ash. They had been flying for over a full day. Ordak was sitting directly behind Ninkus, and while normally he did not give much mind to embracing another man, as it were, he was frankly ready to be off the dragon. With each flap, he could feel the muscles of the beast tense and relax. They had flown much higher than he'd expected a dragon to fly, and glided for much of the journey. But now, coming lower to the ocean, the dragon beat its wings much more readily. We draw near the outer perimeter of our lands. The dragon pits are what most strangers know this place for. He pointed ahead of them to 4 peaks that came together. That is one of the birthplaces of Shroud and his kin. But there are others. There, too, is the king of all dragons and the personal mount of our king. He sleeps beneath the ocean, resting. How big is the king's dragon? Massive, Ninkus said with a laugh. Such a creature will make you truly question how it takes to the sky when there is no sense in the matter. But the king's dragon does not fly except in extreme circumstance. It has its own flight of dragons that serve just it. A personal guard made up of our Trank breed of fire breathers. They have poisonous spines on their tails, and typically the king's sons and daughters ride within that guard. But we will take you before the king. You will make your case, and I'm sure we'll have no issue with getting assistance to Valrin and the others. Ordak sighed. And the fact that I'm a half-orc? Just ignore it. Maybe they will too. We are changed people. We are not the barbaric type we used to be. They were flying near the actual dragon pits. Ordak looked out, but was unable to see into the opening of the pits. 3 dragons sat atop a closed gateway, staring out as they flew past. They came to several rocky islands that jutted up from the sea. Each of them had clouds circling around their upper regions. Here there were many more dragons atop the rocks, absorbing the sun of the southern seas. Ordak noticed that the water was the brightest of blues beneath them. The lands of the southern Shadowlands were ironically quite bright. Dense jungles ran from the edge of dark mountains along the edge of the coast, meeting up with the white sands which undulated with light blue waves. Poking up from the trees of the jungles, there were many strange spires and statues. From what he could tell from high above, it almost appeared that there were shadow elf settlements. As they flew through several of the islands, they passed under many wooden towers, moving to a larger island covered in stacked stone and had high walls around many portions of the land. This island, the largest of the group, had a structure that rose into the clouds, and as Ninkas pushed them that direction, many other dragons followed them in. Horns called as Ninkas flew over a large city, moving directly to a tower of red stone. That is Spire Stone, Tower of the King. But as they flew for this place, several more dragons came along their wings. Their riders wielded spears and held them at the ready. From the edge of Spire Stone, there were people with torches in hand, flashing them with some kind of stone. "We are to land immediately," Ninkas said. As he brought his dragon upon a large platform, several people approached. "I expected some form of kickback after our sudden flight away. I will handle this." They came to land upon a large flat area of stone, with tall walls of stone that formed a half-moon in a column. There were multiple torch basins around them, and even more guards moving in on the area. Ninkas dismounted as his dragon roared. Ordak remained seated as the dragon growled more, moving just behind Ninkas. "By order of the King of Spire Stone, you are to surrender your dragon and submit to his rule. Once your allegiance is complete, you will be reunited." "Tefal, are you feeling well? You do not look well." The man's skin was blanched, and he looked to be trembling, but there was no fear in his eyes or actions. He, along with many others, held spears in their hands. From behind them came many smaller dragons with flat faces covered in horns. "Whoa," Ninkas said. "We cannot have those up here. They're a risk to the entire spire if they explode." His dragon backed away, and Ordak kept his grip, watching the many around him. They were closing in. "I am fine, Ninkas, and the king has decreed new laws. A new king means new laws. You must submit." "New king? Where is the old one? We have not been gone that long." "Much has changed, Dragon Rider. Surrender your catch to the pits, and the king will see you." Ninkas looked back to Ordak, and then to the others surrounding them, advancing ever so slowly. "While I know I went against the king's orders, I do not think being met by force in this way is reasonable. I have not been aggressive or shown any aggression since I dismounted. The king cares nothing of your past, only your current allegiance. I want to see my fellow dragon riders. Tefal, you and the others," he said, shifting his gaze to the many other spear-wielding men and women. "You do not seem yourselves." Tefal said nothing. Ordak was waiting. He didn't know if he should dismount or remain where he was. A figure emerged from the darkness of the passage away from the landing area. It was a shadow elf with white paint in slashes across his face. He held a large bouquet of incense. "Dragon Rider, why do you delay? The king wishes an audience to hear of escalations and battle in the north. We question why you have attacked a sovereign nation that we are at peace with. Do not fear. We do not seek retribution, and the king only wishes to ensure your allegiance." Ordak jumped down, joining Ninkas. "He's like the ones in Raikonala. He isn't of the Shadowlands," Ordak whispered. "Oh, a half-breed for the pits," the figure stated. "Very good. We will get him situated, but the king may wish to speak to him too. There are many questions that remain as of now. Do not worry, Quarry. You will be cared for." Several of the guards approached, and Ordak drew both his axe and knife. Ninkas drew his sword. "He is my guest, not a quarry for the pits. We seek an audience with the king." The dragon behind them roared as several other dragons landed atop the spire. "Fine, Dragon Rider," the figure said. "Bring you and your orc forward, and the king will speak to both of you and decide what is to be done." Ordak stared at Ninkas as he sheathed his sword. "Not friends of yours, I assume?" he growled. "No, I do not know this man," Ninkas whispered as they walked behind the figure. "We have not been gone that long. I will need to speak to my riders immediately." They went into the structure through a tall entryway that had large iron doors with singular spikes set at their center. The hallway itself was long and wide, the halls made of a mix of white ivory and jagged black stone. There were torch basins ever so many paces, and the smell of the ocean coming through large windows above them stirred with the smell of spices in food being cooked somewhere else. "We deal in spices," Ninka said. "One of the chief exports, actually. At least it smells right here." The hallway continued past many alcoves and libraries to a stairwell, ascending into a grand cathedral of a room. This place did not look quite as big from the outside, and as they reached the top of the stairwell, Ordak looked up into grand glass ceilings with paintings of dragons upon the glass. This room, with a large black carpet stretching all the way to the foot of a white stone throne, was flanked on either side by several men and women wearing all black armor with spikes upon their helms. "The King's Guard is the same," Ninka said. "There was no uprising then. That'd be the first to go." "Was there chance of uprising? I thought this place was all happy and such," Ordak said. "It is. It was." Sitting high atop the throne was a man who looked nothing like Ninka's or any of the ones around them. While most of Spirestone were tall with wide eyes, this figure was short and pudgy, and he annoyed Ordak just by the way he looked down upon them. He held a mace in his left hand that he tapped on the arm of the throne. "An orc? Aren't those all dead?" he said abruptly. "Oh, where are my manners? Ninka's, the one who flew to the north? Do you have any explanation for your actions?" Ninka stepped forward. "I don't believe I know you." "I am king," the figure said plainly. "Yes, I have heard, but who are you?" "I am king." There was silence in the halls. Ordak tried to hide his quickening pulse. He slowed his breathing, working to calm himself as Ivern had taught him when he was younger. He really was bad at this. Many of the king's guard watched him through the slits in their helmets. At least he still had his weapons. "Now!" the unnamed king shouted. "Tell me, Ninkas, why did you attack the sovereign kingdom of Misla?" "I know no kingdom or king by that name." The king stood and slammed his mace into the stone before the throne. "Did you not attack the fleet of Misla? A grand fleet, a most important ally under my rule." "That was the fleet of Marog," Ordak said. "No kingdom of Misla." The king stood up as tall as his stumpy self could. "I do not believe we were speaking, Orc." His eyes cut back to Ninkas. "Your wife and her dragon are out of reach of me. I would like to know why." "She is dead," Ninkas said. "Struck by the fleet you speak of. A fleet attacking a town that was already suffering from a volcanic eruption." Ordak was curious of this lie and where Ninkas was going with it. "Dead? So your wife is dead, and her young dragon?" "Yes," he said, lowering his head. "It pains me greatly, and furthermore I am confused as to what has happened here." The king paced, shouldering his mace. "Did you not take all of your dragon rider companions? They did not speak of her death." "She died after they departed. We were attacked while heading home." The king nodded. "I see. For one of the grand flights of dragon riders, you could not even protect your love? Poor, poor work. Well, as you can see, I am now ruler of Spirestone and the Dragon Pits. Your fealty is required, and your attack on the kingdom of Misla will be forgiven." Ninkas knelt. "I swear to protect the oceans and mountains of our lands, king, to serve you as decree." The king approached Ninkas, motioning for him to rise. "Good. I am king of the moon, decreed by Misla to be ruler of this place under the new empire. Those under me will be blessed. Come against me, and you will be destroyed. It is simple." Ninkas stood up, and the king of the moon stared at Ordak. "Why have you brought this man-thing?" "He wishes to learn of our culture," Ninkas said. "He is a traveler from afar." "A traveler with shadow blades? Is he under the influence of the Shadowlands?" "I am not," Ordak said. "I was not speaking to you, beast." "He is not," Ninkas said. The king of the moon rolled his grip on his mace and lifted his finger. "Seize him!" The king's guard immediately surrounded Ordak. He was bound, and for a flash of a moment he thought to begin throwing his captors, but Ninkas stared at him. "Throw him in the pits. He will await trial to determine his allegiance. We do not trust any we do not know of already. King of the Moon, I challenge you to the right of Rukrunro." Ordak noticed at the mention of this, the grip on his arms lessened. "Rukrunro? An orc versus a king? Do you fear me?" Ordak growled. "No." The King of the Moon laughed. "No, not at all, for I am not of the right of these people. I am but a declared king in the name of the kingdom of Misla. You shall have your Rukrunro, though, orc." Ordak was bound with chains and forced out of the hall of the king, pushed through a side passage. He tried to look back to Ninkas, but he was forced away so quickly and with such a large escort, it made no sense for him to fight. His weapons were pulled from him and vanished before he could protest. He was pushed into a narrow hall, and for a moment their bind on him lessened. He acted, bursting forward and shoving one of the guards. He spun, kicking two of the others and pulling at the chains on his wrists. They were so well made that as a spear went for his head, he parried it and twisted the spearhead, forcing the spear away from its wielder. The king's guard kept their distance as he angled the spear in his hands. Thankfully, the chains on his arms were loose enough that this was possible in the first place. "Friend of Ninkas," one of the king's guard said, "speak. Give me reason not to thrust this spear into each of you." "First, you cannot escape. Unseen watchers watch all exits. Second, you may be the only one who can help us." "Help you?" Ordak hissed. "You serve this king now, clearly." "Most of us do not. Some do, and they will die for him. But many of us, particularly in the king's guard, do not. Now, put down the spear and work with us. We take you to one who can tell you more. You evoking the right of Rukrunro, though a bit rash, has prolonged your life. The decrees set by the new king are harsh, and he serves another." "Marog?" The king's guardsman shook his head. "I do not know that name, but we have seen him speaking to another through some form of meditation. There is no kingdom of Misla. That is something else. Just know that we are allied with you and Ninkas. Ninkas is a liar, and we all know that his wife is alive, but it does not matter. Only the true king can help us now." "So I put down my spear, go quietly, and this will all make sense? Or you run past us and are killed by those who do serve this new king?" Ordak was unsure of who these people were or if they could really be trusted, but he knew he didn't stand a chance getting off the spire stone without a dragon. He dropped the spear. The king's guard bound him again, and the one who had been speaking to him picked up the spear, giving it back to one of the several Ordak had knocked down. "You are a friend of Ninkas and Ilera. I am Uruat, captain of the Trank Riders." "Ordak," he told them, "the prisoner of the Moon King." Uruat reached into a pouch and motioned for Ordak to open his mouth. "You give me rady weed?" "Yes," Uruat said. "I do not need protection from poison." "You do," Uruat said. "It is why so many serve the Moon King willingly. A spell, a curse placed upon our home. This will prevent your mind's capture. All of us have used it, but know that the guards in the pits have not. They serve this new king. Now come, let us go, and theatrics might help to ensure the guards believe us. Act like you are angry at us when we get before the pits." "I don't need to act." Uruat and the others pushed him along, down the narrow hall, and to a stairwell that twisted downward. The air was not as fresh down this way, and they came to a long hall that went out of the spire. Ordak saw the sea far below. They were walking across an ocean bridge that led to another large spire. Dragons growled in the distance, and several of them flew off and over the water in a large flock. The dragons were green and very small. "Not even the younger dragons like the unseen watchers," Uruat said. "How long has this occupation lasted?" Just after Ninkas and the others fled, they appeared upon the red spire and were welcomed forward. I still do not know how they were able to control so many so quickly, only that I am happy we were able to resist. As they came to the end of the bridge, they paused for a moment. Uruat pulled out a horn from beneath his armor and made several loud horn calls. Ordak looked out to the ocean, seeing storms in the distance. Suddenly, the doorway opened before them. "A delivery for the pits!" a large man shouted. "For the prized capture," Uruat said. "He seeks Rukrunro." The man laughed. "Glorious it will be. I shall escort him." "Escort me where?" Ordak shouted, attempting to push into Uruat. "He is violent," Uruat told the man. "Watch him." "Watch we will. It will be glorious. Glory to the King of the Moon." "Glory to the King," Uruat said. Ordak was pulled in by not one but two men. He hadn't seen the others in the darkness. While he himself was large, these two were both his size, if not larger. Compared to the bright light outside, this place was dark, much darker than he'd expected. This was where his orc blood was of use to him. He could see. It just took a few moments moving from the light to dark, and his vision was actually better in the dark than a shadow elf's. Or, as Even would say, it was just a good blending of the two, because they always compared their eyesight when they were back in the Shadowlands. "Move, slave!" one of the two men shouted. He was forced down a long and narrow hall. This one had many men only wearing rags, if they could even be called that. They were scrubbing down pieces of leather armor and carrying rocks through the halls to other dark passages with very little light. Ordak began to slow his pace when a stinging snap struck his back. "Not here. You are a warrior, not a work-slave." Ordak saw the man had a whip. He picked up his pace, moving through yet another door and down another stairwell, moving into the depths of this tower. The next area had many more cells, but these were much larger. He looked into each of the cells, seeing many prisoners. But it was a final cell on the far left they were headed to. This cell had a view of the outside world, a large open window with great bars over the opening itself, but with a place to sat and strangely accommodating effects for a prison. Here they pushed him, opening the gate and snapping the whip. He walked in, and they sealed it behind him. "Don't kill him yet, beast," the one with the whip said. Ordak then noticed there was another in the cage with him. As the guards left them, Ordak paced to the far edge of the room. "Who are you?" he asked. The man was a man of dark color, darker than most he had seen. "I am who you are to face, then," the man said. "I invoked Rukrunro. I face the King of the Moon, not you." "The King of the Moon is but a fallacy of name. He is a fake, a man who betrayed my people, betrayed my hospitality." There were two beds in the room, and this man, though a bit shorter than him, was sitting with his back against the wall and his feet hanging off the bed. Ordak sat on the other bed, staring at him. "You are the king?" "As it is now, I am a prisoner condemned to the pits. In the eyes of my people, I was defeated in Rukrunro." "But it was a curse, a poison," Ordak said. The king stood up. He was stout for one of the race of men, but as his arms crossed in front of his chest, Ordak saw this man was no mere king of men. He was a warrior, something Ordak could respect, at least much more than that King of the Moon. "How do you know that, prisoner?" "I have spoken with Uruat. He told me. He also gave me the protective herb." "You are a stranger, half-orc. Why do you face me? Why is it not Ninkas? I suspected Ninkas to end up here, him or Elera. They are the only ones who would have the mind to do this. Even his dragon riders would not have faced me." "I had already invoked Rukrunro. I sought your assistance in the north." "What empire do you come from? You are not of the Shadowlands, at least you do not dress as such." "I serve another, a crew upon a ship of the ancient Dwemhar. We seek your help with one called Marog." The king rubbed his chin. "Tell me of this Marog. That is a name I do not know." "A being of evil who rose upon a volcanic island. It is how we ran into Eliue. She was captured, as were we. Through a turn of events, we escaped and fought the great fleet of Marog. They have vessels of tremendous power, and Eliue brought Ninkas and his dragon riders to aid us. That is why they fled so quickly. Now I understand. Eliue is not of maturity to ride solo yet. She was in her final stages. Well, I do not know what standard you seek, but she saved us, my entire fellow crew members and our captain. I had come seeking your official assistance, challenging you if needed." The king laughed. "You challenge me? Oh, you must have smoked too much herb before you made that bargain or promise. But I like you, Orc. It is most unfortunate that we both find ourselves here. I will tell you a few things. I am king here, not this king of the moon fool. There is a place where our seer resides, atop the spire tower. It is there that the poison poured forth, but neither of us can get there as it is. You would have been thrown from the spire, but because I am still alive, you were kept that way. This king weaves his lies into the minds of my people, and most all have been affected but my high guard." Ordak noticed a slave had come to the cell door. He pushed a tray of food into the room. "We will have wine, prisoner. Get us a bottle." As Ordak picked up the tray, the king looked over the selections. "Bastard leaves us with the rotted food. That is not a custom of those facing Rukrunro. You are to be given the best of foods. At least we still can have wine." Ordak set the tray on a small table between the beds. The food consisted of some kind of fish and cut citrus fruits with several pieces of moldy bread. "This king just pisses me off. He tells my people he defeated me and then plans to exhibit me off in the arena. Well, as it is, I am King Nevron, second descendant of the Greyons people, a once prosperous race in the southern lands, now a fracture of a people. We are but the few who remain after the great flooding, who were kissed by the dragons of old. Our skin is black. Our power is beyond imaginable, for we are the original dragon riders before any others yet faced the beasts of the volcanic lands. I am Ordak, Orc and Shadow Elf, crew of the Ayla Sunrise, under the Stormborn captain Valrin." As the prisoner returned with the wine, King Nevron went to the door and took the bottle from him. "I still don't like you," the king said. "Tell your king he is a piss-poor holder of a right of Rukrunro. Make sure you told him I said so." "Oh, okay. I will, master." King Nevron laughed as the man slowly squirmed away. "Fish in a trap don't even know their ruler or master." As King Nevron popped open the bottle of wine, he laughed. "I tell you, that one stole from my treasury. He said I could feed him to the dragons. That is what I planned for him, and still plan for him. But now his insanity has taken hold, as do most who reside down here for nearly a year, scraping the darkness." The king offered Ordak a glass of wine. He himself then took a few swigs from the bottle. "Considering the food, I doubt we will get the women I so often offer those within Rukrunro." "Does this happen a lot?" Ordak asked. "It does. I always win. But I still give the last rites plenty of food, drink, women or men, and then I slay them within the arena. I am an old and angry king, Ordak of the North. I command the greatest of dragons, and I have ruled for many years. When I took power, I was but a boy of 20 years old, and for 50 years I have ruled. I have forged a new path with our allies by defeating 3 Shadow Elf Shroud Masters at the same time." "You are quite the warrior, then," Ordak said. "Shroud Masters are the guardians of the sacred places of the Shadowlands." "No place is as sacred as the holy realms of our dragons. That is but the most sacred places of the lands. As long as I rule, my people will rise." The king took another swig from the bottle as Ordak drank some of the wine. So now what? Ordak asked. You plan to kill me or what? We will escape this rotten cell, dear Ordak. Upon the arena, I have already hatched a plan, but the key will be convincing my people, for they and the dragons they ride have all been betrayed. I hope you are ready for a fight, for we must wait for the opportune moment in Rukrun Ro. At that moment, when it seems you have won, and I am near death, we will strike. All must be ready. Night fell, and with it came more rats than Ordak had expected. As he and King Nevron spoke of much in regard to where Ordak came from, the king had an interest in Valrin. I tell you, invoking Rukrun Ro under normal circumstances would have meant your death, but you tell me much of this Dwemhar boy. It is interesting to me. I had heard of Aieclo and felt the world tremble, but you tell me it was a city? Most interesting. Yes, Ordak said, now on his fifth rather large glass of wine. But most of my time was spent guarding a race called the Delkians. I became like their god. I would not wish the job of the gods, the king said. A god must always act one way or the other, but as a king. He smiled. As king, you do what you want, go where you want, as long as you keep the basic well-being of your people at heart. What kind of king would have the coward's heart? Why would you make war by day, yet get to make your bed at night? No, as king, I am first into battle, with the mighty dragons of the Trink breed at my wings. That is what I found most interesting of you. Why aren't you the captain? You came here to challenge me so that I would help your crew members, while your captain did not. There is a bit more to that, to be fair, Ordak said. Valrin is not exactly making his own bed at night while I am here. The king sat back against the wall and took a long and slow sip of his wine. Ordak, you shall be a great leader in time. Something beyond a mere orc man. I do see it. The king suddenly passed out, dropping his bottle. The remaining red wind poured out on the floor. Ordak was feeling the wine, but not that much. It was a good thing, too. There came a sudden tapping from the window just a few breaths later. Ordak stood up, looking out toward the cell door, and then hurrying over to the window. He peered out, first just catching the sight of the moon in the distance and seeing the shadows of dragons flying against the moonbeams. But then he saw a face. It was Ninka's hanging upside down. "Damn, he can talk when he is drinking! I've been here for at least an hour!" Ninka said. "How are you holding up?" Ordak gripped the bars. "I've been plied with wine and fed moldy bread, but I am well. How goes the new king?" "Damn bastard!" Ninka sighed. "Everyone is under the effect of this poison. I attempted to make it to the Seer's Tower, but I could not. There is a strange man up there, someone like this new king, but wearing a mask. Marog's ilk. I knew he was behind this. Listen, you must convince the king not to act tomorrow, not in the way he plans. The king's guard failed to obtain enough allies for the plan to work, and I'm still trying to find some of my dragon riders." "Trying?" "Yes, no one has seen several of them. They are not in the roosts, and they never reported back to the spire. Furthermore, I have found proof of this kingdom of Misla. It is a place, an island of the glacial seas. But that is all I know. It is only mentioned once in the annuals as a birthplace of our sun." "Birthplace of the burning sun? How much wine have you had?" "No, that is what the books say of it. It was a seat of power in the old world, before the floods. It is where the sun rises from in the far northern seas. But it could be fallacy, just as this king's rule. You will have to fight him tomorrow. He will kill you." Ordak laughed. "It is part of his plan. When it looks that I am to take my final blow, we are to act." Ninkas nodded. "Warriors of the High Guard are preparing a resistance. Tonight, they fed some of the herbs to others of their own order, and managed to convert a few, but the end result was horrid nightmares. Not the best for fighting men and women. But I digress. I will delay the fight as long as I can tomorrow. Once you're in the pits, you will have several fights before the king. Survive. That is all I can tell you. For every delay, we can rally more to fight." "Will I be given weapons?" Ordak asked. "You'll be given your own weapons. That is how it works." Ordak growled, gripping the bars. "This delay is costly. We must get to Aieclo as soon as we have thwarted this threat to your people. If we cannot get back there in time, this has all been for naught." "I know," Ninkus said. "Okay, I must return to my patrol. They're already worried of allowing me to fly out, considering those still under the effect of the poison doubt my allegiance by default." Ordak tried to look down, but could not. "You're on your dragon?" he asked. "Her head. She is clinging to the rock. She's not too happy." Ordak felt a rumble in the stone. "Indeed not," he said. "Survive, Ordak. We'll get through this. If the king has killed you yet, he must have some respect for you. You have that going for you." Ninkus vanished from view, his dragon Shroud flapping her wings and taking them back over the water with haste. Ordak returned to his bed, the effect of the wind a bit more pronounced as he closed his eyes. "Damn dragon riders," he said. Part 3. Crypt. It was cold here, colder than the passages before, colder than even the glacial seas, or so it felt to Valrin. The air was thick with a rolling fog that only parted because of Ivern's staff and its arcane light. Ilera and Valrin had both huddled closer to Bry at the moment she began to cast a small spell of flames around her. "Are you two seriously keeping warm around my magic?" "It works," Valrin said. "If I had my dragon—" Valrin looked at Ilera. "But isn't your dragon an ice dragon now?" "Well, yes, but I could at least lay on its back. They radiate significant heat no matter if they are ice drakes or fire drakes." "No dragon would fit in this place. I've even seen your juveniles," Evern said, coming upon a door with a series of slide locks. "They wouldn't fit in here, and they definitely wouldn't get into this doorway." The shadow elf pushed several of the locks open and then shoved his way through the stuck door. "And I'd very much like to have a dragon now," he said. Valrin looked past Ivern, who had paused in his movement forward. The door swung open, but was immediately stuck on thick webs of woven white. Their path was obscured. "Web," Ilera said. "Which means spiders?" Valrin asked. Ivern turned and raised his brow at the captain. "It does, but it could be just residue, something left over." "I don't like spiders." "Really?" Bry said. Valrin backed away from the doorway. His body felt stiff. He was feeling hot. "Well, now I know what the stalwart captain of the Aieclo Sunrise fears. It is not sea monsters, dwarven pirates, or rogue Dwemer, not even masked entities." Valrin was sweaty, and it was difficult to stand. Evern grabbed him by the shoulder and tipped a potion into his mouth. "Can't have you falling out, boy," he said. Valrin tasted the potion as it rolled over his tongue in a thick oil. It was sweet. He swallowed it and felt the warmness on his skin fade away. He could breathe better, and his vision returned to normal. "Spiders. Simple spiders," Ivern said. He began to cast fire into the path ahead, burning away the thick webs with a sizzling sound, liquid web dropping onto the passage floor. Valrin looked at Bry, who was red in the face and attempting to hold back laughter. "What? Oh, just that you're deathly afraid of a spider, yet not a day ago, you were charging underneath a massive bone monster." Avern began to walk forward. "Come on," he told them. Valrin followed just behind Evern, even though Bry and now Ilera were laughing at him. "Maybe we should start assigned cleaning duties on the Aieclo Sunrise. I think Bry should scrub the deck." "Ha! You'd like that, wouldn't you? I think the last person to actually scrub anything was back on Edanos' ship when we all first met." Evern turned to them, casting his fire above his head. Why am I doing this, Rusis? Move, Shadow Elf, Bry said. Just make sure you melt it in layers. Bry stepped past him and sent an arching bolt of lightning shredding through the webs and deep down the passage. The webs fell apart, revealing their path. Well, that worked out, Valrin said, but the sudden shock along the web had caused something in the distance to begin making a scratching sound. Valrin and Alara both drew their swords. I bet it's a spider, Alara said. I'll bet gold. Anyone in? Valrin laughed. Yes, we already know that. A strange whistling shout with a hiss came next. Ivern lowered his staff, summoning an encompassing aura of gold light around their immediate area. Forward, he told them. Bry kept her hands up, sparks leaping from her fingertips. They followed just behind Evern. The strange whistling shout came again. This isn't a spider, Evern said. They began running over the broken webs, portions of the substance gripping the bottom of Valrin's boots as his shadow blade cut through some of the strands that Bry's spell had not broken. The corridor ahead had dirt built up around the door to the point they couldn't actually open the doorway. At the end of the corridor, Evern tried the door, but kept a watch to their right. The path was open this way and led to a break in the side of the structure itself. Valrin noticed a waterfall and a cave that way, not to mention more web. Suddenly from behind them dropped spiders. The creatures were brown with green eyes. Their jaws snapped, but they didn't advance. Alara kept her sword up as Ivern pulled them down the path to the right. Spiders! I knew it! Alara said. No, they are but occupiers of something else's home! The strange scream came again, and this time it was much closer. Ivern cast his golden light again. It was a spell Valrin had not seen before. As they exited the structure of Aieclo itself and walked into the cave, they found a path leading downward that seemed to twist back around to the left. To their right was dark nothingness. Valrin hugged the wall, watching his footing as he then heard something flutter, almost like a large fly, to their right. He didn't jump, but he wanted to. Whatever potion Evern had given him to calm down was still affecting him, but instead of reacting, he just felt sluggish. Not the best type of feeling for when he figured they'd be fighting something soon. Ivern motioned for them to stop and get down. The path had curved around and then over the expanse to a large flat area with broken-down walls that led back into the structure of Aieclo itself. There was a weird clicking sound, and Valrin noticed movement in the rocks above them. Skeletons, cursed bones, Ivern whispered, but they are not the main foe I fear as of right now. What is? Valrin asked. Something kept here, not something that weaves web of natural sort or has been cursed to walk the caverns, something else entirely. The clicking sound continued, and Ivern jumped from the side of the wall to the edge of the path, holding up his staff. He sent a blast of earth magic forward, striking the skeleton high above them. Pieces of bones rained down. The clicking, damn the clicking. Ivern turned his attention back forward. It wasn't like any of them should try to be quiet. Between the burning of the web and the bolt of Rusis magic, whatever was here knew of them and was watching. Valrin looked above them to the high cave ceiling that was beyond their sight. We keep moving forward. Stay away from the edge, Evern told them. They moved with haste, hurrying across the expanse and into the broken-down walls ahead. Turning to their right again, they ascended a set of stairs past two glowing crystals that were blue in the darkness. They came to more webs in this next chamber. Valrin was back to back with Bry. Alara stood and traced her gaze into the corners behind them. Yvorn pointed to the left. A doorway. This one is not blocked, but we are watched. The golden aura expanded out from them. The floor sizzled beneath them as the golden aura began to concentrate in a circle around them. Suddenly, a form jumped upon them, but was caught in the border Evern had cast. The creature looked as a man but had a disfigured face. From its back were long black legs that curled down like spider, if the spider could stand on two appendages that, while were set up as one would expect for legs, did not have feet but clawed appendages. It continued trying to grab at them, even as the magic seared against its flesh. Evern placed his staff on the creature's head and ignited a flash of fire. It screamed, burning up with a horrid stench that curled Valrin's nose almost to the point of nausea. The creature fell to the ground quivering, and the fire engulfed its body. "Cursed creature, one of the prisoners of Eliue. We have freed its soul without becoming its next meal. I do not know what kind of crossed magic and alchemical type experiments our dear Clockmaster was doing, but it will be a blessing for this island to be engulfed by fire and the sea." The creature was dead, and the feeling of relief from Evern's eyes relieved them all. "Now, through the door. Let us push forward," he said. The next doorway was heavier, made of two large stones. It took all of their force to push their way through into an open hall that was much cleaner than the webbed halls and room they had just passed through. Here, though, they could hear more of the clicking they had heard from the skeletons before. "The worrisome part is we cannot see them," Bry said. There were openings in the upper levels of the hall, where it looked like there might be other walkways or hiding places in the shadows. Down the hall were statues bearing swords and spears alike. Upon the heads of these statues were crowns of stars, yet their faces were skulls. As they reached the approximate halfway place of the hall, Valrin spotted a spark between two stones to their right. The stones moved on top of one another in a repeated pattern, and as they did, a distant hum echoed through the hall. Soon, the stones above them began to glow. There were several snaps, and Valrin looked behind them. Their path was now blocked. "Evern," he said, pointing. Evorn turned and then looked back forward. Valrin noticed that several stones shifted to their sides, revealing a way up into the darkness. "Of course there wouldn't be a straight path forward," Evern growled. He began up the stairs, using his staff to light his way forward. "Are you sure we should not move forward?" Alara asked. "This is forward. These tunnels are nothing but a maze within itself. This place is meant to keep drawing you deeper in. The fact we had a new path revealed to us tells me this. Eliue didn't make this place for any but himself alone. It was his grand gallery of art, if you will. Whatever sick, twisted part of him that he once contained within that shell of a body had but one purpose, to enjoy the peasantries of madness." They followed Evern, knowing that he was likely right on matters of this nature. As they reached the upper level and the darkness within, the path behind them vanished, and they could no longer reach the halls they were in before. "I do hope you're right," Valrin said. They had come to a narrow and dark room. Even Evern and Bry's spells didn't seem to do much for the darkness around them. At the far edges of the room were floating blue crystals, sparkling as they spun at a constant pace. As they walked across the room, a place at the center of the floor glowed bright white in a circular pattern. "Halt," Evern said. Valrin already had one foot off the strange markings on the floor. "Valrin, step back into the circle." Blackness swirled around them. "He has activated the room, but this room had a fail-safe, a sensor for such that was not Dwemhar in origin entering with Eliue. Stand in the circle, Valrin. Concentrate your mind. Try to tell that which is here that we mean no harm." Valrin immediately stepped back, closing his eyes. It was like he was standing in a thick fog with his eyes closed. In his mind was such a stark image of the room around them, like what little Dwemhar power he had was suddenly amplified. He could feel a presence swirling around them, and he could see something, but not as clear as the image of the room itself. "We mean no harm, spirits." He wasn't sure if that was enough, but it was better than just staring. A form appeared in his mind. Long waiting, long tired, long sleep, long desired, He saw the image of a woman, and at first he thought it was the scourge siren, but the thought faded from his mind as quickly as it came. There was a deep sadness here, long waiting, long lost, heart failing, heart stopped. Valrin suddenly saw the room with light pouring in from a crystal above, and not at all a dark cavern as he currently found the room, but with a great open view of the ocean. There was a young woman here. He then saw Eliue emerging through a distant door. The woman turned, running to him. She jumped into his arms, and as he held her, his eyes turned cross, and tears fell down his face. He then saw fog roll into the room, and he felt the place forced beneath the surface of rock and fire. Many forms pushed into the room toward Eliue in the center. The floor became alight with white life, and those who had been forced in screamed in agony. He saw their faces in the walls of the place. Dark spirits above them tormented them with spikes of energy, shoving it into their knees, arms, and wrists. There was a figure doing this who was not Eliue, but was being watched by the Dwemhar. "Rusis, wretches, you tormented us. We torment you. Long lost is my love, and so shall you rest here forever as a figure of my vengeance. I shall keep you in this place to revel in your torment." Suddenly, Valrin saw the spirit from before still circling around them as a source of protection. She was weeping, and her tears formed the circle they stood in. But it was in the shadows that still something loomed. He focused, not able to see, but then suddenly finding himself looking at Evern. Eliue had one he loved. She died. He tied those within who I guess were responsible. He tortured them, leaving them here to never die. Evern looked into the darkness around them. Using his staff, he focused his spell forward to force light into one place. It was here they saw the still-living Rusis prisoners. They were nothing but forms of bone and decayed flesh. Their extremities were broken and full of holes. As Evern's spell floated light over them, they shivered, clicking their bones and tossing even in the near-death state they were in. "Horrid," Eliue said. "How could he do this?" "Madness," Evern said plainly. "Though I would never condone such options, despair is quickly pushed off to be evil or cursed by those who have never felt such emotion. It takes strength to resist the temptation to enact true vengeance, though none can truly understand the mind of one who has descended a path of solitude and darkness. How lost is the mind that fathoms such actions as acceptable?" "It isn't for us to figure out," Valrin said. "What of the prisoners?" Eliue said. "Should we kill them?" Bry ignited her spells. "I think so. It is the right thing for us to do if we can." "No," Evern shouted in a hushed voice. "No. If anything, that would serve to only anger what energies are still here." But even as Bry stood there with her spells receding into her hands, a presence came upon them, and from the door on the far end of the room came a sudden gust of wind. "Long has it been since one came upon here needing my assistance. I had come to think Eliue had forgotten me. Shrouds of time, twists of life, healing is needed here." From the doorway ahead emerged a small creature. It was furry, or at least its head was. It appeared almost like it was a bear, but from its neck down was without fur. In the pale light, they could see this creature made no sense in its appearance at all. It was actually wearing a dark robe, but its right arm looked like the claw of some crab or lobster. Its left arm looked more like an insect. Its feet were hooved, but the legs looked human. "Search me, study me," it said, walking with a slight limp. "Do you judge what you see, those who are not Eliue?" Evern had his staff out, but the man or creature was keeping its distance. "We pass beyond this place. We seek not to study or stare. Do not understand. Those who come this way who are not Eliue are to be worked on, to be sustained. That is my purpose. That is what I do. That is my meaning in life. I sensed one of the enemy. I sensed one who should be sustained. Creature of Eliue, back into the abyss from where you came. There is not any who need your sustaining here. Aieclo is but ruin of fire and shadow. Go back." The creature stepped forward, clicking its hooves. Ivern summoned his magic in a swirling of earth magic, drawing up stones and broken pieces of the room around them. The creature leaped to the ceiling and vanished. Ivern did not cease his spell. He moved forward. "Stay with me, all of you. Protect Bry. She is the one it seeks." Valrin grabbed Bry by the hand and kept his sword above them as he saw that shadows shifted above their heads. Eliue watched behind them as they moved across the room. The moans of the undead Rusies became louder. The door ahead was open to them, and as Ivern sprinted ahead, he turned. "The floor beneath us shows our enemy. Stay within my light." He switched spells, drawing forth a bright white light, much to the disdain of the prisoners on the wall. They moaned and bellowed. "I purify this room and all energies within it. You may not approach us." But at Bry's feet, the shadows gathered. Valrin stabbed the ground as the shadow grew, but his sword struck stone. Bry summoned her magic, sending fire in a circle around her, pushing back Valrin and Eliue. Ivern cast his light at the floor. But it was not from the floor their enemy came. This was not a portal opening beneath her. Bry had stopped moving, stopped trying to flee. Her enemy closed in, not from below as it seemed, but above. Suddenly, she was gripped from above and lifted into the shadows. She vanished. "Bry!" Valrin shouted. Eivor cast his spells into the ceiling, and in a flash of white, the shadows of the room vanished, but for a moment. In the center of the room, having been veiled in shadows before, was a crystal on a lone pillar. Valrin ran to it and placed his hand on it to see what it would do. "Are you sure you should do that?" Eliue shouted. He touched the crystal, and the room quaked. Dormant energies long broken off from Aieclo and isolated to the crypts seemed to shimmer and flash to life, but not as glowing stones or spinning crystals as he'd suspected. No, Eliue had wished for this place to not look at all like a Dwemer structure. Green torches flickered to life along the walls, and those Rusies still chained here moaned. From the ceiling above them descended a platform. The shadows had returned, hovering in the air. This platform was simple stone with glowing blue writings. There was no question of their next path or debate of what to do. Valrin jumped to the platform, and the other two followed him. "We're getting her back. We're not losing more to this island." They ascended, pushing through the shadows and appearing in a great expanse of columns that went on in every direction around them. "This looks nothing like the crypts. Where are we?" Eliue asked. "We are still there. This is something else, though." The ceiling above them shifted with fire, and around them moved glaciers between the columns. The floor looked like the deck of a ship. There was only a single path and a door some distance away. He could sense Bry. He could almost smell her embrace around him. He pushed forward, moving for the door. He could see the waters were tossing up around them, and the glaciers bled red. "Whoa," Eliue said. "The lava here almost has no heat." "What lava?" Valrin asked. "There is no lava," Ivern said. "I see only the tops of mountains, the clamor of battle below us. I think we see some view of the past." But that wasn't what Valrin saw at all. "I see glaciers. I see the deck of a ship." Ivern quickened his pace, moving his staff between his hands as he pointed forward. "There, to the door. This is but a place of tricks. We must move with haste now more than ever." It hadn't taken that long, but they had pushed through the strange hall and reached a white stone door. There was but another crystal here, and Valrin touched it, opening the way forward. They went into the next room. It was a library of some kind. At least, that was what it looked like at first. There were many vats of liquid that rose to the ceiling, and bones were literally strewn about across the floor. "Followed us through the hallowed halls?" A voice said. It was the creature. The entity was high above them, floating in a sea of darkness, the same darkness in the other room. Only Eliue was to come here. Strange you follow yet are not of the Dwemhar. You, it pointed at Valrin, must examine, must remove parts. Evern sent a blast of magic at the creature, and it vanished into the shadows, receding upward. A lone staircase led up to where the creature was. Valrin charged forward, keeping his sword above his head in case the creature did indeed come to remove parts. As he went up the steps, he looked closer at the vats that rose from the floor to the upper level and saw bodies floating in the chemicals. He paused for a moment, noticing the blank expressions on these forms. But then, their eyes moved. They were still alive. "Curse the gods!" Alara said, struggling to control her breathing. "Calm yourself, Dragon Rider," Evern said. Alara hurried up the stairs, nearly running over Valrin as they both got to the top and came to but another room. This one was circular. There were many doors that came to this place, but on the far edge of the room on the left side, the rocks of Aieclo had broken through what was once a sealed room. Suddenly, the shadows shifted down to the center of the room, and the creature appeared. "You come through the hallowed halls? I ask you each, what did you see? Some hint of your own paths unto Vanku? Some hint of your own deaths?" "We saw nothing of importance to you, abomination," Valrin shouted. "And we did not see anything involving you, if that is what you're asking and claiming of these hallowed halls." "I am but a tool of the Master. I work on what needs to be worked on. You have seen that which is a piece of a death you may one day have. You are strong to not fall into madness. I did not suspect you'd make it here, but I am happy you have. Easier to collect and to take parts from. My work continues, though I have not sensed my old master in some time. He no longer visits as he once did. Many of the prisoners he had escaped and were killed or became something else. Many of the great creatures we had in the lower city have been released. I can no longer breathe as I once did, but I found parts for that too. But without master, I still work, still collect, still torture Rusis. That was my original creation and purpose. I will torture this one. Yes, you may watch." Eliue watched. Valrin sprinted forward, raising his sword above his head and hacking into the creature's arm. It was the arm that looked like a lobster claw. His sword pierced through the thick shell and struck bone that threw his blade back and nearly out of his hand. He recoiled just as Evern cast a spell of his own, striking the creature's leg, tearing the flesh from it. The creature stood still, not moving from either of the strikes. Alara thrust her sword into the creature. There was a crack from her strike. Her sword stuck, vibrating out of her hand before throwing her back and across the room. The creature looked at its body, the torn leg, the slashed arm, and the pierced chest. It seemed suddenly saddened and began to shake slowly at first, and then faster, moving its arms and legs in such a way as if trying to throw off an attacker. But instead, the many parts and pieces that made up its form were thrown off like one would shake mud off a boot. What remained was a silver figure with glowing yellow eyes. I had worked to be like the others. I had tried to be acceptable, to seek the approval of Eliue. I was created to be like his love, but I could not be used as he wished. I could not absorb her soul. "Where is Bry?" Valrin shouted. "Bry! This is the one you care for, the one you passed through the hallowed halls for? The Rusis, yes? She did not kill your love, too? See, that is why my form was created. I was to absorb the soul of his love. I could not, for in my studies I saw there is but two forms that make a living being. The physical form meant to break, and the spiritual form meant to live on and ascend. The trouble is that the two bind to one another perfectly. What is good in spirit is good for the physical form, and what is bad is negative to the physical form. This truth flows both ways, and in time I was able to separate the two from my master. I was able to go further, though, pulling evil from good. Though that balance should never be separated. I tried to be acceptable to my master, pulling on the forms of those I was to sustain. Those creatures. But I was not to be loved. Ivern slammed his staff into the ground, creating multiple wards above and around the creature. We care nothing for your purpose. If you have any form of sentience or love, you will know she means much to us. Return her. I cannot. She has been through the hallowed halls. She saw me. She saw fire and water. She has accepted this, and I have begun my work. Valrin sprinted forward again, this time swinging for the creature's head, striking its neck just as its arms formed into spikes, striking him in the arm. Eliue was upon him nearly a second later, striking at his leg and shattering it. Valrin sidestepped, trying to free himself from the creature's grasp, but it continued to drive its spikes into his arm. His blood ran red on the floor. Ocean, ice, Stormborn, I sense your blood. You are the one spoken of by the evil. You are the one prophesied by the ones who honored Eliue. I have sensed much. I have seen much. Ocean, ice, the darkness will take you. You will never be free of your purpose, and all shall end for you when at such time has been seen to certain purpose. Ocean, ice. Evurn shoved his staff in between the creature and Valrin, sending a blast of energy into the creature. Evurn threw it against the far wall. Valrin grabbed his arm, but the spots where the creature had stabbed had already healed. Eliue was already moving toward the crumbled form of the creature, and Evurn and Valrin closed in as well. The creature went to stand, when Evurn cast several blasts of earth magic, drawing in the stone of the room and surrounding it. Shadow Elf, you did not care for what the hallowed halls revealed? Evurn shoved his staff into the creature's form as Eliue buried her sword into its chest. No! He shouted. He sent a blast of magic into its head, piercing it with many stones. At last, the creature ceased moving. The shadows of the room receded slowly around them, and Bry, kept high above them and out of sight, was lowered to the floor. Valrin ran to her. He took her into his arms. Bry! He shouted. She didn't open her eyes at first, but then, slowly, she blinked and stared at him. Tears fell from her eyes. I thought that was it, she said. I saw death. I saw death. We all did, or some version of it, Evurn said. I saw death, Valrin. It was peaceful. Valrin pulled her close to him, even as she wept, and he felt a stabbing pain in his chest. It wasn't real. It wasn't real at all. I don't think I will leave this island, she whispered to him. Her eyes were wide, wider than he had ever seen them. He sat there, cross-legged on the floor, holding her. It was all in our minds. The creature was trying to infect us somehow, trying to destroy what sense of hope we had, especially you, as a Rusus. Bry's breathing was slowing from what it was before. As Ivern knelt and put his hand on her head, Eliue pulled a crystal from the body of the creature. A creation of Eliue, like the masked man back at Rikernala, she said. A cursed creation, Evern said. Madness had truly taken Eliue for him to try to create something to absorb a soul. Or remorse, sadness, Eliue said. I cannot imagine the pain of losing my husband. I will not imagine it. She looked away from them. Ivern stood up, circling around and looking at all their paths. He pointed to one of the doorways. This is a central room. I remember seeing this design in the central tower of Aieclo when we were here in the past. Going up would take us to the Grand Tower if it still existed. We must take this door to descend back to where I hope we find what we seek. With all the cursed and broken souls of this place that we've came upon so far, I imagine this necromancer will not be such a simple foe. Hopefully it is dead, Elara said. So you wish for a lich? Foolish dragon rider. Well, no, she said. But do you not have to cast your own magic on yourself to become a lich? Valrin was still embracing Bry. Her hand stroked his chin, and she stared into his eyes. I thought I had failed us, she said. You knew we would come for you, Valrin said, smiling. No, us. I had failed us. I heard the voice again. I heard what I did when I was trying to rescue Evern. If I were Avium, that creature would not have taken me. I am slowing you and the others. I am not like you. I am not part Dwemer. I am but a Rusis. I have little power to truly help you. Stop, Valrin said. Please, these words are not your own. I am yours and you are mine, and I don't care if you are elf, dwarf, Rusis, or Dwemer. You could be of the race of men and it wouldn't change what I feel. She pushed herself to stand, struggling to do so but using Valrin to steady herself. She hugged him, and he pulled her close. This place will be a bad memory. We will save our crew member and get back on the glacial seas where we belong. I know, she whispered. It was just too real. The ocean, the fire. I felt it all around me. He wrapped his arms around her, and he felt her pressed against his stomach with her hand. Let's move forward. We need to. Part 4. Rite of Rukrunro. Morning came, and Ordak's eyes sprung open. The king was already awake and drinking a cup of some form of hot beverage as he stared at him. You are not used to wine? The king asked. Ordak sat up, rubbing his head as he swung his feet off the bed. Not in a while. Plus, with Ninkas, we had some rum. Quite a bit of rum before our flight here. I don't think I've fully recovered from that, to be completely honest. Indeed, the king said. Taking a spare cup from the table, he poured Ordak a mug of the hot beverage. Coffee with cinnamon, he said, handing the cup to him. I don't much care for coffee, Ordak said, taking a sip. But this is good. Cinnamon, from a small island to the south of here. A warm place, white beaches, and the bluest water you have ever seen. Also, large reptilian fish beasts that will leap onto an unsuspecting man and devour him from the head down. Also, quite a fun place to drop prisoners. Both the king and Ordak laughed almost at the same time. I do like you, Ordak. You are a good cell guest. I have had many, who just cried. Somehow they think invoking the rite of Rukrunro means that they just get to threaten me and not pay the price. They have a change of heart, or worse, they begin to fear what is coming. But in truth, what has happened here over the last day or so is worse than that. King Nevron looked around them, rubbing his hands on his shirt. They will come for me soon. I will be prepared for our challenge. They plan to exhibit me and reveal that I have been revived by the great power of the new king to die again for the service of the king. I will kill that king soon. Mark what I say to you. Ninkas says he needs time. They are trying to convert more from the poison, but says they have had issues. Ninkas can take the time he needs to suck whatever teat he thinks needs suckling. I am no soldier under the general. I am king. I will act. You better be ready. Ordak could tell he wasn't going to convince the king of anything, and it didn't matter if he said anything else or not. It was time. Several men, along with Tifel, the man who had greeted Ninkas and him when they'd first arrived, had come for the king. Well, how wonderful for you to come see me. You didn't bring any more wine, did you? King Nevron said. I have come to take you to the preparation room. You will not fight us here, or you will be devoured in the pits. We will tie your feet to your hands and let the prisoners do what they wish to you. That's not quite fair, he jeered. They might get bitten. He laughed exuberantly. I know the rules of Rukrunro. Do you forget I am king of this place? Oh, that's the problem though, isn't it? Your mind's a little twisted. Prisoner Orc! One of the guards shouted at Ordak. Stand at the back wall near the window! Ordak backed up, placing his hands across his chest as they opened the cell. Nevron looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Tefal, he said to the man as they bound his hands behind his back. Quite rude of you to address him as such. He is half-orc. His name is Ordak. He'd eat you if you were prepared the right way. The Shadowlands cook people like you all the time, but you're kind of bony. I'd eat you, but you're infected. I don't want to get sick myself. I might bite you now, take a chunk out of that face of yours. What do you think? You are dead to me, slave. I serve the King of the Moon under the kingdom of Misla. Nevron nodded. Oh, I forgot. We serve the King of the Moon, he mocked, under Misla, the made-up kingdom that does not exist. Misla comes, slave, but you will not live to see it. This was from another man Ordak couldn't see. Nevron looked in the direction the voice had come. Peon of the bastard! Welcome to the pits of prisoners! I wouldn't get used to them, Nevron said. I'll kill you before I put you here. Your rule has faltered. My master is supreme. Take him from here. Nevron was escorted out, and the cell door was shut. A few moments later, a figure appeared, staring in at Ordak. Hail the kingdom of Misla and the Moon King, the figure said. I am Vizier Radik Ha. Hail to the king indeed! Your name is stupid. The vizier smiled. Either the poison does not work on wretched orcs, or you are among the many who have found a way to resist its effects. You are not from here, orc. Well, I don't care for heights, so being a dragon rider isn't exactly something good for one like myself. You are a crew member of a ship of the glacial seas. Your captain is a younger man, and you have been to Aieclo. I consider Aieclo my home in some ways. I lived there for many, many years. Yes, that is true. The vizier took out a long pipe and lit it on a nearby torch. I have viewed into the mind of the great seer here. I have seen much, but nothing I did not already know. You and I can have an understanding. You will die today as it has been decided already. But you seem to feel this is all unrelated to your own actions within Aieclo. We lost good men and women when you and your friends destroyed the forge. Rings are but one way the great Marog controls his servants. You cannot possibly believe that is the only way he will control the masses. Look at this place, Radik Ha said, motioning his hands around himself. He took this place in less than a moon cycle. It will be the same across the lands, for my master is great and strong, and brings about a new rule. Sounds like a ploy, Ordak said. A ploy? A ploy. Your master is but a mask, nothing more. A dark mask. The vizier laughed. You think this is about the Dwemhar Eliue? I am from the west, not the north. I have studied under the Drian blood magic sorcerers. I did not so simply come as a servant of the mask. I was not a prisoner under Aieclo, released by Marog. I have sought out my position after much thought and wondering. I was but a merchant once, orc. I sent out many searching for artifacts of the old world. I have used many, killed many, and set more upon paths to life beyond their mere standing as they were. That which is coming is greater than any here can fathom. You seek allies in this place? That is why you left your captain? My captain is dead. The vizier paused. Ordak knew his words were a shock to him. You lie, orc. Do I? You seem to know everything. What are you wanting? Me to tell you something great? To beg for mercy? I want you to die, Radik Ha said. The vizier walked away abruptly. Ordak gripped the bars of the cell and watched him leave. Rubbing his head, he went to sit down as now others came to the cell. He did not know any of these strangers either. We take you to the pits, one of them said. It is time. As Ordak was bound and marched out of the cell, he thought of the vizier. This was all something of Marog, but never had he heard of Misla. It hadn't come up. The only place he knew that really had knowledge of Marog was the island they were all on before, and those on Aieclo. It was beyond masks, or so it seemed now. The vizier was from the deserts of the west, the Dreen lands, supposedly. Blood magic was used in the Shadowlands, but he knew little of it beyond what Ivern had told him. Generally, one needed the sacrifice of others to draw energy, and even among shadow elves, it wasn't expressly allowed. They pushed him through a narrow opening that he had not been through yet. It was a side door and a passage that led downward. The air was warmer here. As he emerged in a faint light, he could see the ocean on either side of him. He was in a cavern-like room. There were others here, too. "You will wait here," he was told. Those who had brought him went back the way they had come and shut the door. In this place, no one spoke to one another. Ordak could hear the sound of cheering, but if it was above him or below, he couldn't tell. The salty air of the ocean was refreshing, and he was reminded of standing on the border of the Delkian lands back on Aieclo. He considered all of this to be quite the development in his life thus far. Protecting Delkians was easy in comparison, but he wondered of Evern, Valrin, and the others. He wondered what they were going through even now, but reaffirmed that he had made the correct decision. "Slaves, into the forward rooms. Descend into the pits, claim your weapons, and move into the holding cells to secure your positioning." The voice was sudden, and much like the crowd he heard cheering, it was difficult to tell where it was coming from. Those in the area made their way into the central hole, leaping down into the passage below. Ordak looked down the hole, seeing it was just a short hop. He jumped in. Those who had already gone down scampered for weapons, sitting on long tables on the far edge of the room. He saw his own clothing and weapons. He also saw 5 doors up 5 tiny stairwells on the far side of the room. Along the walls were black marks and the distinct smell of burnt meat. He ran for his own stuff, claiming his axe and dagger before hearing a cry behind him. 2 men went at one another. One man cleaved a large sword into the skull of another before lunging toward one of the doors and switching a mechanism, sealing himself in. On the far end of the room, a dark-skinned woman smashed the back of a man, attempting to put on his helm, but was struck with an arrow as she ran for one of the doors. There were at least 20 people, or there had been. Multiple people were bleeding on the ground. Considering there were only 5 doors, this room was meant to knock out the weaker or less fortunate. Ordak noticed there were 3 doors remaining. An arrow bounded near him. He glanced to his left as he moved along the wall. The archer was in the corner of the room, releasing arrows indiscriminately, hitting everyone he could. A man ran into one of the rooms right in front of Ordak. This man didn't even have a weapon, but was able to seal himself in without any issue. 2 more doors. Ordak jumped for one just as a beast of a man with pale white skin went for the same door. Ordak grabbed the man from behind, thrusting his dagger into his ribcage. There was the twang of bowstring, and Ordak pulled the man back to use as a shield just as an arrow struck the man in the side. The archer rushed forward, striking down 2 more before sprinting for the other door. Ordak threw the man he had used as a shield away from him and went into his own cell. Several men and women were still fighting one another. He had secured a spot for himself and shut the door. He stepped forward, looking out a small window at a rocky floor and a grand amphitheater where men, women, and dragons alike sat upon elevated seats. The dragons sat on roosts high above the arena floor. "No, no!" he heard a man shout in the weapon room. Several others screamed before Ordak was forced away from the door by blasts of flame. The weapon room was cleansed. That explained the black marks across the walls and the smell of burnt meat. He tightened his gauntlets and peered out to the arena floor. "Welcome, good people of the Dragon Pits under the new King of the Moon. These games will be frequent, but you have a special treat today. The King of the Moon has used his unlimited power to bring back one who was dead, a special exhibit to be shown later." There was cheering before a horn call. "First, we have picked one of our 5 at random to face down a dragon. Release the gate. Show us our first combatant." A dragon. Damn. He could hear the clicking sound of chains and gears, but much to his relief, his gate did not open. Ordok looked through the bars. He saw the archer walking out from the cell. "It looks like we have a member of the fallen king's high guard. He won't be much of a fight with that flimsy bow, and at this stage we're not allowing dragons. Such a sad soul." Ordok noticed the man had pointed ears, a quality he did not quite spot before. It was an elf. "My brethren, do you not see the folly here?" he shouted out. "This man deposed our king. He has ensnared you all. Wake, people of the dragon pits. Our king fell for us in combat. Do you not care?" The crowd cheered, a senseless mob, cursed by the effects of the poison in their minds. "Perhaps the elf has resistance to the poison's effect?" The announcer shouted again. "Sad, it is quite sad. You do not see the truth, and it does bring pain to the King of the Moon's heart. I do pray that you—" His words were cut short as in a flash of movement, the elf drew an arrow and released it. The crowd booed as Ordok spotted a man fall dead onto the arena floor. "Bring this dragon!" the elf shouted. "I avenge our king, for truly you have even jaded our holy beasts." He drew back his arrow. "I release them from their cursed minds." The dragon wasted no time. Fire engulfed the arena floor in a red explosion, and the archer sprinted out of sight. Growls, explosions of fire, and the sound of an unseen beast smashing the ground and wall was all Ordok could actually tell was going on. The crowd suddenly cheered, and then the cheering stopped. "An unexpected ending!" a new announcer shouted. "The dragon has fallen, but so has our archer fiend. Let us have a moment of silence for the loss of our grand beast as the arena is cleared. We have our next event coming up, and this one will truly be a sight to see." Ordok sat down on the ground. He looked at his axe head. He had forged this in the Shadowlands. The head was forged in the old forge on the eastern coast. The wood, taken from a grand ash tree, was etched by the priests of the town with a basic protection charm. He'd need that today. He took a deep breath, focusing his mental energy directly on himself and future events to play out soon. This was a far reach from how he once was. He was more orc than shadow elf. Ivern had taken him under his teachings. He learned to mediate, to focus, and to keep his more primal side, his orc side, subdued. But that was the part of his mind he was trying to access now. He took a deeper breath, holding in the air before exhaling it. He visualized the breath coming into his chest and then out. He could feel his pulse slowing and his blood flow pounding toward his fingertips. Like fire igniting upon a fresh torch, he envisioned his muscles twitching and his orc side coming to play this day. "You have seen many upon this field after the first day of games," the announcer said, "but it has come time for a disgusting crossbreed and one of the cursed, a duel that our good king desired himself, and it just so worked out that both made it to the arena holding room before the execution of the others by dragon fire. I say to you, prepare for something wondrous. Slaves, emerge and take your spots on the arena floor." The clanking above him startled him to stand. It was time. He held his weapons in either hand, and as the gate rose, he charged out, moving across the arena with haste. He didn't even look at his opponent. He moved to the center of the arena and looked at the circular stands around him. There were hundreds of people and nearly as many dragons flying in the air above. In the center of the arena itself was a high tower, and there, upon a throne of bone and gold, sat the King of the Moon. The announcer was just in front of him on an elevated perch. Easy to see how the archer killed the other one. There was dark red blood all over the sand behind him. Presumably this had been where the dragon was killed, at least in his mind. He looked at his opponent. They were bound in a cloak and hood. This was the one with no weapons. Oh, for the love of the gods, I bet I know what this is. "Good arena. We have for you a special face-off, a half-orc wretch and a Russis." The King of the Moon says that of the two, he hopes the orc wins. That should tell you much of his disdain for the wretched Rusis. Begin, slaves. Ordak held up his blades, knowing good and well he didn't have a ward to block the effect of the spells. The Rusis wasn't moving. Ordak paced back and forth, not wanting to attempt to close the distance, knowing the Rusis could hit him before he could make it to striking range. "Begin!" the announcer shouted. The Rusis put their hands together, summoning a ball of undulating energies, lightning dancing around them. Of course, lightning. While I'm holding two metal objects, but the Rusis wasn't casting yet. The air shot up around the Rusis, and their gaze looked up to the central tower. "Begin or suffer the wrath of the king!" The Rusis threw down their hood, turning toward the central tower. It was a man with red hair. "The king is a farce. You never killed the true king. I have come across oceans to see the king, to seek a path forward in the world, and I am treated like a dog in the streets because I see through this evil." The Rusis released his spells, striking the central tower in a blast of lightning. A ward shimmered around the King of the Moon, and Ordak saw a flash of silver. A spear struck the Rusis' center chest. The end of the spear had a blue prism that glowed as the Rusis fell to his knees, quivering. In an explosion of white light, the Rusis shriveled, falling to the ground as a shrunken form. The spear returned to the King of the Moon. It had pulled his blood from his body and left only the shell of the man. "Lucky orc, you move on by default. Return to your cell." Ordak sheathed his weapons as the crowd cheered. He glanced to the body of the Rusis and then up to the King of the Moon. He had a ward protecting him and would not be easily assailed. As he jogged the rest of the distance and entered his cell, he felt some relief that he did not have to fight the Rusis, but he now saw the weapon the King of the Moon wielded. Must be blood magic. That is why it takes the blood of its victims. The King of the Moon practices blood magic. The next fight was off to an explosive start. No announcer speaking, just sudden clanging, and the crowd going insane cheering. Quite a duel between the swordsman and the brute. Quite a fight. Ordak returned to meditating. His blood still surged, and he worked to contain his inner beast. It was then he heard tapping on the other door. "Ordak, it is Ninkas. Come to the door." Ordak stood up and looked out to the arena before putting his ear against the door. "What? Do you come to break me out?" "No, I wish I could," Ninkas said. "I have found my fellow dragon riders. They are kept in another prison. They were taken before our arrival. The king knows of Valrin and the others. They were hoping for more information. They are working to contact Misla, but I have disabled their weapons in the spire. It is strange magic. I shattered several crystals set underneath the spire. I think we can get to the Great Seer, but we will need to do it as one force." "And the king? He knows of this plan?" "The king's plan is of great risk, but I understand that he wishes you to nearly beat him." "Yes." "Then he summons his beast. It normally takes an incantation. He seeks to summon the great dragon from the depths. He will cry out near death, and that will summon his dragon. Fight well, for it cannot be a fake exchange of blows. He must be truly beaten, and the spirits know if he is merely acting. You will have to do everything you can to kill him." "And if I kill him?" "Was that a joke? You're bad at jokes. No one can defeat our king. I go. I prepare. When it comes time to act, those I've gathered will be ready. We have one shot at this. Don't die." Ninkas left. Ordak returned to his spot near the gate to see the man with the large sword decapitate the other man. That'd be who he would fight next, and unlike the Rusis, this one was not resisting the effect of the poison, and there'd be no easy way out. His gate opened. "The orc shall fight the barbarian from the north, an escaped prisoner as I understand it, deemed to die already, but he is quite the warrior. We shall see how long it takes him to slay this beast of an orc." The crowd cheered. Ordak drew both his weapons. The barbarian wielded a two-handed sword and was not wearing any armor beyond a simple tunic bottom. Ordak circled to his left, and the barbarian did the opposite, moving to intercept him. Ordak exhaled, charging forward and jumping to the side to miss the first slash directed at him. He passed the barbarian to the right, slid to a stop, and leaped for his back. The barbarian turned, grabbing him by the arm and spinning. Ordak twisted against the barbarian and bit into his flesh. Ordak's vision turned cloudy, the taste of flesh engaging his orc side. The barbarian tore him off, kicking him across the arena floor. As Ordak pushed himself up and charged, the barbarian slammed his blade into the ground, charging him. They met in an explosion of dirt as they tore at one another, falling to the ground. Ordak attempted to bite him again, and the man drew a knife, nearly driving it into Ordak's back. They rolled, and the barbarian was on top of him, working to force the knife into his throat. Ordak gripped the man's wrists, squeezing them. He might not have had the upper hand at the moment, but he had one thing beyond even this brute of a character: stamina and strength. He squeezed, feeling his fingers pressed into the man's bones. The solid, hard bone underneath the man's skin began to bend inward. The man was sweating profusely, his neck pulsating as he worked to force the dagger down. Ordak squeezed continually, feeling a sudden split in the bone. Ordak growled as the man dropped the dagger. Ordak forced the man off him, shattering the bones in his arms and causing the man to panic, unable to even use his hands. He fled to his weapon. The brute who had been so confident before struggled to do anything with his sword he had shoved into the dirt. Ordak took hold of his blades, sprinting at his foe, who shouted and covered his face. He buried the axe into the man's skull. As the man fell backward, he thrust the dagger into his ribs and threw him down onto the sands of the arena. The crowd cheered, though before they had clearly been on the side of the barbarian. Ordak withdrew his blades and stood up, staring at the announcer. "A most unfortunate turn of events, but it seems the orc has made it to the time of our special event. Isn't he so fortunate?" The last few words of the announcer were slow and menacing, almost as if he knew more about Ordak and the king. "By the power of the King of the Moon, the once king has been resurrected, but due to the king's evil, precautions were taken so that he did not curse us." Attendants ran out onto the arena with large torches, forming a massive circle around Ordak. Then more attendants came with a large platform they placed piece by piece in a hasty construction. "By the order of the King of the Moon, we have instilled a new religion to be followed by those under his rule. Though it does not come without sacrifice, know that all who come will be offered to the blood god. We need but one to begin the process." On the far end of the arena came a figure completely covered with a black cloth. With this figure came another figure wearing a mask. This one was no doubt of Marog. The masked form had a large axe nearly double in size to a normal axe. From another door to their right came a long line of slaves bound together. Masked forms came with these as well. Attendants whipped these slaves with long silver whips, forcing them forward. The slaves, cowering, did not even raise their heads to look around. Ordak saw that several masked forms placed a cauldron underneath the stage, just beneath a stone altar of sorts on the stage itself. As those who had approached from the far side of the arena came to the opposite side of the stage, Ordak assumed King Nevron was the one with his head covered. The masked form with the axe ascended the stage, and attendants pushed the first slave forward and into place. They slammed the head of this slave onto the stone. The neck of the slave was bare and open to the masked form's weapon. "What has begun must be brutal. The rest shall be done cleanly." Ordak bowed his head, seeing who it was now. Uruat, of the King's Guard, captain of the Trank breed dragon riders. This man conspired against the king. Ordak noticed Uruat's mouth was sealed, Not gagged, sealed. There were stitches keeping his mouth closed. The announcer continued. He sought to use the dragons and their power to go against the rightful king. Furthermore, his dragon has been slain. Soon will all the beasts of those who shall give their blood to the glory of the king who have found to be in alignment with the wrong master. He sought to call his dragon, and such, all against the king, have been silenced. Now, the silencing will be complete. Ordok noticed Uruat shaking, his eyes swelling with tears. His face was red as he attempted to break his sewn lips as he tried to cry out. He then noticed some of the others in the line. These were Ninkus's fellow riders. He did not see Ninkus. This must have been those Ninkus had been trying to find. The executioner brought down the head of his axe sideways, smashing his skull. The crowd cheered. Such action must be taken, the announcer said. Blood and pieces of Uruat's skull fell into the cauldron below the stage. All shall be collected for the glory of Marog, the god of all. Hail, Marog! The crowd cheered again, and Ordok noticed that upon the distant spire, the one from where the poison flowed, a crystal was flickering. He then saw many dragons shooting up from below, vanishing in the clouds high above them. We cannot delay, the announcer said. See the glory of the King of the Moon, who has resurrected your once king. They removed the covering, and King Nevron stared at Ordok. His mouth, too, had been sewn shut. By the power of Marog, Nevron has been brought back to take part in the last rite of Rukrunro. The King of the Moon's champion, the Orc, shall face the once king, but not before the once king has been blessed. Several men went to the cauldron that had collected the blood and parts of Uruat. A blessing from Marog, good Nevron. They took the cauldron and poured it over Nevron. The blood, bones, and other fluids flowed over the king, and he shook, tearing out of his bindings and reaching for a single long sword held by one of the attendants near him. Nevron has been enraged by his own death. Now bathed in the blood of those who still claimed him rightful king, he shall face down our orc. Nevron charged Ordok, who barely had time to lift his blades before Nevron pummeled him, throwing him across the sands and nearly into one of the many torches surrounding them. Night was falling. Ordok stood, covered in the still warm blood of Uruat as Nevron went into a rage, spinning his massive sword in a large swathe, nearly slashing across Ordok's stomach. Ordok sprinted forward, catching Nevron's sword with his own blade and attempting to strike his chest with his axe. Nevron pushed against him, headbutting him before smacking his face with the pommel of his sword. Ordok fell, tears filling his eyes as through cloudy vision he saw the king coming at him again. He dropped both of his blades and grabbed the king's own sword. They pushed and pulled back and forth. Ordok couldn't believe how strong the king was, and he began to tremble, trying to pull the sword away from him. Nevron released his grip on his blade, but tackled Ordok. He dropped the sword as the king pushed him into the sand. The crowd roared. Nevron repeatedly punched Ordok in the face, and what reserve Ordok had before began to fall. His orc side was coming out much like the king needed to be truly near death to call his dragon as per Ninkus. Ordok's primal side had been pushed down by the empathy Ordok felt, seeing the brutality of Uruat's murder. He growled, biting the king's face. He then smashed either side of Nevron's head, pushing upward against him and knocking him back. He reclaimed his weapons, slashing the king's forearms and shattering the chainmail bracers. The king wore little armor save that on his forearms and chest. He brought his axe up from below, striking the inside of the king's thigh, but not so high as to sever the artery. But as the king recoiled, Ordok growled again, lunging at the king, who had reclaimed his sword, swinging a wide swathe to his right. Ordok parried and slid his blade up the blade of his opponent, forcing the sword up. He was going for the killing blow when he stopped. He had to remove the bound mouth. That was what was missing. That delay in action gave Nevron just enough time to take action. The king could not simply let himself be attacked further, or he risked not being able to use his plan. Nevron smashed him again with the pommel, knocking him back. Ordok turned and slashed across his face, cutting the stitches on his mouth and eye. Nevron fell back, grabbing his face and screaming out of the partially free mouth. "The once king has been struck!" The king screamed loud, forcing the remaining stitches open. "I am king of this rock! Ah!" The mighty king lifted his blade and charged Ordok, who dropped to his knees, slashing the king's side. He spun as the king turned, barely fazed by Ordok's attack, and moved to bring his sword down upon Ordok. Ordok rushed forward, driving his axe head into Nevron's armor, sliding up to his neck and piercing his throat. Blood sprayed out and all over Ordok. "The king has been struck!" the announcer shouted. But the King of the Moon was on his feet and moving downward from his high throne. Many of his attendants did the same. Even as blood poured down the king's chest, he shouted out, "Come, come to me, your king. May the oceans and the sky feel the fury of the blessed ones of old." Ordok turned, hearing a crack in the sky. Under the light of the moon, an explosion of water shot up in the distance. The king fell to the ground, grabbing his throat. Ordok went to him and pulled him up. A good hit. Nevron coughed, blood pouring from his throat. Ordok has missed the vital vessels, but the blood flow was still considerable. "Do not worry, my plan has accounted for this." But even as a great form ascended into the sky, the King of the Moon was upon the sands, and the masked one with the axe began killing the many slaves set to be sacrificed. The blood poured into the cauldron as, like a butcher, the masked man struck them over and over. The King of the Moon lifted his mace, moving to strike Nevron. Ordok charged, jumping at the King of the Moon, who lifted his mace not to strike but to cast. A blast of red rippled down his arm and into the mace, sending Ordok sliding across the sand. The King of the Moon reached out toward the cauldron, drawing up blood from the sacrifices, growing in a shroud of red and black to nearly double his size. As a dark form flew over the arena, the clouds above the arena erupted in fire as multiple dragons descended, making passes to seal the arena from any others coming upon the sands. Ninkas flew down with Shroud, his black dragon engulfing the King of the Moon and slamming into the stage, knocking down the masked man. Ninkas dismounted, running to the slaves and cutting them free. He quickly returned to his mount as Nevron was pulled upward to the massive beast hovering above them and pounding its wings with such force the entire arena shook. The revelry of the crowds had changed to screaming. Ordok was suddenly floating up as he saw a strange magic wrapping around him, drawing him upward with King Nevron. In a few moments he was atop the dragon of the king. Part 5. Lonesome Death. As they turned to the others, Ever nodded. "Are you well, Bry?" "I am. I wasn't, but I am now." Elara smiled and shook her head. "Good. Let's not let anyone get abducted anymore. You people are a bit crazy, but I'm starting to like you." They began on their way again, following Evern out the door that he believed led them back into the deeper crypts. It was true that this place was a more direct path to different parts of the crypt, though still a sealed place from other openings above. Even in the time of Aieclo's actual existence as a city, this passage had a grand stairwell that led directly down into a great expanse of sharp rock and glowing crystals. The path was barren. There were no bones or animals to be seen, no rubble, and no sounds beyond a slight whistling wind. "This place is a labyrinth of nonsense," Evern said. "It is like part of it was constructed with purpose, and then the rest was made while Eliue was half drunk on wine or something. I've been in dwarven halls. They are dark, musty, but at least there is some sense to it. This place—" He paused. "I'll be happy to be done with it." It was a sentiment shared by all of them that had no need to be stated. While their descent went on for some time, they had reached a lower walkway that went down into the stone cavern of a stone that was a completely different color. Valrin paused, looking back up the way they had come. He could see nothing but steps, and not where they had entered. "You'd think he'd put in a platform," Bry said. "I wonder why he chose to make this many steps." "Perhaps it was ceremonial," Alera suggested. "For what?" Valrin asked. "To show off his capture." Yvorn pointed to several chains sitting near the stone of the area they had reached now. Perhaps he held others along the stairs, showing off his power to them as he had caught this necromancer. Just a guess. As they made their way forward, the polished stone of the stairwell behind them faded away. The stone here was black and had no sheen or decoration to it. Ahead, a single silver door, and upon it, a skull with stars upon the white bone of the skull. As they approached, several spinning crystals dropped before them, suspended in midair. "You're up, Valrin," Alera said, crossing her arms. Something about being Stormborn and having Dwemhar blood was just a source of oddness in Aieclo. Valrin stood before the others, and the crystals moved up and down his body, as if searching him before moving opposite of one another and locking into the walls. The skull before them spun in a slowly moving circle, revealing the back of itself to them. Valrin approached the door and noticed that in the back of the skull was a pool of clear liquid. "The writings," Evern pointed. "Some of the words mention clean or cleanse. I assume we must anoint ourselves here." "Anoint?" Alera asked. "Why? This is not some religious act." "If in madness Eliue still had taken a precaution involving the gods, I suggest we do the same. The worst that could happen is we would appease the gods a bit more today." "I doubt that's the worst," she said to him. Valrin dipped his fingertips into the liquid and noticed the liquid itself was colder than he'd expected. It wasn't water either. It was oily. Evern was first, bowing slightly to him. "Place a mark on my forehead and the others and yourself," he said. Valrin did just that, anointing them each and feeling quite strange as he did it. Once each of them was anointed, he did the same. At the moment he marked himself, the crystals floated back off the wall, and each of them glowed red. The skull shifted again, and its eyes opened, pouring forth white light. Then, the door opened. The path before them was alight with glowing crystals. Ahead, there was a large room. Valrin was the first one forward, moving with purpose and drawing his second blade. Bry was just behind him. The hallway was short and opened up to a grand room with columns that circled high above them. The room was a massive oval. In the center was a large black box. Etchings of glowing blue stone made a circle around the box. Unlike the other places of the crypt, there were not dark shadows here. Above them was glass, yet they could not see anything but glowing red. "Magma," Alera said. "We are standing beneath magma." "Perhaps it was not always so. I assume it wasn't, at least," Evern suggested. Valrin noticed that though there was no darkness, there were several statues in recessed alcoves around the room. "The gods!" Evern pointed. "Ether is there. Kel, Throka." Valrin noticed that Kel held a massive sword, and Throka looked a bit dwarvish and held a hammer. "Still others," Valrin said. "Wura? That is one you mentioned." "And the others," Evern said slowly. "Not gods of the north, but those called Itsu. I see Barua among others." "Why did he create so many gods?" Bry asked. "Judgment," Alera said. "Maybe he wished all the gods to watch the necromancer for all eternity, even the cursed ones." "I cannot believe you spoke the name of the evil one," Alera said to Yvorn. "Names are but titles. We offer no praise. We bring but our single purpose today, and with it, we seek peace in the end." They proceeded forward. Valrin stared at the black box, knowing full well that within was a being of power, a being of death magic. "So, do we plan to just pop it open and claim the ring?" Alera asked. Opening a grave is not such a simple thing, is it? Bry asked. Evern nodded slowly. We must hope it is but a grave and not a prison. As they approached the center of the room, Valrin looked up at the liquid fire above them. He noticed there were writings in the glass that began to glow as they stepped near the circular glowing stone of the floor. Stop, he told the others. He pointed up. From the glass fell glowing parchment. Though many of the pages flowed around them and out of immediate reach, hitting the ground and turning to dust before vanishing, one of them floated nearly right to Yvonne. He looked at it, and then to Valrin. This is indeed more than a mere crypt. This room is a channeling point, a place I have only read of. We see not lava, but a mere shimmer of our creator, Stormborn. We see the light of the realm of the great poet, the sleeping creator, and that of all which is what you see and feel and are. That still looks like magma to me, Eliue said. As Yvonne looked over the parchment, he dropped it and began rubbing his head. What is it? Valrin said. More vile madness. I wish this was what I said it was, Evern said. This is something else, a true torture. It also confirms yet something else. The necromancer was not put in this box dead. Bry grabbed one of the parchments and held it away from herself. I can read this. How can I actually read this? They are prayers to the gods that have been drawn here by some form of magic that I do not know. But as desperate as the prayers are, they are amplified for the one within this box. But the necromancer cannot even see them, Valrin said. He feels them, the emotion, the sadness. These are prayers from his wife, the vengeful mother. Outcry, terror, sadness. They focus into this room, and all goodness and mercy flow away from here. If the rest of this place is any hint as to what has happened to this master of death magic, we must be careful. Yvonne tapped his staff on the box before them. The wind gusted through the hall from some invisible source. Several crystals hanging from the ceiling suddenly burst to life, spinning and casting a blue wave of energy down to the sarcophagus. Runes along the top of the sarcophagus began to glow. Valrin drew his sword, as did Eliue. As the box was opened, Valrin peered in. Nothing, at least at first glance. But there was something. A stairwell. This place is not what it appears, Bry said. No, Evern stated. Not at all. He looked at the others before climbing into the sarcophagus. Down is our only choice. Valrin gulped and tightened his grip on his sword. As Evern descended, he jumped up next, looking down the narrow passage and steep stairs. The light of Evern's staff, at the very least, gave off a constant and steady glow. As Valrin stepped further down, descending into the narrow passage, he wondered how they had taken the necromancer to such a place. But then again, he knew that for Eliue, this could have all been built after they'd placed him within it. Bry was just behind him, and Eliue was the final one in. The stairwell was inconveniently long, reaching deep into a great blackness, and though they were in narrow confines, it was much better than this stairwell simply being a lone structure in a pit of darkness with no walls or other reference points. Valrin had assumed that would have been the kind of place they were going to find themselves, but the truth became a bit more unsettling. They reached a dirty cavern, not at all unlike a typical cave. The walls were somewhat round around them, and the air was beyond musty. A strange place in the depths of Aieclo, Yvonne said. You would think we were no longer on the volcanic island, but yet somewhere else. Valrin heard water running in the passage forward, and as they came to an open room, they stepped through a shroud of thick fog beside a pool fed by a waterfall high above them. Here Yvonne turned several times, checking for what was around them. Valrin pointed down a green passage overgrown with vines. That is what I was thinking, but I do not understand the sense of this place. It feels off. It feels different. We just climbed down into a burial crypt. It doesn't get too much stranger. Oh, it could, Evern said. "I believe it will. I do not believe we are within Aieclo as we believe. I think this was yet another trick, though in the strangeness of it all, this is not too surprising." They began forward, moving with haste down this passage that was increasingly warm. A lizard scurried away, causing Bry to jump and send a spark of magic its way. The bolt jumped over the lizard as it fled into thick bushes. They emerged from the cave into thick jungle with an orange sky above them. "Valrin," Bry began. "I know." Evern looked up at the sky and stepped several paces forward, looking above the cave from where they had emerged. "The temple," he said. Valrin looked and saw the temple from before, back when they had first met Eliue, when they had first begun this strange quest of the Clockmaster. "What is this place?" Eliue said. "It is not a place of our realm. It is something else. Why would we be back here? Was this not a different time?" Even shook his head and laughed in a tired way. "At this point, I'm not certain what time we should even be in. This is where the path has led, so I can only think to return to the temple. There was no easy path forward. They were approaching opposite the way they had come before, and as they cut their way through the underbrush of the jungle, they came to a road that seemed to lead directly to the temple, at least in the way it appeared to twist forward from where they were standing. As Valrin stepped onto the road, there was a whoosh of wind, and the entire jungle became as an expanse of barren and black trees. The brown dirt became black. The sky turned from orange to red-no, and where before the air was humid and smelled of flowers, there was now an indescribable stench. "Still the place you came before?" Eliue asked. Valrin and Evern had stopped, staring around them and looking upon the barren nothingness before them. The temple was still there, but was ruined. Evern looked up. "There are no stars here. I think—" He looked behind them. There was no horizon. "I think we are not where we came before, but that this is somehow something that plays on our memory, a similar design to where we were before. Perhaps even a variation on our own realm, but I have no memory of such a place." "Could it not be his memory?" Valrin suggested. "Something of the necromancer? Or a manifestation of his own thoughts," Bry said. "Somehow the prayers from before had channeled into him, and his mind created this place." Valrin noticed that there was a tiny bit of movement along the edges of the road. He knelt and stared at what he thought was some kind of snakes. They were fingers. "The dead are here," Valrin said. He stared at the road and noticed that it was not stone or brick, but the distinct form of bones upon bones. The others looked at what he pointed out, but no one spoke. "Let's not join them," he said. "We've come this far. There is no reason for us to slow now." He walked ahead of the others, keeping his sword angled to his side. Walking forward upon likely human bone as the sides of the road reached up toward him was perhaps one of the most bizarre situations he had ever found himself in, and to say he wasn't nearly consumed by pure terror would have been false. But he pushed forward, taking comfort in that Evern was just behind him, and both Bry and Eliue were following just after. The few remaining trees on either side of the road did not look like trees he had seen everywhere else. These trees had black bark, but not blackened by fire. It was sheen. The limbs hung downward and nearly touched the ground. Several of them had the skeletons wrapped in their lower limbs. The road itself was long and twisting, and never did they cross a part of road that did not have at least one hand reaching up from beneath the road. Though the dead were more active as they passed, at no point did they feel like they were in any danger. The dead here were in a sort of purgatory, unable to rest, unable to die. Here, they were in an endless cycle of simply reaching onto the road. Valrin wondered what they believed they were reaching for. If it was just a spell of sorts, or if these were literal tortured souls, forever bound to this realm of madness. He wondered of that too. He questioned if this was another realm or just a place somewhere within Aieclo, an enchanted room or crypt, as it were. He saw buildings ahead, a strange finding, and furthermore, it was nothing like what they had seen before meeting the Clockmaster. The village was not abandoned as he'd immediately expected. There were figures, shapes in the shadows and corners of the structures. The buildings were dilapidated and broken. Their roofs had sunken in, and the same twisted black trees had overgrown many of the areas. The figures had sallow skin, leathery and cracking. Their faces were stitched to look as if they were smiling, yet they were nothing but dead forms wandering aimlessly. They came to a town square. There was a fountain with 3 roses made of stone at its center. A green substance bubbled where water should have been. Moving around the fountain were more of the wandering dead, and yet further they saw the road turned up, following a hill toward a temple of similar design as the one the Clockmaster was in. Valrin walked quickly, moving to push out of the village, but as they crossed the void, leaving the derelict town behind them, he felt a whoosh of wind and looked behind them. The village had faded, and there was but a field of floating crystals. "This man was Dwemhar once," Evern said. "We have stumbled into a creation of his mind. This is all but memory to him, along a road paved with his ill history using death magic. Yet, hope remains even in this darkened state. Perhaps we do not deal with the monster I suspect, but one that can be reasoned with." "Even in the Shadowlands there are not roads paved with the dead," Eliue said. She was a bit more disturbed by this than at least the others were outwardly showing. "Quite the adventure?" Valrin asked. "Yes, something of an adventure, Captain." Eliue forced herself in between Evern and Valrin. "This place is fortunate I do not have my dragon. I'd burn this entire area." Evorn laughed as he pulled Valrin back and took the lead. "As it is, nothing is real. This place is but a contrived image haunted by the nightmares of a single man. Still, we approach a nexus of energy. Do you not feel it?" he asked. They were approaching the hill that led up to 2 statues and a stone bridge. "I feel a twinge in the air," Valrin said, "but nothing else. There is magic here, blended with psychic energies. Normally, this would be a focus point for spells or something of a recharge location. A nexus generally has 2 functions. One, to create magic. There are many in the glacial seas. They are like trees in the springtime, like cherry blossoms in the mountains of the Shadowlands. Magic blooms and floats away to join the energies of the living realm. Here, though, I believe it is different. Here, the creation that mimics the great poet was designed to channel the cries of our necromancer's beloved, a torment like none other driving him to the edge of insanity. Though a necromancer," he said, reaching now the bridge and turning to them, "he was still a Dwemhar and had control over his mind in such a way that none other could understand. Though we passed through a village of the dead and walked upon a road of bones, his mind still seeks to purify the unclean thoughts, actions, and deeds. The mind cannot differentiate between that which is imagined and that which is. If you imagine something, especially in a state of duress, it becomes quite real for you. This has been amplified here, twisted, focused." Valrin glanced down the long bridge that led over the walls of the temple. Atop the temples was not a crystal as they saw in the temple where the Clockmaster resided, but a construction of twisted wood and rock. It was made in the image of a figure holding but a small crystal in its hand. "This place was meant to be a prison of the mind and body, a true place of eternal damnation. But even in this darkness, the necromancer has sought light." Evern pointed at the edges of the temple and the barely visible crystals floating above the wall. They were dark and covered in dirt and mulch, yet they still glowed. Evern lifted his staff over the bridge and focused, casting a weak spell across the bridge. The magic was strange to Valrin and the others. It was yellow in color, twisting like leaves on the wind, and snapping toward the center of the bridge before expanding outward in a large ward. Evern turned his staff slightly in hand, as if he were pulling open a doorway, and the entire wall of magic he was focusing on fell down upon the bridge. Across the expanse between them and the temple, a shimmering blast shot up and around the temple, crackling as it did. "I have brought down the nexus funneling into this place," Evern said. "Where did you learn to do that?" Bry asked. "I've done much in my time after my departure from the Shadowlands. One will go to many lengths to avoid what they wish to forget. But this I learned from Lor Lam. Ironic to be using it to save his daughter." They began across the bridge. "This Lor Lam," Alara said. "Was he like you?" "No." Evern laughed. "He was quite the opposite in many ways. He had a penchant for needing assistance in the most unlikely of ways imaginable." "Don't get him started on monsters again," Valrin said. Now, Valrin," Evern stated. "There was actually more we did than fight monsters. This particular skill we learned well before we reached Aieclo, Priors of Kel. There was once a priory of the war god in the lands of Taria of all places. It took us 3 days of searching one particular area of the mountains, all so Lor Lam could learn a spell. They taught us many, yet in the end it wasn't enough." "Enough for?" Alara asked. "To kill the Scourge Siren." Evern growled something to himself, and then pushed forward faster across the bridge. Valrin turned and looked over the side of the bridge, seeing dark black water that licked the lower portions of the stone foundation of the temple. He looked out through an opening in the thick fog that hung around the outer portion of the temple, and he swore he could see an ocean. But soon that too was out of view, and only the high walls and towering structure of the temple were before them. They had come to a gate of gold with silver bars. There were runic inscriptions running up a center stone seal that glowed brightly as they approached. "He really did not want this necromancer to be free," Bry said, pointing at the runes. Evern stroked his chin. "No, I don't think that is what this is. It is a seal placed with the intent to keep others out, not to hold one within." A sudden apparition appeared behind the gate. It was a gangly and tall creature with a gaping face and glowing orange eyes. Bry instinctively ignited her spells, much to the surprise and admiration of the creature. "Good graces," it hissed. "Good and wonderful it is when a Rusis has reached Master." "Creature, what are you?" Valrin asked. Servant of Master." "Eliue, the Dwemhar?" "I do not know this name," the creature said, moving its finger along the locked gate. "I am but a phantom, a shell. I do not know beyond this place, but you come with a Rusis, and so Master allows you forward." Valrin looked at Bry and then backed up from the gate as their way was laid open. The creature motioned them to enter. "I am the gatekeeper. I keep the gates and doors." "An easy task?" Alara asked, backing away from the creature as it leaned over each of them with its elongated neck. "A task I am honored to hold," it responded. Before them was a stairwell, and though they waited for the creature, it simply walked away as the gates closed again without any influence from the gatekeeper. Evern and Valrin began up the stairwell at the same time, coming to a courtyard with a large black tree in its center. Broken statues led up to the tree itself, and here, unlike the road and lands before, warm wind blew over the courtyard, howling in the empty expanse as fog circled the lands around them, and the sky of orange darkened. A red moon rose in the fogs, and for the first time they saw an animal, a cat of all creatures to find. "Perhaps it is like the Dwemhar temple we went to before?" Valrin asked. "A spirit guardian?" But the cat did not greet them or even approach. It flicked its tail and dashed away, moving up another small stairwell that went to another level. Valrin and the others hurried up this one and came to the opening of the temple itself. There were no doors here. The temple was open. From where they stood, they could see a large glowing circle on the distant temple grounds in the distance. There was a shift in the light as they crossed into the temple itself, and looking back outside, Valrin could see a dark sky and stars. The orange sky was gone. The glowing circle ahead of them was now a dark red, and as they walked down a black carpet that ran down the length of the interior of the temple, Valrin saw large glass windows that flanked either side of them, spread out several paces between one another. This was not a temple at all like they had seen before with Eliue when this journey involving the Clockmaster began. This was closer to the halls of the elves or men in design. Missing, too, were the typical spinning crystals or sheen design of a Dwemer structure. This was different. I hear your thoughts, and I understand. This is what I have formed in my design to rid myself of darkness. I have focused on all that is not what I was. The voice was sudden, and as normal, no one else heard it, but Ever noticed that Valrin's pace had slowed. "Stormborn?" he asked. The others halted. They were just before the boundary of the glowing circle of light. "I hear him. He speaks to me using his Dwemer powers." "You have come here to destroy me. I am gladdened by such news in the darkness of my soul. Did you see that clear starlight is above the temple now? That the sky is no longer the evil that it was? That I have tried to purify my spirit?" Valrin thought within his own mind. "You have. Good. I only sought to destroy him. Necromancy is a forbidden magic for those of Dwemer blood. It goes against all that is pure, and that leads to ascension. I thought I could use it against him. I know the evil that he had within his mind. I have since been cut off from all. Eliue has splintered the darkness from his soul. Eliue is not within Aieclo. Aieclo is but a ruined island and fractures around us." Then death comes. "But why are you here?" "If you can speak to me, why do you not speak to us all?" Valrin questioned. "These are my companions, and they deserve to hear what you say." Silence. There was not a single sound now. Even the whistling wind outside the temple had become quiet. "Please, be still, one of Dwemer blood. I speak to not wake that which resides here. I speak to all of you." Valrin looked at Ivern and the others. "Can you hear him?" he whispered. They nodded. "You were married to a woman of Aieclo, a woman who desired the same as you?" "I was. We had many children." Valrin swallowed his spit, nervous at what words were coming to mind. "She is dead, as all of our children?" "Yes, killed by the darkness Eliue formed into a Dwemer woman known as the Scourge Siren. You were enslaved. There was a ring placed on you by Eliue. We seek it and the staff. That staff was allegedly a tool of my freedom." The voice within their heads was like a sudden shrill, and they felt a coldness snap through the air. The room around them shook. The red moon shined through skylights above them, painting the floor. He lied. He placed it outside my reach, giving a clause that my own death was the only way I could obtain it and free myself. I have not died, though I have tried. I have remained as a withering corpse, just as my mind remains like a stagnant sea full of death, holding corpses in limbo like the village at the start of my own madness, you might call a realm. My mind has expanded beyond the internal form of my body, and has expanded outward to fill the void within Aieclo. The ring still upon my finger. You seek to place it upon the corpse of my wife? You seek to use her to strike down this scourge siren? I would like nothing more. But in my desire of goodness, I have suppressed that which is evil, that which is dark, that which is of shadow and will destroy you all. I am not the monster that I reveal. Strike down this form. Take the ring, claim the staff, and perhaps in time, my love and I will be reunited with our children in the realms of death. Suddenly, Valrin felt an emptiness in his mind. Wind shot through the interior of the temple, and Evern snapped his staff out, summoning a ward around them. Bry ignited her spells. The floor cracked before them, and the stones shot up in a column kept together only by the magical glowing seal that was there before. A shadowy form floated up from the crack in the floor, with sparks of lightning coming off it. "You cannot destroy that which I am," the figure shouted. The magic around the figure faded, and with a blast of purple fire, stones flew in all directions, cutting up and off Evorn's ward. Eliue fell behind Ivern, and Bry stepped in front of Valrin. The figure laughed, pushing past all of them. "I am free of this place at last. The spells holding me are done. I shall evoke my own wrath." Though ethereal at first, the form wore black flowing robes that rippled like smoke as it marched through them. Bry sent a bolt of lightning at him. He turned, catching the spell in his hand and curving it back around, nearly striking her and Valrin. In that moment of distraction, Avern cast his own spells, wrapping stone up from the floor, binding his leg. Eliue lunged forward, stabbing the bound leg but recoiling as the necromancer twisted atop his own bound leg, snapping his own body and slashing at them with his claws that were like razors coming off his fingertips. Bry sent an icy blast over his other legs, and the necromancer jumped, shattering Ivern's spell and floating nearly to the door of the palace. They pursued the fleeing necromancer. "He's trying to get free! If he gets outside the temple, he'll be able to get away!" Eliue shouted. Bry sent fireball after fireball, some hitting him and others flying into the temple opening itself. Eliue and Valrin lifted their shadow blades, attempting to close the distance as Evorn summoned his energies around him in an enveloping cloud of earth magic. "Stop, foul beast of necromancy!" he shouted. He released his spell, striking the stone of the temple entryway, bringing down several large chunks of stones. The necromancer turned, reaching out to Evorn and sending a strange shade of himself that struck Evorn, knocking him down. Valrin was upon him. He swung his blade, striking the necromancer's bony arm. The necromancer wailed, striking Valrin in the face just as Eliue lunged, driving her shadow blade into his left shoulder. Valrin grabbed his sword and scurried back as a series of blasts struck just where he was lying a moment before. Fire leaped from the necromancer's eyes, and he summoned violet energies into both of his hands. Eliue had made it behind him. Bry sent another volley of fire, and the necromancer rolled across the ground before sending a wave of energy across the floor, bringing up several dead plants in his path. The plants grew quickly, entrapping Eliue as the dragon rider was running to strike him again. She fell to the ground, and the necromancer smiled, laughing. From his dark form, he drew a large chained spike. In a wide spinning swathe, he sent the others into cover as his massive blade struck the stone of the temple, breaking off multiple large chunks. Valrin and Bry took cover, Bry summoning a ward as several stones nearly struck them. The necromancer lumbered toward Eliue when suddenly all the broken stones became one large boulder. Evern was up, channeling his earth magic into this new attack. The necromancer swung his chain upward, shattering the boulder, and then lunged for the doorway. He leaped over Eliue and stepped out of the temple just for a cat to run into his path. The necromancer fell backward, screaming. He summoned his energies around himself, sending out his magic instead. The necromancer fell backward as the small cat slowly walked into the temple, hissing. The spell holding Eliue vanished, but she did not run to get back to Valrin and the others. She ran outside, pausing for a moment and then turning back to them. "Several somethings are coming." The cat seemed to hear what she said and meowed, turning to the entryway, much to the surprise of the necromancer. Eliue ran into the temple, hiding beside where Valrin and Bry were. The dead from the village they had seen before were pouring into the entryway, but this was not something the cat, whomever or whatever it was okay with. In a frenzied sprint, the small cat leaped into the gap, scratching, biting, and flailing to protect the temple. Evorn shouted behind them. He had charged the necromancer, wielding both of his staves, and deflecting the death magic with one while sending a blast of fire with another. The necromancer grew in height, shadows rolling off him. He lifted Yvorn into the air with his powers. Valrin and Bry sprinted forward. Bolts of lightning slammed into the necromancer's back as Valrin's sword found its mark, cutting into the cloth of the necromancer's robes. A massive chunk of the robes came off, and the necromancer fell to his knees, dropping Evern. Elera had gone to help the cat, slashing and spinning as the necromancer's summonings fought to reach their master. Valrin had figured it out. He had determined where the necromancer was drawing its power. "Take out its robe! Remove its robe, Bry!" The ruses switched from blue lightning to red fire, channeling the flames around the necromancer, who spun in place, swinging its chain once again and jumping back toward the entrance of the temple. His robes were on fire. He jumped to the ceiling, striking the stone of the roof and bringing down several chunks of rock, nearly striking Elera and the cat. The light of the blood moon poured in. His robe was gone, and where before he had a blanched face and white skin, he was now covered in blood and had yellow eyes. "I will not be defeated after so many epochs." He swung his chain again, catching the cat underneath its legs, drawing it at once to his mouth, where he bit into its flesh. The summonings poured in. Elera ran to the others. Valrin spun his sword in hand, exhaling. Bry sent arching bolts into the ground, electrocuting the summonings in several repeated blasts, but they were still pouring in. Her gauntlets were glowing bright, shifting between blue and white as her eyes now glowed. "I can't keep this up!" she shouted. Evern was chugging a potion. Blood ran from his forehead. He took his own staff, angling it against Irikau's staff. He began to burn away the bones at the base, sending shards of bone all over the floor. The cat was still alive, scratching and leaping all over the necromancer's head, even as its fur was burned from its bones. The undead were nearly upon them, and Bry was down to one knee, her hair furling about as she continued to try to cast. "Yvorn, a potion for Bry!" Valrin shouted. "I am out," Evern said, still working on the necromancer's staff. "Just a few more moments." Valrin drew his second blade. For a moment, he thought back to Urlas, to the elf who had nearly killed him when they were trying to protect the elven realm. But this was his own story, not that elf's. He and Elera looked at one another as Bry's spell gave out, and she lowered her hand. The summonings of the necromancer paused for a moment, noticing that the spells had stopped. They began to growl wildly, and Valrin angled his blades. But then, in a flash to his right, Evern tossed the staff of the necromancer. He had taken the staff, carved the tip into a razor-sharp spear of bone, and as necromantic energies flowed through the bone and along the walls of the temple in an explosion of magic from the staff's core, Yvorn sent another volley of earth magic on the heel of the spear. The stones in the staff pummeled the necromancer, throwing him against the wall of the temple. At once, the summonings faded away. Valrin checked on Bray, but she pointed to the necromancer. "Go! I am fine! Finish it!" Elera and Evern were almost nearly to it when Valrin came upon the cat that had been fighting the necromancer. A spirit, he heard. It was the necromancer. The fire of its body was darkened. Its form was bleeding black. The stones had crushed most of its body. His skull was cracked. "Good," the necromancer said. "I had hoped it would work. Old temples, they were guarded by cats. I tried to form one. I guess it worked. It helped. Good." Yvorn had his staff pointed at the necromancer's head. Valrin realized how big the necromancer actually was. His head was 2 times the size of any of theirs. "Now, you will go. Seek out my love in her own eternal torment. Use her to strike down the evil that put me here." Valrin knelt. "We will." The necromancer lifted his hand as a single silver staff floated down. "With my death, it is released. As it enters this world, I leave it. May the ring of Eliue bring unity where before it brought pain. I am finished. The necromancer turned to ash, flowing out of the temple as the staff materialized above Valrin and the others. He reached up, taking it in hand as he heard a clang on the floor of the temple. A single silver ring lay on the ground. He picked it up and looked to the others. I thought this was impossible. We still have plenty of time for impossibility, but I think we have a good chance, Valrin said. We need to be free of this place, return to the surface, and figure out our path from there. We keep pushing forward, taking chances. Either we free her or we fail completely. We've gotten this far. There is no other path. They made their way back the way they'd come. As they walked from the temple, the area around them faded and the sky vanished, revealing more stone and glowing crystals. They were indeed still within Aieclo, be it an elaborate prison cell. Compared to their arrival, the darkness they felt before was gone. They entered the tunnel that led back up through the stairwell to the sarcophagus, but the way was more open now on their return journey. As they emerged into the room where the sarcophagus was, the magma above the chamber had begun to leak into the chamber itself. They hurried back to what Valrin had called the central room, the place where they had saved Bry before. It was here Valrin assumed Valrin hoped to find a way back out that was faster. The vengeful mother is far from this place, Valrin said, if she has not been consumed by fire. We must go west, Valrin shouted. Gases exploded around them, sending shards of flaming rock onto the ground they were standing on. Valrin pulled Bry to her feet. She seemed a bit more alert, and though she didn't speak, she was able to follow. Valrin took the narrow, rocky path to the west. They were being careful but hurrying. Valrin felt like the lava flows were growing in size and fury. Valrin had found yet another path now, this one leading back away from the lava. It was then there was a shriek in the air, followed by an explosion of rock. Valrin was thrown down, rolling across the ground. He thought at first there was another eruption of some kind. There was dazzling light, and he could feel hot winds surging around them. He pushed himself up, looking for Bry and the others. There was another flash, but this one was not a second flash of the same kind, but Valrin's staff. Valrin gasped. A winged form of fire and ash hovered just above them, flapping its massive wings. It was a Viam, in some form unlike any Valrin had ever seen. She reached out, curving Valrin's ward onto himself and forcing him down. Bry ignited her spells, but it was Eliue who jumped forward, drawing out her blade, only for a Viam to spin in place, her wings slashing across Eliue's chest, sending blood up into the air. Valrin held out his Dwemhar blade as Bry held up an unsteady ward. A Viam laughed. Eliue whimpered on the ground, her blood covering and saturating her armor. "A Viam, fight this darkness!" Valrin shouted. "We have not toiled to save you for you to take this form!" A Viam began to laugh, and then her form shifted to that of pure darkness, a vile form of green flesh with scraggly gray hair. "My daughter will be the greatest of both the old races. Folly finds you upon the rocks of Aieclo. This place will burn, for I and Viam need not this rocky reminder of failure to ascend in the powers of old. You but fail in time. That is the only way, for there is no escape from the destruction of Aieclo. I have taken action. My monsters guard the oceans around the island. I have laid waste to the cities that dared build upon my rock. All goes as I have foreseen it." There was another scream and a blinding cloud of blue fog that covered the surrounding area. Valrin tried to see what it was, but then had to grab his ears as a deafening high-pitched noise filled the air. The ground turned icy cold, and in the blue fog, white wings shot up just over Valrin and Bry. A flash came again, and a white fire shot into the winged form of the Scourge Siren. It was Rornuk, Eliue's dragon. Still covered in eggshell and the blood of his rider, the dragon grew quickly in size, having evolved to its matured form. The scourge siren struggled to fly, moving away from them now with haste before spinning into the sky, drawing lightning around herself and ascending much faster now. She was gone in a few moments. Valrin went to Eliue as Rornik growled at him. The dragon was a mix of blue and white with a long neck, and it had ice crystals like a protective helm around its skull. "I am a friend," Valrin said, reaching out his hand. Eliue pushed herself up, holding her chest. "Rornik," she said. The dragon immediately turned to her, lowering itself down. "We need to get away from here." Eliue fell to her knees, and Ivern rushed over to her. He exposed her upper chest and revealed the wound was just along her shoulders, and had it been just a bit higher, her throat would have been slashed. The wound was green, already infected. He used his staff to dig away at the wound. "This is poison. You have consumed many mushrooms being from the far south, correct?" Eliue nodded, wincing from the pain of both the wound and Ivern's treatment. He pointed the end of his staff at her, attempting to seal the wound. "Mushrooms?" Valrin asked. "It helps with resistance to most poisons. We must hope it is enough. That, and my magic, of course." Valrin noticed the clouds in the distance shifting around the central part of Aieclo. Lightning leaped down, repeatedly striking the island at different points. The ground quaked again. There was another explosion. Valrin turned to look behind them, seeing the mountain they had been in before completely shatter and fall into the fields of lava. There were great storms swarming across the island, and now whirlwinds of fire descended. Suddenly, lava shot up to their right. But like a shooting star, there was a flash over Aieclo, piercing through the clouds as a dagger through flesh. It was a golden light hovering high in the dark clouds. Valrin tried to see what it was, but he could not. But the lava flow had ceased. The clouds were still. Lightning was caught mid-strike, and was as if it were a constant bolt. "I take action as only I can. I am the Clockmaster." The voice was sudden, and all present heard his words. "Eliue has stopped time," Valrin said. "How do you stop time?" Bry asked. "I have placed Aieclo in suspension. Only that upon the island has ceased. Work quickly. Marog grows his power. We have little time. Part 6, the Dragon King." Whatever power had pulled Ordak from the arena floor, he could still feel under his feet as he now stood on what could only be described as a small temple floating on the back of a massive creature. The king was lying on his side on an ornate floor that ran around the temple. The dragon, a massive form in its own regard, floated upward with such a surprising grace, Ordak could barely tell they were moving upward. Ninkas flew in with his own dragon, landing atop the back of this dragon. He and multiple other riders wearing different color tunics flew around the skies above them. Ninkas took off his helm, dropping onto the knees of his king. "Ordak, go to the back of the throne and grab bandages and 3 potions." Ordak looked at what he thought was a temple and noticed that it was actually the base of a massive throne with reins that went up to the throne itself. He ran to the back of the throne, finding several small stone cabinets. Just as Ninkas had said, there were both potions of varying colors and bandages. He gathered up different potions, not sure of which ones would be needed, and a stack of bandages. "Hurry, hurry!" Ninkas shouted. They were floating upward still. The clouds passed around them, and the air was significantly colder. The wound on the king's neck was the first that Ninkas went for, slowing the bleeding. "I am sorry," Ordak said. "I should not have hit him that hard and across the neck." "Don't be," Ninkas said. "It had to be this way. Normally, it takes many days to summon the king's dragon. Just hold this." Ordak put pressure on the neck wound. King Nevron was unconscious. Several other dragons landed nearby. These riders had staves. "Healers," Ninkas said. "I have started, but he has lost much blood. I cannot even give him a potion now." One of the riders pulled out a jar. "I have a fairy. It will do much to heal the torn tissue, but he will still need time." The fairy shot up and over the wound. The three healers used their staves at the same time, bathing him in white magic. "We don't have long," Ninkus said. "I knew this was too risky." "We should fly from this place for now. Return when he has healed." The king coughed and reached out, gripping Ninkus by his armor. "We're not going anywhere," he growled. He opened his eyes and looked at Ordak, smacking him on the arm. "Good. I see blue skies above us and feel the breath of my dragon. You did well, half-orc. Now we take back my city." "My king, it would be best," the healer began. Nevron sat up and raised his hand. "If you prepare for the injured, that will be unfortunate in our push to take back the city." The king's wound across his throat had been healed by the fairy, but the blood loss made him unsteady as he stood. "Give me a potion," he said, snatching one from Ninkus. "Numbers, Captain." 25. More riders are in position within the city. We must free the Great Seer, but there is a masked figure. I believe this is what Ordak has faced. "It is. You can kill them, though." "Of course we can," the king said. "Ordak, you will help me to my throne and take position as a spear thrower at my side. Ninkus, rally your wings. We will come like a star falling upon the ocean." Ninkus bowed, as did the healer, both returning to their dragons. Ordak walked with Nevron, who stubbornly did not take any assistance at all, though upon reaching the steps, he nearly collapsed. Ordak gripped him under his arms. "Not good to let your men and women see you bleed, but my old friend here," he said, looking around with a smile. "He is a great one of the race, they say, in similarity to Meridas, the god of the ocean." The king pushed up to the throne with Ordak just behind him. "It is a holy beast of immeasurable power, and there is little that can truly threaten my friend. This king of the moon is about to face sunlight and fire." As King Nevron took his place on the throne, Ordak looked from the king's line of sight at the head of the massive dragon. Its horns atop its head glistened with spinning yellow energy, surging to a point like a grand crown. They were high above the clouds, and what little bit of light from the sun that still remained faded away. The light of the moon was well over the horizon. "This shall be the last rise of the moon that wretched usurper shall have on my throne." Nevron held his reins, motioning behind him. "There is a spot there. Strap yourself in. Press the switch, and you will have access to the spears of our people and one of the few objects capable of taking down a dragon with a mere strike. It pains me greatly. I have not had a war against fellow dragons in my rule, yet I will not allow our kingdom to fall as long as I have breath within my chest and my heart still beats." Ordak climbed behind the king, sitting in a rather crammed seat for his large form. He pressed the only switch he saw, and on the side of the seat rose a brown box. The box slid into itself as several jagged points rose. The spears were ornate, with large heads made of metal so sharp that Ordak's shoulder bled just from bumping up against it. He forgot to secure himself in the seat, and King Nevron had already begun his descent. Ordak tied himself in, feeling the winds rushing over the front of the dragon, moving through multiple spikes along the dragon's back. The sounds of the wings in the air as the other dragons took position alongside the dragon was like gusts of wind from a coastal storm. The dragon brought its wings in to dive. Ordak felt himself rising in the seat, and he prayed that the belts holding him in held. They broke through the clouds and were met by multiple blasts of fire and ice. King Nevron pulled back on the reins and pulled to the right, moving to the right of the city far below. Ninkas and the others broke at random, meeting in battle with the dragons under the control of the King of the Moon. Red dragons shot up over the head of the king's dragon. They were headed for the king himself. Ordak took hold of a spear, But before he could toss it, electricity shot between two of the back horns of the dragon and slapped both riders from their dragons. The dragons flew over them without attacking as the riders fell to their deaths. Try to dismount the dragons. They do not seem to be under the same effect, at least to the same level as the riders, King Nevron said. They were descending in a spiral, slowly making their way to the level of the Grand Spire and where the Great Seer was held. Dragons began cutting across them from their sides. They were coming at such a speed, Ordak had no time to throw one of the spears. Ninkas and the other riders had engulfed much of the towers in flame, but now they were in the range of spears from below. Ordak saw dragon riders coming from far beneath them. They were holding something in their claws, but he couldn't see what it was yet. He angled his spear, but just as he did, King Nevron turned again to descend nearly to the tower that was their target. King Nevron, there are dragons coming with something in their claws. Something. They are coming with little angry dragons. Don't let them get close. Little angry dragons? Ordak asked. He could see them now, just from the opposite side. Indeed, there were small dragons in the claws of the larger ones. He threw his spear, making contact and dropping one of the several on approach. He reared back again, tossing another whistling through the wind and striking another dragon in an explosion of fire. 3 dragons made it, though, dropping the tiny dragons on the back of the larger one. Nevron secured the reins, revealing a long bow from his throne. He took aim, drawing back several arrows at once and killing 2 of the 3 smaller dragons. The third one ran for the throne and exploded in a blast of fire that shot flames nearly up to the king. Angry dragons, more like bugs! You pull them from their eggs prematurely in the nearby volcanoes. Sacrilege under my rule, but in the wars of the past, baby dragons of the Riora breed were used for their explosive abilities. Mind yourself, it comes time to finish this. They were nearing the tower, and the lumbering form of the dragon began to hover in place. Along the lower portions of the tower, many small crystal statues were beginning to glow. There were 2 levels within their sight. An upper level covered in a strange haze of magic and a lower roof that gave access to the hall beneath it. At least that was what Ordak hoped. "What are they doing?" Nevron shouted. "Come, Ordak, let us complete this!" The king pulled a large curved blade from the side of his throne, along with a round golden shield that shimmered with a sheen so pure, Ordak swore it was more a mirror than a shield. Ordak joined the king as he tossed ropes off the side of the dragon, sliding down to the roof of the great spire. Ninkas and the others began dismounting beside them, their dragons taking off to cover their descent into the tower and to keep their enemy away. "Sire," several of the riders said in a bow. These warriors were the high guard of the king, Uruat's men. The king held aloft his blade. "We destroy this masked man, free our seer, and then, when we get to the King of the Moon, he is mine." Those present bowed. "Ordak," he said, looking directly at him, "stay with me." The king placed his shield atop the roof of the spire. Energy surged around the shield, and their feet shook as he blasted a hole in the roof. Dragons swooped down, spraying ice and fire atop the roof as other dragons loyal to the king blocked the blast, shredding flesh from their own bones as those entering the tower just barely made it in. Ordak drew his blades, falling just behind the king into a long hall. Small axes flew past his head, striking the wall behind him. Nevron was already charging forward. It was a large open pathway, and a line of guards wearing the armor of the high guard of the king met them in battle. Ordak crossed blades with his foe, moving into the battle as the king cleaved into his enemy, dropping their entrails upon the floor. Ordak met one of the guards, slashing upward and knocking their helmet off their head. It was a man with white paint on his face. "Imposters! What evil is this?" Nevron shouted. "These are the men of Marog!" Ordak shouted. "Kill them! Destroy them all! I command you, riders!" There were 20 riders plus the king and Ordak. They pushed through the guards, now in greater fury, smashing and cracking blade and skull. There were reservations before, something about killing their own kin, but now they knew the truth. These were just stand-ins. But in all this bloodshed and focus, they thought of their kin and the fate enacted upon them. Ordak nearly did not have to fight, for those around him rushed from guard to guard, striking each of them down with a fury he had only imagined the dragon riders to have. Ninkus was the first to a massive door. He went to pull it open, and it was stuck. King Nevrin lifted his shield, placing it against the door and blasting their path open. "I am the king of this land, and no door shall remain locked in my presence. Come, let us save our seer." The rocks around the foundation of the door were blown apart. The walls of the stairwell ahead were covered in undulating bolts of red energy that crawled like bugs. "This place is cursed," one of the dragon riders said. The healer, the woman from before, lifted her staff and cast waves of magic at it. "My king, we cannot go this way. I sense—" She paused, holding out her hand. "The energy is building." "What is the worst that can happen?" King Nevron asked. "I do not know." The king laughed. "I respect you for your art, but I will not slow." He went to the wall where there was a window that allowed him to just see the edge of the tower. "The spell is not so strong on the outside." He placed his shield against the wall and sent a blast of energy against it, shattering the brick. "You others, go this way. Climb the tower. There is no safe path forward, but if you do not want to risk the path with me, go this way. I assume it is a bit safer. I have been through this type of magic before," he said. "It hurts, terribly." Ninkus looked out the opening the king had created. "I see a path up. It will be difficult, but we can do it. There we can use the wooden portions that jut off the stone and make our way into the second level. From there is but one door to the seer." "I will clear the way. Ordak," the king said, "I am with you." Those of the king's guard joined them, preparing to head into the stairwell as the other dragon riders made their way to the outside, leaping onto the tower. Their dragons flew close, shielding them further, as accursed dragon riders attempted to break through with their attacks. From the opposite side of the hall came many more guards, along with a host of white-faced men. "They reveal themselves. They will burn in dragon fire soon enough," the king said. "Sire, go, secure the seer. We will guard this path." The 2 members of the High Guard, a woman and a man, bowed. "So be it," King Nevron said. The king ran into the passage, moving up the stairwell with Ordak following. Pain ripped within his arms and legs as the energies of the wall gripped his body, making it difficult to walk straight. The energies surged over him, but he kept running, falling into the wall as the king screamed, pushing up the stairwell. Ordak heard snaps and pops in his ear and felt the skin on his fingertips burning off. But he could see an opening ahead, and Nevron reached for him, gripping him by the hand as the king made it through the passage. Ordak felt a release as he was pulled from the stairwell. The king was covered in marks where the energy burned him. "If I look as bad as you, I might have a problem with my normal good luck and charming demeanor with the women." The king laughed, but Ordak felt like he was on fire. Not that he had ever been on fire, of course, but this had to be similar. There was no one in this room. "Strange," Ordak said, "but they must not guess any will make it this far through this path." The king rubbed his nose, spinning his sword in hand and gripping his shield tighter. "This way," he said. They moved forward, moving through the room to an opposite door and then to an outside terrace. Ordak could not help but see the lack of guards here. "This way is the opposite twin of the path the others take. This is mirrored on the other side." Dragons flew one after another above them, fire, ice, and the occasional bursts of lightning from the king's dragon. We take the next step toward death. Join me, Ordak. We shall have our wine once again, but from my grand palace room. By morning this will be finished. They went through the next passage, cutting through a terrace that led to a silver door with an effigy of stars and a dragon's skull. The door opened for them. As King Nevron passed the opening, they immediately began up another stairwell. A blast of energy overtook them both, throwing them against the wall. A man in a red furling cloak held them against the wall. He wore a mask, as did another in the room holding a curved dagger. "Sacrifice is necessary," a voice said. The King of the Moon emerged, holding both his mace and a staff with an orb that glowed white. "Release them," he commanded. Ordak fell onto his knees. Both he and Nevron reclaimed their weapons. The man in red turned away. "Seer, what has become of you?" Nevron shouted. "The Seer was the first to truly fall. Seeing into the future, he saw the coming of Misla. He opened the path that led to your downfall, King. His grip on the minds of your people is strong. I lead with reverence in their eyes. Soon the dragons will falter in their allegiance, as many already have. I wish not to harm any more, but so many have already died needlessly. Do you know how much blood magic can be drawn from dragon blood?" The King of the Moon laughed. "I tell you, King, you do not know the workings of all. I am but a servant, a priest of the highest gods. I prepare a path." "A path to what, this Marog? This one who commands by enslaving those with masks?" "All of us are but bricks along a path," the King of the Moon said. "I serve greater, but I serve the one called Marog, as he is the strongest and may burn the path of what the gods of the north have laid open, what the Dwemhar seek to bring about. I am but a brick that shall smash the cracks in the plans, and by my sacrifices in power as it is now, I shall ensure future works. I will move into the Shadowlands in time, destroy the cohesion there, secure more to the greater cause." He paused, "But none of this matters." The King of the Moon rushed both of them, gripping their necks before he had even reached them, and pushing both Ordak and Nevron against the wall. "You think your dragon is important to me, Nevron? That those loyal to you can stop what I bring about? Too late, all of it. I only needed to derail your people's loyalty until I secured my own nexus of power within this region. I need none save myself, and your people are as good as lost to you, once king of the dragons. Your great seer is mine. All is mine." The seer held his staff aloft, red energy surging around him and outward, flowing out of the tower. "Now that which was only of the kingdom of Misla shall work here, empowered by blood magic, as decreed by Marog, and the next scream you shall hear will be all those who resist my rule." "You should have killed me, fool," Nevron said. "You talk too much." Ordak saw energy building around the gems of the king's shield. Then, a blast of magic struck the seer, throwing him against the far edge of the tower and sending a wave of energy through the room. The King of the Moon lost his grip, and Ordak charged forward, driving his shadow blade into the masked form, who was stunned for that moment. The mask released its grip on the man, tendrils flowing in the air as it attempted to grab Ordak. The other door to the room opened, and the dragon riders charged in, Ninka's in the lead. He struck the mask with his blade, shattering it from behind. Ordak then tore the mask off the great seer, stabbing the mask with his blade before it could attempt to grab the others. The seer was bleeding from the nose and was unconscious. They surrounded the King of the Moon. The man smiled at them. "I may speak too much, but you do not listen, King." Nevron tackled the man, smashing him over and over in the face. The King of the Moon laughed exuberantly, lifting his hand and throwing Nevron back. "Bow to me," he said plainly. One of the other dragon riders thrust their spear at their foe, only to have the spear bend back and drive itself into his eye. I cannot be defeated. Nevron swung his blade at their enemy, but the blade shattered as it passed through the king. A phantom, Ordak said. Not a phantom, one who serves the soon-to-be-dead Stormborn. Not a phantom at all. The King of the Moon turned white, a spell building around him. The Great Seer now stood amongst them. Go to the roof! Destroy the crystal! My powers no longer protect it! King Nevron and the others fled the room, heading outside through a small door, and to where the tower was now clear of the magics that had veiled a massive crystal. The crystal rippled with bolts of magic, sparking at random. We could not see this before from the spell upon it by the seer, Ordak said. Dragons! Call the dragons! King Nevron shouted. Ninkas and the others whistled, and the dragons who had been keeping close to the tower came to the pinnacle. The king's dragon floated off to the side. Dragonfire! Now! Burn this crystal! Shroud, Ninkas's black dragon, made the first pass. Fire melted the top of the crystal, but in response, it began to spin. A strange portal opened just above the tower, revealing another crystal. He is but a phantom. He is not present in this world, the Great Seer said. He attempts to enter a realm darker than any. I open this way with my mind, King. Close it, Nevron said. Close it. The dragons focused their breath, hovering now and sending blasts of fire over the crystal as the air around them began to turn white like a fog. What is this? Ordak said. A way open that was never truly shut. I came to serve the king in order to access old energies, old powers of gods not deemed holy. I've seen the ruin I caused, and now I close the way. The Great Seer drew a long dagger. I am sorry, my king. Great darkness rises in the far north. Flee this place. That is my last vision for you, my king. Marog must be destroyed, and so must I, for I am but a pawn. The Great Seer thrust the blade into his own throat, falling to the ground. Instantly, energy surged around him and flowed around the crystal and into the second crystal just barely visible. There was an explosion, and they were thrown from the tower. Ordak gripped his blades but saw nothing but ocean all around him as fire and fog rolled around him. A moment before striking the water, he was gripped by Shroud's claws. He looked up, seeing the face of not only the dragon, but that, too, of Ninkas. They headed for the king's dragon as several other dragons holding the survivors of the explosion made their way, with the king being one of them. Ninkas landed them atop the dragon. The king was bleeding from his nose and pushed up to his throne. We destroy the spire. Focus everything, dragon riders. Ordak didn't have time to get to the spot he was before, and instead grabbed one of the spikes as Ninkas and the other dragon riders began blasting the spire tower. The fogs that were present before were gone, but the King of the Moon was still there, drawing in energy around himself. Dragon fire, bolts of lightning, and now even spines of poison from the Trank-breed dragons of the High Guard of the King attempted to harm the King of the Moon, to no avail. The region of the dragon pits was clamoring with the men with white faces. Furthermore, bolts of fire flung from the other portions of the tower attempted to strike them. This was the people of King Nevron's, their minds poisoned to the purpose of the King of the Moon. A blast of energy rippled from the crystals affixed around the spire, striking the king's dragon. Suddenly, they were falling. Ordak could see blood flying up around him. Whatever the King of the Moon had done to the dragon had caused traumatic injuries to even his grand form. The dragon riders dove for them both, securing the king and Ordak just before they struck the ocean. Ninkas flew down, and the dragon holding Ordak released him to fall onto the back of Shroud. King Nevron was released onto the back of the healer's white dragon. Ninkas flew near the king, and they hovered, looking at the energies surging between all the spires. We have failed. I have failed, Nevron said. We fly for Trekka Peaks. We have to get away from here. Ninka suggested. So be it. Our home is no longer our home. Ordak looked back at the king's dragon. It was moving, slowly, seemingly swimming into the depths. He isn't dead, Ninka said, following the flight of dragons as they moved low to the ocean, speeding away from the spires. But like us, he must retreat to fight once again when the time is right. Nothing has gone as we planned. The dragons they had been fighting before were not pursuing them, but instead were joined by thousands of other winged creatures swarming around the spire. Something had indeed taken power in the lands of the dragons, and as they flew with haste northwest, Ordak wasn't sure of their next path at all, or if the king would even be willing to go to Aieclo. Part 7. A Mother's Love. Elera pushed off Evern's staff. I am as good as I can be. Her wound still bled, but she turned and embraced her dragon. Your birth comes upon the fields of death. Please forgive me for putting you in such danger, but know we owe you our lives. Rournock bowed to them slightly, and then lay down. Come, Elera said. If the gods are not with us now, I don't know what further sign you need. We shall ride Rournock to the place where this vengeful mother is. Though normally a dragon rider would have an actual saddle of some kind, that was not the case with this dragon. But there was plenty of space for them to mount the creature. Though it didn't feel particularly stable, especially considering they were each holding on to large spines that came off the back of the beast, they soon were flying above Aieclo, once again heading west. Most of the island was red with molten rock. Above them, high in the clouds, the golden orb that had come faded away, yet time remained stopped. You said west, but what else? Where are we flying? Elera asked. It is a narrow valley, Valrin told her, but I have to imagine that it is filled with lava now. We must hope her body has survived. Not likely. Everything is molten. There is some chance, Evern said. I do not know how the ground is broken up and the fires of Aieclo spread, but where the vengeful mother was, there was a spring. Perhaps it has not been set aflame as so much else has. Valrin hoped he was right. Soaring high over Aieclo, Valrin could see that in the breaks of the rocky crust of the island, the old city was visible. The years upon years of stone and eruptions had hidden the grand city of Eliue, but like all things in time, the truth was being revealed even through the fire and destruction. They came over a narrow gorge, indeed the very gorge they were looking for. Valrin looked off the side and saw lava filling the gorge. Rournock glided low, and they came to a spot surrounded by water. Yet another act of fate, Bryce said. This is going to work. They landed on solid ground, but the nearby spring was bubbling from the thermal activity under the rock. Much of the ruins had collapsed, but the altar where the mother was bound was still intact. Immediately, wraiths leaped from the high places like silver and black dogs attacking their prey. Valrin and Elera drew their shadow blades, and immediately the wraiths stopped, falling back. Why are they backing up? Elera asked. They have been taught to fear these blades, Evern said. Eliue? Valrin asked. Perhaps, but let's not question it too much. As Valrin and Elera walked on the right side of the path leading to the vengeful mother, the wraiths followed but did not attack. There was a small bridge of stone leading over a small canal that cut into the path, a recent addition likely attributed to the constant quaking of the island. As they approached the vengeful mother, the bones near the base of the altar rose and began to move. In the name of Etha, Bryce said. The bones were that of children. Several of them sat up and looked at Valrin and the others. Still, others were too small to sit up and rolled around on the ground. The vengeful mother tossed upon her altar, rising with an ethereal scream. Who did this? Elera asked. Was it truly the Scourge Siren? As I understand it now, Valrin said, her husband was enslaved. She must have come to save him. Ordak said he was here. Said he fought with the resistance. During that time, the Scourge Siren killed her, seeing her shadow magic as some form of threat to her rule. She watched as her children were killed, and then she herself was destroyed. The spear that had slowly ended her life still pinned her bony form to the altar. Within her stomach were still more bones, where the one she was pregnant with when killed remained. "She was pregnant?" Ilera asked. "You know that shadow magic can be accented by life. While blood magic can be increased with sacrifice, shadow magic can be channeled through new life. Ordak and I were present when the Scourge Siren killed her own pregnant followers to draw in their power to increase her own. Perhaps the vengeful mother sought to do the opposite to combat her. The truest revenge this mother could have would be what we give her the chance to do. But she is not as the necromancer. She is a pure form of maternal rage." The bones of the vengeful mother rattled and shook, and the ethereal scream came again. "We must put on the ring and then release her," Evern said plainly. Valrin and the others slowly approached the altar. The skeletal children rose, the ones who were old enough, at least, and climbed up to their mother. Valrin held the ring in hand, carefully approaching and climbing up the steps to the top of the altar. He looked at the bones shaking upon the altar. The small children climbed up and over their mother, and as he saw the bones within her move, he was nauseated. Her head looked at him, her eyes blackened with red fire. She wailed. He fell back away, clenching his ears. Evern held the staff ready to control her. Valrin had half a thought that maybe she might act on her own, that if released, she would take action on her own accord. But that wouldn't work for them. They had to do this. They had to use what had enslaved her husband in order to use her to destroy her own bane and, in turn, that which had trapped her husband. Furthermore, that was their only chance to stop Marog. He climbed back up to the mother. He'd have to be quick. He counted to himself. He'd do it. He took a deep breath and grabbed the lower portion of her arm, forcing the ring onto her finger. Suddenly there was a flash, and he was within a green valley with a waterfall flowing into a crystal-clear lake. He was still upon the altar, but incense burned and sweet smoke flowed into the air. There was a statue of a goddess behind him, but he wasn't sure it was Aetha. Children jumped and played in the green grass while a young girl chased a butterfly near the water's edge. Valrin could feel his hand was stuck to the Scourge Siren, but at least in his mind he could stand up. He felt happiness welling in his chest. He felt so happy that tears built up in the corners of his eyes. The children were singing, jumping merrily in a circle around a single figure. This figure stared at him with a bright face and a smile. It was a woman, and from the large bulge in her stomach, he knew exactly who she was. Behind her in the rocks, he could see old Aieclo and a tiny crystal shining brightly. He then saw the image of the necromancer they had defeated cowering in the temple from before. The joyous sounds of the children turned to screaming in his own ears. He saw the necromancer, looking much different from before, grabbing his face and screaming. He then looked at the woman. She had to have been thousands of years old to have been married to a Dwemhar man who was alive during Eliue's rule of Aieclo. She had pointed ears. She was an elf. Much was to come from the children of Dwemhar and elven blood. Much was to be, before the decree of those who would become Stormborn, before the Dwemhar fell. You are to guard the new path, the new way to ascension that was lost. My children were meant to lead us. She motioned to the playing children. There were 6 of them, older children standing in the distance. They were the first pure forms meant to blot out the darkness. They were lost, killed by Eliue, the Dark One. My love went to fight him. I did not follow. When he did not come back, I came here, but Aieclo was no longer what it once was. I worked to discover the truth, and it was that which was the Scourge Siren that I found. My husband was lost. I took another, and with him, I was building something from the heart of Mother alone, a force to go against the darkness. I failed. Valrin looked around to see the dead children around the altar and the woman he was speaking to pinned to the altar, her blood running off the stone and the spear thrust through her stomach. She wept and wailed, and he saw the light of thousands of suns fly over, until at last he saw again Evern and the others. The vengeful mother was calm. The bones of her children had moved within her own form, and she had grown greatly in size, pulling herself from the altar as Eivor moved the staff upward. She ripped the spear free from the stone, the same spear that had ended her life, and around her body was a flowing raiment of yellow flowers. "Valrin," Bry said, "you weren't speaking before, just staring. Come down here, quick." Valrin did so, partially disturbed by all he had seen, but understanding the story now much better than before. "She will help us," Valrin said. "She wants her revenge for thousands of years of pain." "Well, we have the ring on her, so even if she didn't," Alera pointed out. Ever nodded. "But a willing spirit will always be more powerful than once forced to do something without any choice or desire themselves." The vengeful mother floated in front of them. Rournock was unsteady, moving quickly to Alera's side and growling at the bony form floating nearby. "It is okay, boy," Alera said, stroking the dragon's neck. "We need to fly back to the Aieclo sunrise. We can use the ship's power to get to the central tower." "We could just ride Rournock," Alera said. "Yes, but I'd like to grab a few more potions," Evern said. "I have some basic supplies. We just need to add water. We're ill-prepared for another fight." "It is on the way to the tower," Bry said. "Mostly." "We can use the ship, too," Valrin said. "Better for us to have two ways to the tower and back than just the dragon." They climbed onto Rournock, the vengeful mother floating behind them as Evern kept watch, holding the staff. The dragon ran, flapping its wings with thunderous force, pushing them up and out of the canyon, back over the fiery fields of Aieclo. Valrin gripped Bry from behind, seeing her smile as she looked back at him. Her eyes then traced to the vengeful mother. Valrin did the same. She was just behind them, her raiment of yellow flowers floating behind her, and as they flew higher, the flowers grew in size until she had a long cloak trailing behind her. "Yellow flowers are a sign of new children in old Shadow Elf culture," Evern said. "She carries the spirit of her fallen children with her even now." They were flying north, moving through the smoke of Aieclo and around several whirlwinds of fire, still stuck as they were when Eliue somehow halted time. As they passed through several areas where lightning was striking the ground, Valrin heard the sizzle of the bolts and could feel the hair on his arms stand up straight. They were over the high fells of Aetha's Rage now. The flat ground of the area that the goddess had flattened with her astral power was like a barren black sea of stone beneath them. In the distance, they could see the sea. At first, Valrin just thought a fog had rolled over the coast, veiling the coast itself, but as they flew closer, he noticed the shoreline was empty. The Aieclo sunrise was gone. "Valrin?" Evern said. "I see it. I don't know." They flew over the coast, moving out over the water, before Ilera curved them back, and Rournock flapped hard to move them back over the high fells. "Where is the ship? Who took it? Marog?" Ilera asked. "No," Valrin said. "The turtles would have protected it, and I doubt he cares for it at the moment. He likely would work to just kill us versus worrying about the ship. In his mind, his forces have defeated it before. It isn't a threat to him." The wind suddenly kicked up around them. Lightning flashed, and Rournock struggled to fly straight. "Whatever the Clockmaster did is done," Evorn said. From the center of Aieclo, a winged form of shadows shot up into the air out of sight. There was a whistle around them. Evern moved the staff bound to the vengeful mother in an arc over them, and the bony entity moved over top of them. A moment later, the cloud split above them, and the winged shadow of the scourge siren descended. The vengeful mother moved to strike before Evern even gave a command. Like two birds fighting in the sky, the two clashed, with the vengeful mother using the great spear that had ended her life and countless others against the scourge siren, who drew in dark energies in explosions of black lightning. "Fly! Fly to Avium!" Valrin shouted. Ilera pushed Roanoke forward. They sped for the tower, seeing the energies swirling around the very top of the structure. There were many broken roads of stone that led to the center tower. Pools of lava and rivers of magma floated around the tower itself. It was then Valrin spotted the fleet of Marog in the oceans to the east of Aieclo. A moment later, there was a flash from beneath them, and Roanoke was struck from underneath. They were falling. Roanoke struggled to stay aloft. Avern flew off the back first, Bry second. Valrin reached for Bry and lost his own grip. He struck the side of a rocky mountain and rolled to stop in time to see Ilera get control of Roanoke, the dragon flapping to stay aloft. This was the final challenge, Part 8, of Spears and Coffee. They had been flying for some time. The moon was still up, but the long periods of gliding and flapping as the many dragons made their way north along the coast had become repetitive. Ordok felt sad for the horror that had befallen these people's home, but it was nothing like the gloom that was over all of them. None of them smiled. None of them even looked up. King Nevron kept his hand on his forehead and his eyes closed, leaning on the rider he shared a mount with. Considering Ordok has his arm wrapped around Ninka's, he had heard his change in breathing patterns, the abrupt coughing, the sprinkled of tears on his face as the winds blew over them. The dragon riders who had saved them outside Rikernala had been so confident. Ninkus was beaming as they approached the dragon pits. He was proud of his people, proud of his status with them, but now all of that was gone. There was a mountain range in the distance. Ordok knew that as the western border of the Shadowlands. They were nearing the Gulf of Alrina, and north of that land was considered the North, or the Old North, as it was called by those who remembered when the Gulf of Alrina was still land. There was a dark black island far beneath them, and the flight of dragons descended rapidly upon it. To their right, the sun was coming up. As they flew into a narrow opening, bringing up the rear of all the dragons, several dragons blew fire upon great torch basins, bringing much-needed light to this sanctum. Much like the rock nests, this was another hidden place. A refuge. But here was not for breeding or a reminder of what once was. It was an armory. "Mount up the dragons. Make sure you reinstall neck armor," King Nevron said. "I've heard no plans, but you prepare for battle?" "Yes, it should be clear. I must kill Marog." The king was carrying several large spears and divvying them out to the riders. "Use the resistant armor. There will be magic. I'd rather have defense against spells versus blades." The resistant armor was not as pronounced as the metal armor many of the dragons wore. This secondary armor was closer to leather. There was metal, but only along the dragon's most vital organs. Nevron strapped 2 swords onto the white dragon of the healer and motioned for Ordok to follow him. "You need proper armor yourself, no?" the king asked. "Of course," Ordok said. The king led him into a rather long room. By torchlight, Ordok could see many rows of helmets and armor. The king lit several torches. "Take what you need. Most of this was crafted by dwarves living in the islands just north of here. This armor is made from the scales of fallen dragons, quite a strong substance and much lighter than any armor made of metal." The king laughed. "The dwarves even paid to purchase some for themselves. They could not believe we'd let them just have it. But I try to honor all deals and surprise those who assist me." As Ordok pulled the armor over his head and found a helmet with a single spike of metal, Nevron assisted him in securing it to his chest. "I am sorry for your loss," Ordok told him. Nevron finished with the strap and walked away. "You speak as if you assisted the bastards in taking my home. You have nothing to be sorry for. You challenged me to Rukrenro. You also beat me as far as any are concerned, though it was not a proper right. But then, against odds, you were my brother-in-arms, challenging the King of the Moon, and exhibiting bravery I cannot directly match to another, especially for one not of our island. The king had vanished into a smaller room and returned to Ordak with his own armor. I'll be dueling this Marog, as it seems. Can you tell me much of his fighting style? Ordak shook his head. I cannot. I have not seen him fight. Marog was a cursed mask that took the form of a physical being. He has a great fleet of ships of considerable power, though Ninkas and his dragons forced them to retreat. As we will again. I have not had single combat against a worthy opponent of a foreign nation in some time. This Misla is not a place I know of, but it is a key to all of this. I hope Misla does not admire this Marog, or they will soon be singing their sonnets to a sad tone. The king touched Ordak's shoulder. You will be there for my fight, just as before, just as all dragon riders will work to defeat this evil. Truly, I admired you when I shared my wine and we spoke of all such things before our fight. If you'd had come to me while I was still on my throne, I believe I would have supported Valrin and the others. You have not been with them for long, though? No, Ordak said, shaking his head. A good friend of mine has. Ivurn, a shadow elf. Evern? Interesting. King Nevron stroked his chin. A name I haven't heard in some time. You knew him? Nevron chuckled. Something like that, I guess. Many years have passed since that time, but we all change. Come, the others will prepare a small meal and coffee. I'll take care of the cinnamon so it's tolerable for you, he teased. They went back out to the assembly area. Here the dragons were eating from a trough with many nets nearby, from where the dragon riders had pulled fish from the nearby waters. Some were still working to harvest a bit more. Most of the dragons were sleeping. Others, like Shroud, were simply watching the other riders. Ninkas served the king, handing him a cup of coffee. Nevron passed it to Ordak and served his own from the clay pot sitting nearby. Cinnamon? He asked. Ninkas looked surprised but went to search in a nearby storeroom. No, it doesn't look like we have any. Nevron stared at Ordak. Quite an uncomfortable situation, I'd say. My apologies. I owe you cinnamon. Ordak laughed. It isn't so bad. I guess in previous company I had just had bad coffee. Bad coffee is sourced wrong, likely left on the ground too long and not properly dried, a rider said. Yes, Nevron said. I have had coffee that was not dried on the ground too. Idiot growers on a tiny island, tiny, I tell you, had the worst bite to it. The proper way to go about turning a coffee cherry to something you can brew is you first dry the coffee on the ground and then roast it over an open fire. The king motioned over the small fire with his hands. You see, Ordak, you have to make sure to roast it evenly and grind it well. Then your water has to be the best. Springs on our islands are the best. This place is not too bad, but in time, I will show you what I mean of proper coffee production. I did not know dragon riders were so versed in coffee production, Ordak said. As they were talking, one of the other riders had been preparing fish on a skewer. The man set several skewers over the fire, and the crackle and sizzle of the flesh was made even better by the addition of spices from a small jar. There were only 15 of them, and even fewer dragons. So, do we all go? No, the king said. 3 dragons will remain. Our good healer will come with us, but 5 riders will remain here in hiding. Though our people know of this place, I doubt it will be a focus of the King of the Moon. Even if he comes here, they plan to descend into the old dwarven mines for now. It is a deep area, but there is fresh water and a good place to rest. This island was actually crawling with dragons when the dwarves asked us to rid their home. In the end, it was simpler for us to keep the island, and it seemed the dwarves only cared for the treasure they had stashed away here and nothing to do with taking back the island. It is how we came to have a place so far from our home. The fish was done, and they ate. The sun was up now, and the riders were making final preparations. The dragons were all wearing armor. They each had several spears, at least one long blade on their mount, and still other riders had more weapons. Some carried bows and a quiver of arrows. The king himself chose a double-headed battle-axe and his shield, of course. "A blessed gift to the king of old," Nevron told Ordak. "Apparently it is of the Dwemhar, ironically enough. It blocks spells, one of many items sealed in the royal vault back home." The king paused, staring at the ground as his mind wandered. He exhaled. "I have never been in such a situation," he whispered to Ordak. "It is strange to me, strange that I must be saddened in such a way, to be forced to seek out an enemy who is not even my primary target. But the Great Seer said I must destroy Marog. He is the true master of my enemy. This captain of yours, Valrin, do you think he will care to come south? To assist me once I have assisted him?" "I cannot say of Valrin beyond that he has a charge to protect the glacial seas. Perhaps he will." Nevron nodded. "Right then. It is time," he shouted out. The dragon riders embraced the few who were to remain and took to their dragons. Ninkas beckoned Ordak to come over to him. "You shall ride with me. I do not know what we fly into, but I assume you'll want to get on the ground as soon as we can." "I do, but like you, I do not know what we face. Perhaps there will be no battle. I cannot say for sure. I do not even know where they are." "We go to Aieclo. If there is a battle, we'll find it. If this is all for naught, and the battle is over, we will seek out Marog, and if they are dead, we will avenge them." Ordak didn't care for that last outcome. King Nevron was the first one in the air, guiding his white dragon in a circle just above the water as he directed the dragon upward and away from the island. In total, the 12 dragons were a sight to see, moving like bats emerging from an island cave and taking to the bright sky above. They would pass over the mountains of the western Shadowlands, and it would take some time to reach the sea. But Ordak had completed his desired task. He had secured the dragon rider's assistance, though it was not in the way he had been hoping at all. At least he had done it. As they flew over land now, he looked out to the east and to the dark Shadowlands. He could see an eruption from one of the southern volcanoes. Fire shot up into the sky. "The eruptions have been worsening for the last few weeks," Ninka shouted to him. Aieclo had messed with much in the natural world. Ordak could smell the putrid odor of swamps below them, or perhaps it was actually just the volcanic smoke, or even both. Evidently the king didn't care for the smell either, and took them higher into the sky, through the cloud cover and, soon, above the clouds. But it was from here, even far away from Aieclo, they saw plumes of black smoke rising high into the sky. Lightning shot across this black plume. "Aieclo," Ordak said. "I pray they are okay. I pray Elera is okay." Ninkas took a deep breath, and it seemed all the dragons were flying a bit faster. "You can pray to the gods, but I feel we shall be their answer to our friends' prayers." Part 9. Nexus. Valrin pushed himself up. He drew his Dwemhar blade and surveyed where everyone was. The Scourge Siren and the Vengeful Mother fought in the clouds above. Elera was on the opposite side of the tower and making her way back around. Bry was far beneath him, near a pool of lava, but she was standing up. Evern had landed near a high pathway, the remains of a bridge that led directly to the tower. All around the tower were high cliffs. The only entrance was a small path that was the center point between the bridge reaching south and another, smaller bridge that went directly to the tower. He heard a hiss and a growl. Bry was now running toward him. He met her halfway and she rubbed his cheek. Her fingers stung. "Just a scratch. Good." They both looked up to the remains of the tower that stood high above them. He heard the growl again, and something moved within the pool of lava. Valrin looked at Bry. "I don't know, but let's get up to Avern." Avern was nearly down to them, and with haste, they hurried up to the elevated position. There is a spell upon the tower. It protects entry from the lower region. But that isn't our largest problem, the shadow elf said. At that moment, Eliue flew a good distance from them, with Rournock breathing ice upon the road. Something comes, many somethings. They are beasts of flame. I could see them from afar. Eliue is doing her part to cover us. We must try to figure out a way into that tower. There is something in the lava. It was growling, Valrin said. Evern looked over his shoulder. In the lava is where it can stay. He began casting his earth magic, building a mound to reach upward to the tower. I think I can build it up high enough to make a path to that upper area. The Scourge Siren is busy. If we move quickly, we can get to Avium. And to free her from the crystal? Bry asked. Spells something. I'm improvising. Just keep watch. I suspect that us flying over this area triggered a spell of some kind that struck the dragon. Just watch for anything strange. Growling lava? Flame beasts? Sure, I'll watch for anything strange, Valrin said. A joke? Was that a joke? Ha! Evern laughed. Eliue had built a wall of ice with her dragon and was now flying back toward them. Evern layered his spells, crafting a walkway several men high, and was now curving vines with his staff that reached to the tower and up it. The moment the vine touched the tower, they all three heard another hiss. That hiss! It is familiar, Bry said. It is like what we heard before when we came to Aieclo before we were captured. Rusis, quiet. Unless you want to curse Wura, then curse away. I have almost woven the vine strong enough. Fire leaped from the lava pool, and Valrin saw blackness emerging from the ground beneath them. The ice wall in the distance was under barrage of some type of spell from the other side. Now let's go, Evern shouted. They began across the constructed bridge, making it to the vines. I'll go first, Bry shouted. Suddenly, a burst of lava struck the side of the tower. The vines shriveled. Eliue flew over at the moment, Rournock roaring as from somewhere beneath them, several shards of rock shot up, nearly striking the dragon again. Then, covered in lava, the strange creature from before, the one that had been in the Dwemer temple, revealed itself. Damn you, Wura! The shadow elf screamed. Evorn jumped down to the ground, slamming a blast of earth magic at the creature. The creature took the blast and continued up to the vines, burning what remained. Evorn attempted to distract the creature as Bry summoned her own spells, casting electricity into it. They drew it away from the tower, but the high cliffs and deep gorges around them meant their only path backward was down the bridge and to the ice wall. Rournock struck from behind, sending blasts of ice onto the back of the creature. It was stunned. Valrin looked back to the ice wall. It was nearly broken down. He could see the fiery creatures nearly at the top. Eliue, hold the wall! He shouted. Rournock growled as she sped him that way again. Evorn sent a continuous stream of earth magic at the ground. The creature was unable to move, though it had almost melted all the ice on its back. Bry, focus on its head! Freeze this bastard! The air snapped cold, and ice crystals for Bry's spell blew on Valrin. Her gauntlets were alight, her hair furled in the wind. For a moment, in the horror of Aieclo, he saw beauty. Evorn twisted his staff, focusing the energies forward. The magic turned red, and Valrin saw blood running down Evorn's arms. The creature broke free, charging them. Evorn slammed his staff in front of them, sending a shockwave that stunned the creature. Valrin lunged, thrusting his blade into it as both Bry and Evorn sent their own separate blasts that knocked it to one side. Valrin aimed for its leg, and they toppled it from the cliff. Behind them, the wall exploded, and there was a horn call from the east. Eliue landed her dragon, who was breathing a continuous blast of ice down the bridge, before looking to the east. Marog's forces approach from the east. They are upon the mountains. Try ice, Evern shouted. We must get to the top of the tower. We must get to Avium. The vengeful mother wailed. The wings of the scourge siren pounded the air with a furious flapping, shooting embers like stars into the air above them. Ivern knelt, blood dripping off his arms. "I am fine, Stormborn, but I'd much like a break when we are done here," he said. Ivern looked at him. "We must get to Evium." Ilera made a bridge of ice, casting layers of ice from the spot of earth Ivern had created up to the middle of the tower. But it was then, as Ilera attempted to guide Rornok up and around the tower, the scourge siren flew straight into Rornok's side, throwing Ilera and her dragon against a distant cliff. Neither of them were moving. The scourge siren descended upon them. Ivern leaped to his feet, coughing but using the staff to draw the vengeful mother forward. The skeletal monster grasped the scourge siren from behind, drawing it into the pool of lava. "Destroy her!" Valrin shouted. The scourge siren screamed, pulled into the lava. Whatever form the evil entity had beyond the dark energies swarming around her, the vengeful mother sought to destroy one way or another. But then, in a flash of silver, came another, striking the vengeful mother from behind. Marog had come. With the blade of Aether in hand, he would turn this battle to whatever end he sought. Valrin glanced behind them, having been distracted. The beasts had broken down the ice wall. Evern shouted in frustration, slamming his own staff into the ground, just as several beasts of fire and shadow, the size of massive wolves, were nearly upon them. He blasted them back, and Bry went to assist him. "No! Get to Evium! I will fight this battle! Go now, before anything else happens! Stormborn, I will protect this path!" The scourge siren and Marog were now locked in a furious battle just above the pool of lava. Valrin noticed the vengeful mother was now a melted form, her bones aflame. There was a shout from atop the tower, and the crystal holding Evium began to spin. "No," Valrin said. "Come on," he said to Bry. They hurried up the ice bridge, careful to not slip, as careful as they could be, and made it a mere few paces, when the scourge siren struck the bridge in her flight from Marog. She began to spin up the tower, leading Marog as she moved toward the top. "She moves to merge her form with Evium!" As the scourge siren reached the top of the tower, there was a flash of red lightning, striking Marog, and the dark form was knocked back. A golden light appeared in the clouds above. Lightning struck the mountaintops around them. A sheen silver metal descended from the clouds. Valrin heard the sounds of music, much like an Acan, but this was no Acan. "I make my final offering to right that which was wrong. I have seen many versions of this play out, and I choose this to be my final stand." It was Eliue. The massive ship above them was not just an Acan. It was longer, larger, and at the front of the vessel he saw none other than the Ayla sunrise affixed as part of the ship. There came the light of stars upon the lower portion of Eliue's creation, and a blast of white struck the tower. Darkness fled and was thrown back. The shadow of the scourge siren was enveloped in rolling light and white energies. I have seen much in my time, and now I have but the key to deny her the form she protected. This was the only way. But I have seen this future. Be strong, Stormborn. Do not give in to the shadow. There came a deafening explosion, and Marog leaped forward, striking Eliue's vessel from beneath. There was an explosion of fire and blue lightning, and pieces of metal struck all around them. In the sudden destruction of Eliue's vessel, the Ayla sunrise was thrown nearly into the lake of fire across from them. The tower was still bathed in white light and glowing brightly. The scourge siren tried to descend upon it, and could not. Marog now engaged the scourge siren once again. Balls of shadowy lightning flew at random between the two evil forms of Eliue's spirit. Eliue had given his life for this chance to save Evium, and Bry and Valrin ran for the tower. Now, because the magic the scourge siren was using had been destroyed, there was a broken but walkable path to the lower entrance of the tower itself. Valrin spotted the Ayla sunrise just on the edge of the fiery lake. His turtles were working to make repairs, but now, upon the cliffs just above the ship, Valrin saw the warriors of Marog converging. Bry grabbed him. Go, get our ship. What? I will go for Avium. Get the ship. I can tell from here that it's damaged, but the crystals are fully charged. Get the ship. Pick us up from the top. I can do this. We can't lose the ship to Marog, or all of this is pointless. You're the Stormborn, and that's our ship. Go on, Captain. But there is no but to this. She reached for his face, kissing him. Hurry up. I can't do everything by myself. He smiled, and she returned it. He looked to the Ayla sunrise as now Evern had taken to falling back as he fought those coming down the bridge. Valrin leaped down from the bridge to a rocky slope that led around to where his ship had landed. It was partially hanging over the lava, but one of the turtles was actively repairing where the ship was burning. Bry was nearly to the bottom of the tower when Valrin saw her begin casting balls of fire at flying beasts swooping down upon her. From his vantage point, he could see that Evorn too was under attack by the beasts. The shadow elf had gone from fighting to holding a large ward, forcing the creatures to push against him from the direction of the bridge and from above now. Several of the creatures jumped down toward Valrin. He ran for the ship, jumping over several large rocks and getting to within leaping distance for the back of the vessel. He jumped, grabbing hold of the railings and pulling himself over. One of the turtles charged, igniting its weapon. Valrin rolled to the side. "It's me!" he shouted. But electricity rolled from the front of the turtle's shell, striking a beast that was nearly upon the back of the ship. "Oh," Valrin said. "Well, good work, then." Valrin gripped the wheel, attempting to engage the ship's energies. There was significant damage still being repaired. 2 of the 3 turtles were working on the outer hull on the right side. The one on the very front was preventing the ship from burning from beneath. Valrin turned the wheel and engaged the ship again. It moved further into the rock and gave enough coverage from beneath that the 3rd turtle could now make repairs and not worry about the ship burning. Eliue was up above them. He heard her shout something, and then Rornik roared. A second later, several icy, white-faced warriors flew down the side of the cliffs. "I have to get up. I have to get to my crew," Valrin told himself. The turtles were working tirelessly. Evorn was still holding his ward. Bry was somewhere within the tower. They needed a prayer. Ordak looked over the barren ash plains now riddled with cracks of magma and rivers of lava. To the far west, he saw what was once his home, the home of the Delkians. There was nothing there now but shadow and fire. The dragons formed into one single wing, spread out across the sky. King Nevron fell back alongside Ninkas and Ordak. "I see flashes and lightning in the distance, but I do not know what that bright explosion was before." "I do not either," Ordak said. His words were solemn. "Don't you worry. No matter the foe, they've never seen the fury of the dragon riders. Ordak, once we are on approach, we do not communicate. Through our helms, we have a sort of second vision. We see paths to follow with our dragons, an intrinsic ability to know where the others are." "There is a large gathering of ships to the east," Ninkas shouted. "That is likely Marog's fleet." "Then we burn it," Nevron shouted. "Trank breed dragon riders, follow me into the center. Fire drakes, light up that fleet. All others, cover those discussed before. There will be a shadow elf wizard, a Rusis, a Lara, and a boy captain. If any are injured, evacuate them. Concentrate all attacks on Marog and any who are not our friends." 4 of the dragons split off, banking to the east and towards the eastern coast. The others flew over Sealar now. The city was all but broken and on fire. They were now following the central path directly to the tower of the Scourge Siren. There were hundreds of shadow beasts running beneath them. The dragons spewed a mix of ice and electricity, cutting into the forms beneath them and clearing a large section of the bridge. It was then Ordak saw the form of the Scourge Siren ahead, her wings flapping wildly above the remains of the tower. The tower was glowing gold. "Ilera!" Ninkas shouted. They dropped from formation, making for the eastern cliffs. Valrin engaged the ship once more, energy surging around him and the crystals along the deck spinning. He lifted off the surface of Aieclo as Eliue cut just over him with Roanoke, shredding into several of the winged beasts. Behind him, roars filled the air, and blasts of fire shot down from the skies. The dragon riders descended upon the area. He worked to gain altitude, avoiding explosions of lava shooting into the air. Eliue cut back across the top of his ship, working to cover him until he could actually angle his own weapons. It was then Marog shouted out in a deafening scream that Valrin cringed to, feeling his head pounding. The dragons all flapped wildly, stunned by this attack, whatever it was. Though the scourge siren attempted to still break through the barrier Eliue had placed, Marog had turned his attention. With his long arms, he swiped at the dragons, attempting to grab Eliue. Roanoke blasted him with ice, which he slapped through, knocking her and her dragon across the sky. Shroud and Ninkas descended, making a glancing pass to Marog. He threw 2 spears at the masked figure, but neither found their marks. Valrin flew around and over the area, where Evern's ward reflected repeated attacks. The shadow elf was alone, pushed to the edge of the broken bridge and the lower tower. Creatures had descended, blocking the way into the tower. Valrin engaged the weapons on the right side, sending volleys of orbs into the shadow beasts. Shroud followed, blasting a hole down their center. Valrin saw Ordak jump to the ground, driving his blades into the creatures and reuniting with Evern. Valrin would need at least 2 more circles to get up to the same level as Bry. Dragons shot across the sky, blasting apart the forces of Marog, now in mass around the tower. Ninkas had gone to Eliue, and it seemed she was on her back but alive. He saw Ninkas point up. It was then, descending like a white comet, Valrin saw a grand white dragon and a rider with a massive battle axe. Marog was taken by surprise, knocked nearly into the tower as the rider pulled his beast back up, circling back around. Marog flew back into the air as dragons struck him from either side with electricity. Marog spun, his blade of ether cutting into the spells and knocking them back into the dragons. Both of the riders and dragons were blasted into the fires beneath them. The white dragon came again, the rider atop it with their axe aloft, screaming a battle cry. Marog shot up, slashing across the neck of the dragon and hewing its head. The rider struck the rocks near the bridgeway where Ordak and Evern fought. A blast of energy came upon the tower, and shadows descended once again atop the upper levels. The scourge siren had pierced the ward. Bry could feel the shift in energies. The warmness she'd felt as she entered the tower faded away. She had reached the top and saw a strange metallic structure surrounding a central crystal. She saw Avium lying on the side of the crystal itself. She was not the evil form they'd seen, but she was bleeding from her back and nose. There were charred wings upon her back. Her transformation had been halted. Whatever Eliue had done had worked. Bry looked up. She could not see the sky. She saw blackness and could feel a coldness that made no sense when they were surrounded by fires. Dragons shot up and over the tower. She saw the mast of the Aieclo sunrise nearly breaching the level she was. She grabbed Ivium's arm, dragging her to the edge of the tower. A dark form reached out, grabbing at Bry. Snapping her magics around her, she summoned up a spell of ice and lightning. She focused, casting the spell at the dark form before her. The golden energies still around the tower focused around her spell and wove in a pattern, shielding her and Avium. "Foolish mortal! Who are you to challenge the power of a Dwemhar, you wretched bitch?" the scourge siren screamed. "I am Bry, Rusis of the Aieclo Sunrise, under Captain Valrin, Stormborn of the glacial seas." She blasted the scourge siren, augmented by Eliue's spells. "You are nothing, a Rusis assisted by a Dwemhar. You are alone. You will be destroyed. I will have my daughter. Avium is a part of our crew, and you will not touch her again." The Scourge Siren surrounded Bry's powers, curving them back and around her. She cast a ward to protect them, absorbing the energies and then pushing them back. The runes on her gauntlets burned her arms from the level of energy flowing through them. The Aieclo sunrise passed on the other side of them, and volleys of white energy struck the back of the Scourge Siren. Valrin spotted Bry beneath him. He engaged every weapon aboard the ship. Volleys of white orbs struck the back the Scourge Siren, burning through the enveloping shadows of her back. The center mast of the ship glowed red. A blast of fire engulfed his fiend. The Dwemer energies of the ship were burning her back, ripping apart the shadows, protecting the frail form underneath. Ninkas and several other dragons flew up, casting ice where Valrin was striking. Then Marog came, slashing apart 2 more dragons as if they weren't even a foe worth facing. Marog went to strike the Aieclo sunrise, but though he sent a blast of energy from his own hand, it had no effect. The energy dissipated, unable to harm the Aieclo sunrise. Is this something Eliue did? Valrin didn't know. The remaining dragons fell away, except for Ninkas. Him and Shroud pounded the ash and smoke, ascending high before diving again. Marog rose to attack them, and it was then Ninkas dismounted, running up his dragon's neck and meeting Marog head-on with his sword. There were 3 parries between their blades, and Marog grabbed him, his masked form reaching out and covering Ninkas in tendrils. Then, as one, they turned for Valrin. The dragon struck the side of the Aieclo sunrise, and one of the turtles went to strike the dragon, only to be bitten and broken apart. Marog had possessed Ninkas, and using his dragon, blasted the deck of the Aieclo sunrise. Marog and Ninkas were as one, a combined form. Valrin drew his Dwemhar saber. "Release him!" Marog said nothing through his Ninkas host. The dragon turned its head, blasting the helm of the ship in flames. The crystals along the deck arched together, forming a partial ward before the Stormborn and shielding him. The fire stopped. Valrin charged. He slashed the dragon's face and spun, drawing his shadow blade. He pulled himself onto the dragon, driving his blade into Marog's mask. He withdrew the blade, spilling blood all over the deck of the ship. Ninkas reached up and attempted to pull Marog from him. The dragon roared, shooting fire toward Valrin again. One of the 2 turtles cast a small ward, and again he was shielded. "Push close!" Valrin shouted. The turtle was his shield, and Valrin wanted to get as close as possible to strike as fast as he could. Ninkas still was trying to pull the blade from him as now, covered in blood, he drew a knife, stabbing at the mask upon him. The dragon fire ceased. Valrin went to strike, but as he did, Ninkas thrust his blade into the back of Shroud's skull before turning the same blade on himself. Valrin leaped up the side of the deck as Marog attempted to swing the sword of Aether. He nicked his sword hand, and the blade fell upon the deck of the ship. Marog then fell away, bound to Ninkas and Shroud. The dragon and his rider were dead. Valrin claimed the sword of Aether. Now he had to get to Bry and end this. Ivern and Ordak had run for where King Nevron had crashed. Their enemies were still around them, but the half-orc and the shadow elf did not cease their fighting, though Ivern was past the point of fatigue. The white dragon was dead, but the rider was not. Ordak dragged Nevron from where he had landed, and Ivern went to healing him immediately. He coughed blood, but became conscious. His helmet lay broken beside him. "Damn Marog!" He then saw who it was who healed him. Ivern of the Shadowlands. What a sight to see. "No times for sweet nothings, Dragon Rider. Can you fight?" "Always." The fire beasts had fallen back, but now another, larger form emerged from the lava. It was the beast from before, and it stood upon the bridge leading to the tower. Its entire form was enraged with flames, and with each step, lava flowed forward across the stone bridge. Ordak rubbed his nose. "It goes to the tower. What's the plan to take it down?" Evern looked at Ordak and then the king. "Go for the tower! This foe is beyond blades and arrows, beyond either of you!" The white-faced men had made it to the base of the tower. "Keep the path between us and the tower clear. I will deal with this." Ordak and Nevron looked at one another and backed away from the shadow elf. Evern stood alone, pointing his staff at the enemy before him. He said nothing, and the creature hissed and growled, each step coming closer. "I look upon an enemy I have not seen in some time, and yet here you approach, a foul beast of the abyss of Aieclo. I know not what you are. Return to the pits that spawned you." Evern slammed his staff into the ground, sending ripples of rock into the creature's leg. It moved through them with ease. Evern cast a ball of flame, and it had the same effect as he expected. He looked back, seeing the Aieclo sunrise now at the top of the tower. Ordak and Nevron were still locked in battle as more forces swarmed. "I did not toil through my life to deal with another wretched beast of Wura. Back into the pits that spawned you." The creature jumped, moving much closer now. I serve Marog." Evern cast his magic, sending a stream of red and black into the creature. His body felt weak as blood flowed down his arms, striking the creature beyond that of elemental magics. The creature pushed forward, and Evern lunged, striking the creature with his staff. The creature was consumed with his spell. The very bone of its head split down the middle, but Evern's staff cracked with a resounding pop. The shadow elf recoiled, falling back as the creature stumbled upon the bridgeway. The magics had devoured its head. Evern looked at his staff, and then to the creature falling for the final time, its corpse falling from the bridge. Now the way was open to more of the creatures from before. Evern slammed his staff into the bridge, and the staff shattered in his hands, sending a blast of energy into the bridge and collapsing it from where Evern stood as far as he could see. He fell to his knees, having nothing left to give. He reached for a potion, but did not have one of use for the fatigue he felt. Fire leapt up around them, and the tower was isolated from even Ordak and Nevron as the rock was worn away from the growing lava flows. They fell back beside him. "What do we do?" There were few dragons remaining. Marog had fallen before, but they saw his form slowly floating up to the east of the tower. Nevron whistled for the remaining few dragon riders high above them. The flying beasts were pushing them up and out of range, though the riders still fought on. "They cannot hear me," Nevron said. "What options do we have?" Evern looked between the Dragon King and Ordak. He looked back up to the tower. "We must rely on the Stormborn, but come on. We may still find purpose. We must be ready to assist if we can." Bry stood alone. The Scourge Siren had been weakened when Valrin had attacked before, but now she returned, attempting to grab Aieclo. Valrin was just out of reach. Bry could see the Aieclo sunrise on the side of the tower. Valrin held the Sword of Ether, but could not get through the waves of energy coming off the Scourge Siren. Bry stepped forward, attempting to cast her spells into the left side, trying to open the path for Valrin, but as she did, it left Aieclo unguarded. Valrin struck the energy with the Sword of Ether, but it did nothing. "None can stand against me. Give up, Rusis. You are of a wretched race, a weakness in the firmament of all that was made. It is why the Dwemhar sought to destroy you. Give yourself now. Bow down, and I may consider you a servant of mine. You are of tremendous power, but you cannot seek to hold against me." Bry did not know where Marog had gone, but she knew he'd be back. All of her mind and body was in shielding Aieclo. The Aieclo sunrise was pulling away. "Not even your love can reach you. I loved once, and he came to kill me. Never trust those who say such trivial words. Words are nothing. You are alone just as I was. You are alone to darkness and death. You will die, Bry." "Then I will die protecting her." Bry re-engaged her energies, feeling the gauntlets upon her wrists shattering as she did. She focused her energies above her head, curving the fingers of her bolts into the Scourge Siren's face. The face of her enemy was like a skull, and from its eye sockets poured blood. "You are alone, Rusis. Give me my daughter." It was then the bow of the Aieclo Sunrise smashed into the Scourge Siren, striking shadows with the ship's power and throwing his enemy back. Valrin leaped forward, wielding the sword of Aether, holding the blade above his head as he went for the Scourge Siren. "You will die for this!" the Scourge Siren shouted loud and long. Then, in a splinter of light to his right, Marog slammed into him, suddenly lunging from the side and throwing him back onto the Aieclo Sunrise, the sword of Aether clanging on the ground of the tower. Marog turned, reaching for it, and the Scourge Siren blasted him with her powers as in an explosion of energy. She knocked the Aieclo Sunrise from the tower. Bry took the chance, grasping the sword of Aether. The Scourge Siren turned, lunging for her as she thrusted, stabbing the Scourge Siren. The energies of her foe rolled over and around her, attempting to grasp her. She felt what was like needles upon her back. "I will not be defeated like this. I need no one to reach my ascension." "No one is that powerful," Bry said, gripping the hilt of her blade and making a second strike, a wide slash. The Scourge Siren fell back, a clawed and blackened form now crawling across the tower. She went to reach for Evium, and Bry charged forward. "And you will not ever threaten my love again." Bry drove the blade into her shoulder, twisted it, and then ripped the sword of Aether from the Scourge Siren, tearing her form apart in a rippling blast of energy. The blackness and shadows of darkness rolled out of her dying skeletal form. The shadows took form, a shade of what remained. They reached for Bry when a white light came from behind her. Aveum was standing, and as she summoned her Dwemhar energies, she shielded them from the last influences of her mother's power. Bry fell back as Aveum wrapped her arm around her. Bry noticed that the black wings she'd had on her back had faded away, joining the darkness of her mother's dying spirit. But Marog was there, high above the tower. He reached out, pulling what remained of the darkness of Eliue. "I am present. I devour. You have not stopped me," he roared. Part 10, The Last Song of Aieclo. Valrin opened his eyes. He saw the tower and Marog high above it. He could see the blackness rising to meet the dark supposed god. He had been thrown against the lower helm of his ship. He had landed in a boiling hot spring. It could have been much worse. He climbed up to the helm, reaching the wheel and noticing that several of the crystals had been broken along the back of the ship. But the ship still worked. He looked up and saw Evium. He saw Bry holding the sword of Aether. The Scourge Siren had been defeated, and Bry had done it. Marog was still taking the power of the Scourge Siren somehow. They had to stop him. He had to get to Bry and Evium. Suddenly, Marog pointed to the west, and the winds kicked up, blowing across Aieclo. "I speak as Marog, Lord of all. Aieclo shall be sunk into the depths of the sea as the kingdom of Misla rises in the east. It is as I speak." The smokes that were filling the air were now blowing to the west, and steam rose in the east. Then Valrin heard a roar on the wind. He stood up, climbing up to the railings of the ship. In the east, the horizon was now a wall of water. A tidal wave was approaching Aieclo. He engaged the ship, pushing for the central tower, but the winds blew him downward. Even now, Elera and her dragon were crawling toward Evern, Ordak, and Nevron, who were attempting to climb to the highest rocks near the tower. Elera did not seem able to fly, and even if she could, the winds were too turbulent. Marog grew in size, energies flowing around him. From the center of the tower, white light rose to meet the darkness as water surged around the base of the tower. Marog outstretched his hands, and the water converged, rising all across Aieclo. In strength, Aieclo was built. In weakness, it was destroyed. Another sought to claim that which I made, and it will not be as such. I am Marog. I am the ruler of all the seas of the north, for these were Dwemhar lands and were destroyed by those of weak mind. The waters were rising, but this was good. Valrin was able to guide the ship now within the seas. Meridas, Meridas, be with me now. Evil rises. I invoke all powers as Stormborn of the glacial seas. Protect your servant, protect my crew. As Valrin shot across the waters of the flooded Aieclo, part of his crew on a lone crag of rock, and the other two atop a tower surrounded by growing waters, Marog looked down upon him. Stormborn, these are my seas. Valrin held the wheel of the Aieclo sunrise, though a maelstrom was forming, and he was swept to one side. Thunder and lightning filled the air around him, and a torrential downpour began. From the edge of Aieclo, the last lights of the towers darkened and then exploded with energy, sending a ripple across the oceans that snapped in the air. The fleet of Marog approached, a shield of energy cast forward. You will be devoured by a great one of old. I cannot fathom the pain you will feel, Marog shouted. Tentacles shot up around the Aieclo sunrise, and then came massive arms grasping the ship from underneath. Now, I undo what was placed before. I roll back the workings of all. Marog beamed and laughed. Tentacles grabbed the center mast and the wheel. Valrin drew his blade, striking at the tentacles around him. But then, the waters were filled with creatures. But these were not of Marog. Narwhals, hundreds of them driving their sharpened tusks deep into the creature. Then, jumping over the bow, glacial sharks biting the tentacles and freeing the ship. Marog floated over, blasting the ocean, killing the beasts of Meridas that had come to assist the Stormborn. Valrin engaged the ship, pushing against the waves, launching a volley of silver orbs at Marog. Dwemhar magic and bolts of lightning struck Marog as Evium and Bry joined in the attack. Valrin circled beneath them as the waters rose even higher. The lightning clawed up Marog. He screamed. He seemed to have some form of weakness to this energy from the Rusis. Marog ceased his screaming. He roared, and the mask grew in size on his face. He slammed the tower, and the entire structure was consumed in an explosion of rock and ocean water. Bry and Evium vanished. No! Valrin spun the wheel, making for the tower. A great light shot out of the darkness, and the sword of Aether glowed. Bry held the blade, and Evium held her hand. The blade was angled at Marog, but they were suspended in mid-air. The tower crumbled into the ocean beneath them. To the right side, Evern was attempting to cast vines and rocks, layering his spells to make a path to them. But the winds tore apart his spells. Elera and Rornuk were still down, though the one rider who had ridden the white dragon before was trying to get the dragon up. It was too much. His entire crew had been beaten down, and so had their allies. As a few remaining dragons fought high above them, Valrin knew they were of no use to him. The waters were rising, but he just needed to get under Evium and Bry. Bry gripped Evium in her right hand and held the sword in her left. Marog was like billowing smoke. The mask at the center of his physical form rippled with the tendrils surrounding his face. She could feel nothing beneath her feet but the sucking sensation of the mouth of the maelstrom opening up. She glanced down, seeing Valrin aboard the Aieclo sunrise. I am death. I am darkness. That sword will not save you. You use its power from within yourself, holding what you hold dear. I will destroy him, because none of what you fight for will matter once he has died. All paths determined by Eliue, and the sacrifices of all will be undone. Marog descended for Valrin, and Bry spun the blade of the sword, throwing it with all the force she could muster. The sword of Aether streaked like a comet, striking Marog with a glancing blow, sending the dark god flailing and undulating in form, rolling down into the ocean. Bry fell, and Aieclo caught them both using her power to hold them. She faltered, and beneath them the sea stirred violently. Valrin engaged Marog upon the ocean, sending blasts of energy into the beast as it tried to move against him. Aieclo trembled, struggling to keep them aloft. "I need to get us to land or to the ship," Aieclo said. They dropped for a moment, and Bry struggled to hold Aieclo's hand. Marog now consumed the Ayla sunrise. Bry gasped, looking up to Aieclo with tears streaming from her eyes. "Aieclo, you saved me before back when we first met. That should have been my end. The gods protected me. This moment is it. He is weak to my power somehow. I will not let this day be Valrin's end. I will focus all that is left to pulling him from my love." Aieclo grabbed her with both hands, pulling her upward, but again they fell quickly. Her Dwemer powers were giving out. Bray smiled. "Let go. These seas will forever be my home. Serve the Stormborn. Protect him. Protect my love." "I will not let you go." Bry electrocuted Aieclo's hand, forcing her hand to open. Bry closed her eyes, falling through the air and pushing herself toward Marog. "I must save him." "I love you, Valrin." She summoned what energy remained with her and struck Marog from behind, her last spells surrounding him in lightning and the ancient evil back. Valrin held both blades crossed as Marog's face was just above him. Narwhals and glacial sharks were with him, striking the rolling darkness of the evil form, but dying nearly immediately. Then, bolts of lightning struck Marog, rolling off him, and in a great flash, Marog was ripped off the Ayla sunrise. Valrin jumped to the wheel, wheeling right, releasing a volley of orbs from his ship's weapons. As he moved from the center of the maelstrom, he looked up. "Where are they?" "Bry!" he shouted. Aieclo floated downward, almost making it to the ship, but splashing into the water. Several narwhals went to her as Marog rolled within the maelstrom, nearly being devoured until he smashed the center, stunning the creature within it and freeing himself, moving toward his fleet. Valrin guided the ship near Aieclo and pulled her aboard. She was coughing and out of breath as the ocean churned around them. "Where is Bry? Where is she? She was just there!" Valrin ran to the helm, turning the ship again and searching the oceans. "Bry! Bry!" "She fell, Valrin." He felt a surge of pain in his chest. The coldness of the ocean was burned off his skin as he looked toward the floundering form of Marog. He looked over each side of the ship. "Narwhals! Glacial sharks! Find her! Find Bry! Meridas!" he shouted out to the god in anguish. The waters were coming up along the last peaks of Aieclo. Valrin and the others were literally standing atop a last bit of the rock they were before. Valrin can help. The seas were calming slowly. Though Aieclo was submerged, there were a few small islands that now remained. This, with what was left of his crew, was all that remained. He brought the ship alongside the others. Ilera was crying off to the side, her dragon consoling her as best as he could. She too had lost her love today. "Bry fell. Valrin, help me." Valrin's face was red, and he just shook his head. "We all saw her sacrifice. The darkness consumed her as she freed the ship from Marog's grasp. There is nothing else we could do. My staff is broken, and—" "I don't care for your excuses. Valrin, this is King Nevron, dragon rider and friend," Ordak said. "He knows much of these regions or can help us in some way. There is much to discuss." "Bry is dead!" Valrin shouted. He looked out to the fleet of Marog. Aieclo tried to stand but collapsed. Valrin rushed to her. "Get her on the rocks! It is still warm from Aieclo's fires. The ship is too cold." Ordak lifted her off and onto the small island. Valrin began to tip what residue was in the bottle of a healing potion. Valrin went to the helm of the Aieclo Sunrise. "Valrin!" Evern shouted. "I go to Marog!" "Stormborn, no! You cannot face this fleet!" "Did you forget that I am captain?" Valrin asked. Evern shook his head. "No, captain, but I implore you, we must not do this." "We won't. Avium is too weak to even fight. We're all beat. I don't even have a staff." Valrin drew his blade. "Do any have desire beyond waiting on this island? Do any wish to serve the Stormborn?" "Valrin," Evern said, "this isn't the path." Ordak jumped aboard. "Captain, I am with you." Valrin flipped the crystal switch, raising the sails, leaving the island behind in haste. "Valrin!" Evern shouted. But Valrin cared little for Evern's counsel right now. As he heard Alera's dragon roar, he looked to the seas before him, and his tears joined the salty ocean around him. Part 11. Upon a goddess darkly. Though right or wrong, he had good winds. Ordak stared at him but said nothing. Valrin turned and looked at the crystals. Though some were damaged and others were depleted, they could still do some damage. He could see the shadowy form of Marog had gotten to one of the two larger ships. The shadows were contracting and forming into the physical entity that was Marog. In his mind, he knew this was not what he should do, but he wasn't following his mind at this moment. He didn't feel anything. The pain he had felt in his chest had passed. He was numb. The water shooting up as the Aieclo sunrise cut through the water gave him comfort. The smell of the salt, a fresh smell to the odor of Aieclo, energized him. But he felt as if he could barely lift his feet from the deck. "Captain, 2 large ships are breaking from the line," Ordak pointed. "Seat yourself in the Dwemhar weapon," Valrin commanded. "Turtles, come to me." The 2 remaining assistants rolled up to his feet. "Energize the crystals on the back of the ship. We need every bit of power that can be drawn from them." The turtles went to the aft of the Aieclo sunrise and began working, casting beams of energy to the crystals. At least that worked. Alera glided down beside him. "Marog is on the right ship. I'll take down its sails. I will avenge my husband." Roanoke shot upward as bolts of energy followed as the vessels of Marog attempted to strike her. A thick fog enveloped most of the fleet except the 2 larger ships. The smaller vessels were fleeing. "Captain, they flee at our fury!" Ordak shouted. "They don't think they need the other ones," Valrin said plainly. "We strike the left ship first. Prepare yourself." Valrin wheeled right, engaging the powers of his vessel, sending volleys of orbs as his target engaged its own weapons. They met mid-flight, exploding in a combination of smoke and electrical blasts. But these attacks were not meant to land. Ordak engaged the Dwemhar weapon, and in a blast that thundered across the ocean, the weapons landed. The ship burst into flames, and Ordak kept the weapon steady, burning up through the center masts and melting the bronze portions of the vessel. Valrin kept them on their same course, balancing the weight of the energy of the weapon pushing against his present direction. The ship, as massive and as powerful as it was, melted under the direct attack of the Dwemhar weapon. The ship on the right was shattered as Alera shot streams of ice from above. The sails were covered in ice as its sister ship exploded in a rippling blast of blue and red fire. Fireballs streaked through the sky as pieces landed around them. "I see you. I see you, Marog. You will not escape. These are my seas." The dark form of Marog stood upon the vessel to the right. Shadows rolled off the railings of the ship as many other masked forms danced around him. His physical form, the body he'd created on the island of Rikernala, was lying on the deck. Valrin wheeled left, and the ship lurched the opposite direction. Ordak engaged the weapon again, destroying a portion of the front hull of the target vessel before the weapon disengaged. Valrin looked at the crystals. One remained, and it was nearly dark. "Ordak, we board! Prepare yourself!" Ordak stood up from the weapon as Alera circled above them. "Captain, we are only 2. 3, Valrin told him, "and a dragon. Good odds." Eliue and Rornok landed on the front of the vessel. The entire front part of the vessel was covered in ice. Valrin struck the side of their ship, and Ordak threw up a simple lasso, catching it on a stub of the railing. Valrin hurried to Ordak, pulling himself up the rope and drawing his blades as he stepped on the deck of the enemy vessel. Eliue held her shadow blade and a spear from Rornok. The dragon engaged the masked forms, filling the right side of the ship with more ice. Ordak joined them, and they moved forward to the left. Poetic, your attempt here. Like all steps in life, yours is but a strike that will have a resounding tune in your own future. 3 will assail for 2. 2 will fall in time. 1 will be you. Blood upon ice. But you come against me, Marog, by choice. Perhaps a different end for you then? Folly, Stormborn. The ice upon the ship was melted in a flash of energy, and the masked forms assailed them. They fought their enemy. Eliue tossed her spear, immediately wielding her shadow blade as masked forms surrounded them. One large one, at least 2 times the height of the rest, went for Valrin, but Ordak intercepted him, parrying this one's large sword and further clearing the path for Valrin. Marog was lying on the deck. A black fire burned around him, and as fogs rolled over them, the shadowy form of his presence descended upon them. Valrin felt he was alone. The seas around him burned, and blackness shrouded where Eliue and Ordak were. He saw only Marog. The workings of the Clockmaster were grand and constant. When one has sailed up and down the flow of time, one makes adjustments to the course. That was his folly. He could not decide and embrace. He did not submit to that which he should have. Eliue purified Avium, burning away the evil of the scourge siren from her body. He disrupted everything I had planned and paid with his life. Valrin saw Bry upon the tower, striking the scourge siren. He then saw Bry falling, striking Marog from behind and pulling him from the Aieclo sunrise. Valrin saw the turbulent ocean. "What do you seek here?" "I am not your purpose, Stormborn." Valrin struggled to step forward. It was like he was in a dream. He saw flashes of Ordak and Eliue to his sides, but his focus was on the darkness before him, and in fact, he could not look away. "You wish to strike me to end your pain. Do it. But understand it changes nothing. For just as I locked away one who had hurt me, I determined it was better to leave them forever than destroy their body. There are but many ways in which to kill a man or beast, and the truest forms of destruction are not the easy ones." Valrin was above the body of Marog. He thrust his Dwemer blade into Marog. The sword became stuck. "You should have used the shadow blade," Marog said. Valrin felt a strike to his stomach and fell to the deck of the ship. The shadows lifted off the deck. Ordak and Eliue fell down beside him. Eliue's failure was that he never destroyed me himself, and I devoured him when he was weak. I am the true master of time, the Clockmaster who lives. I will unlock the secrets he hid from me, and I will work to bring what I see to the world. I now have what I was missing, what no matter of wood or metal or magic could provide me. I thank you, Valrin. Understand, I know your loss. I have the marks of energy upon my form. I could feel her love for you in her attack upon me. Time will not heal that loss as in all my power. I cannot heal her last marks upon myself. The darkness fled the ship. The fogs dissipated. Valrin rolled over onto this back. He felt his stomach and looked at his hand. Blood. Eliue was bleeding from her skull. Ordak wasn't moving, and even Rornok struggled to keep his head up. The vessel was burning around them. He pushed himself to stand, feeling as if his entire stomach was being pulled to the deck as blood dripped from his body. He collapsed again, clawing his way to the railing. He had to get to the ship. He looked over the railing. The Aieclo sunrise was gone. He fell back onto the deck as water rolled over the railings. Rornik cried out, long and loud. The dragon tried to make it to Ilera, but could not. Meridas, I have failed. He looked back to Ordak and Ilera. His blade remained stuck in the wood of the ship, but Marog was completely gone. It was a trap. How much of it Marog planned beforehand, he did not know, but none of that mattered. The ocean consumed the vessel. He looked to the water as it rolled over him and saw narwhals and glacial sharks around them. Good friends, it is good for you to be here in the end. He looked up and spotted dragons gliding down over the deck of the ship. His eyes closed. Part 12. Sea Captain. The ocean was cold. He saw Bry. He felt her hand in his, their last embrace, and her lips pressed against his just before she went to the tower on Aieclo, and he went to the Isla sunrise. He saw the events in Taria, and then all the way back to Urlas and defeating the Barb King. Then he saw himself on the island of Trava, catching eels and looking out to the sunrise. Then, to his aunt making breakfast. He smelled coffee. Valrin opened his eyes, feeling the shift of water beneath him. He smelled coffee, and it was quite strong. He was alive. Perhaps Evern has made coffee. I wonder where we are. He sat up, nearly striking his head on a broken and charred board. Why is there a broken board in the ship? We need to fix that. But then he thought and remembered the Ayla sunrise had vanished. He stood, feeling quite dizzy at first, but then steadying himself. He smiled. It was a dream, all of it. It was a dream. He looked around, seeing the inner deck of the Ayla sunrise. He was sure of it. He went for the door. It was a heavy wooden door with a gold handle. This too was charred. As he opened the door, he saw a fire and many other wooden structures. Beyond them, the sea and the moon full and bright above them. He wasn't on a ship. It wasn't a dream. They were upon the sea, but it was not a ship but a town. Many different vessels, buildings, and wreckage. He looked to the fire at the many faces looking toward him. Evern was the first to stand up from around the fire. He said nothing and embraced him. You have awoken, he said. How long? 6 weeks, Evorn said. We were fortunate that those here had a capable healer. There are quite a few capable people within the survivors. Bry, Ilera, Ordak, Valrin said. He looked past Evern to the fire and saw Ordak, Ilera, and Nevron. Evern embraced him again. I am not sure what you saw in your long sleep, but we are who remain. The narwhals and sharks brought you to our lone island after you left us. Aye, Valrin said. Come sit down, Evern said. They made a spot for him by the fire, and Ilera and Ordak both went to him in turn. Nevron bowed. I had heard stories, Stormborn. Taking on a fleet by yourself? That is something. I have failed, he said. So did I, Nevron said. Ordak can tell you. I then failed to defeat my enemy, and in turn watched another try. I cannot offer much, Valrin of the glacial seas, but I will work with you. We will have our vengeance. Ilera passed him a cup of coffee. It has cinnamon, Ordak said. It is quite good. As Valrin sipped the hot coffee, he stared at the fire. Another figure who had been standing in the darkness with their back to him, and the others approached. Avium, Valrin said. She knelt before him and solemnly looked in his eyes. I tried, Valrin. Please no, I tried to save her. A tear ran down his face, and he nodded quickly, struggling to hold back the tears welling in his eyes. Avium departed the group once again, going to a dark place on the outskirts of the sitting area. He saw her sit down and begin meditating, or so it seemed. Valrin went to stand, but Evern lifted his hand. Leave her, for now. Where are we? Valrin asked. There were several others around them, but no one was speaking. After you were brought to us by the narwhals and such, the remaining dragon riders went out searching for help, Evern told him. We found this place. It is made up of the few survivors who escaped Aieclo, a mix of people, that is sure. We are all survivors. But there is one who may be able to help us, that is, assuming you are up for it. I lost the ship to Marog. That we know. Nevron and Ordak have told us of Misla, a land to the east. I knew nothing of it, but there is one here who does. A man sitting by the fire stood. I am one who knows some of your story, Valrin. The man was short and plump. He danced around the fire a bit before floating before Valrin. What are you? Strange. I see that, Valrin said. No, it is strange. The ranger and the rogue asked that too. At least the shadow elf knew what I truly was with a bit of a hint. I'm not much for games right now, Valrin said. You knew Fadis and Kurla? How? The man summoned a stool that appeared beneath him in a flash. I wandered the deserts of southern Aieclo, tended to sand cows, great and wonderful creatures. Many of them died recently. We have an understanding, myself and the sand cows. His voice trailed off, and then he giggled. But I knew Fadis and Kurla. Taught them a small lesson while they were with me, but I hear they are well, which is quite wonderful. Valrin looked over to Evern, who smirked at him. Valrin stared back at the man, who was now touching the side of his head. Still, be still. The deal is, there are those who have called me a genie, not wrong but not right. What I am does not matter as much as that I can tell you I have been longer than any here. I am who summoned the wreckage of the city to make a place for the many who were going to die. I enjoy my games, my beasts. I am something none care to be anymore. I serve the one the shadow elf doesn't care for. Wura? Valrin asked. Ha! Yes, I am but a priest of the wondrous and joyful god, Wura. You have it. Yes. What is a priest of Wura doing here? I have not even seen a temple for your god, Valrin asked. Our temples are hidden and rare, but our wondrous open skies hide but many paths. He opened his arms, and the brilliance of the polar lights lit the skies above them. Wura has seen the actions of your crew. He is not like Ether, but I will guide you forward. Marog seeks to disrupt all, and so far he is doing that. Wura wishes us to seek something in Misla. A book that shall assist us. A book? I need my ship, and no one seems to know of this Misla. This book is of such that it can find what we seek, and that is my charge. Yes, I am going with you. I even know of a way for us to make it across the vast oceans. It will work. I have a wondrous plan. Valrin sipped his coffee, looking away from this strange priest of Wura. I do not know how serving Wura serves Meridas or my path as Stormborn. That path is broken, Evern said, but you are still alive. Perhaps in doing this, we will figure out a way to defeat Marog before whatever he plans to do is upon us, and we need to get your ship back. Valrin closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. He opened his eyes again and stared at the priest. I find myself once again on an island, much like I did as a child, but yet a voyage is before me, and I cannot see the end journey. He paused, but I trust in my path. Bry sacrificed herself for me. Marog is an evil beyond the Barb King, beyond the vampires of Taria. I am a descendant of the Dwemhar, of the same blood as Eliue. I will destroy this shadow, and I will guard the seas of the north. That is what was charged to me. If your path, priest, will lead to his end, and my crew is with me, we will go with you. But no, beyond everything else, I am still the Stormborn, sea captain of the glacial seas, and I will have my vengeance. May 2019. Greetings. This was one of the hardest endings to write. I hated losing Bry. She was the last of the original crew under Captain Adanos, and her loss will no doubt spur Valrin into further action that is not so much in line with his future as Stormborn. He has lost the Ayla Sunrise, and now a new evil, Marog, has launched a plan that will have far-reaching consequences if Valrin, Evern, and Avium do not act quickly. This was a tale of lost love and revenge and of sacrifice. Originally, Bry fell in Elf Bane, but Avium saved her as I wrote it. Yes, she was originally plotted to die before the ending of the original trilogy. I've spoken about it elsewhere, but that's part of the magic when writing a book. The surprises that happen in the story. Unfortunately, no such change came this time. I now begin writing Shadow Elf Chronicles, set nearly 40 years after the events of Stormborn Saga, but featuring several well-known characters. But I've already planned the next trilogy for the Stormborn Saga. You won't be waiting long for the final showdown. May the lights of Wura guide you, Jeremy. Update 2024. Shadow Elf Chronicles mentioned above became the Rogue Elf series books 7 through 10. If you'd like to check those out, I recommend doing so. And yes, many characters of Stormborn legend are within those pages. Thank you for listening.